Places like Penguin Dance #EU West. Places like, oh my, a lot of you are Lost Returnes fans, aren't you? How many rat emojis can we fit up on that screen? That's what we really need to work out. But, of course, we've also got some people from real places. Anyone from Sweden? Let's see you cheer! Anyone from Denmark? Boo the people from Sweden! Now, have we got anyone from slightly further afield? Anyone from America? It's all right, we'll make sure we'll keep you quiet later. Anyone from the UK? Oh, come on. We're known for our chants. We're known for football crowds. Anyone from the UK? They'll have a few beers later and they'll be a lot louder, I can promise you. So, we are going to have some little mini games, a little bit of stuff to start the show before we get the League of Legends action on your screen, I believe. We're going to have a quiz appearing up there in just a moment's time. And anyone that does particularly well on that is going to win a mystery prize from my Kit Kat sack. Who wants a mystery prize? Okay, then we'll have to do well. Make sure you scan that QR code on your phones, on your tablets. If you brought a PC in here with a portable generator with a webcam, I'm sure you can make that work as well. We're going to want to have as many of you as possible in there so we can work out who really are the biggest brains in the Northern League of Legends region. I know I've got my biases. I'm assuming it's not going to be any fans of the Ruddy Sack. And I'm a bit worried that all the Lost Returnes fans are just going to type XDD for every single answer on there. But it's multiple choice, so hopefully that should make things a little bit easier for you. Make sure that we're getting in there, scanning the QR codes, so we can get you guys started on that.
I'll tell you what I told Joe Marsh. If you're not willing to relocate the organization to Denmark, it's not happening. I'm getting another call. You like that?
Hey, Vendetto, we just wanted to make sure you got the trophy, okay?
Oh yeah, that thing. Don't worry. I've been keeping it very safe. Very safe. We need to get a better trophy. Let's go rob the National Museum. Keep an eye on it, okay?
Four guards on the entrance. Multiple CCTV blind spots. This is going to be easier than winning U Masters versus a French team.
Wait. They reworked the layout of the museum. Shit. I'm pathing like I'll dominate the solo queue. A Momo. KC beating an NLC team in the finals. I guess I just blocked out 2021. Dusty. 2022. I wonder what happened to that studio. Drowning in Nemesis. Winning an ERL. This picture must be ancient.
How we doing, Copenhagen? Hey, 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 hey. Who the fuck is this? In the crowd clenching his fist, I'm pissed. He just make my list. Tonight he wearing with slick wrists. I'll be in the mist. Nobody know what I did. I can tell you secrets. I can tell the shit you never believe it. About this fucking evening. Remember him bleeding. Remember the face I was seeing he was keeping. Something for him. I didn't like it, so I stared that motherfucker down. Devilish eyes got his been hypnotized. And then I count 1 to the 2 to the 3. Murder was the case that he didn't gave me, but why? Cause you and G got secret ties. Can't speak on that, but I'm alright. I'm a motherfucking problem. Biggest Staten Island. Word to the chef. You know that I'm supplying the dopest of dope. I am my city's last hope. Cash shadows, I let goes. I did it for the flow. I only dance with my elbows. The blue is my niggas coming out the west coast. Don't get checked though. Put it with my relatives and Eldos. Being having situation looking like a limbo. Pull your dress code, make it drip Elmore. Trying to dodge that reality, rather play on my Nintendo. Hopefully I should never touch an extendo. So can't pull up with small fingers. Gotta deliver 122 going up. So don't be bitter. The latest message to the world that we get lit up. I say what I want, nigga, cause I ain't got no filter. It won't cost you a penny, euphoria in the winter. And now we sipping Henny as we sailing down the river. Too many bullets turn niggas into veg. Too many Britneys turn niggas into red. 7 deadly sins, more like 7 deadly men. See now you blow my phone up, but back then you never left. You do what you gotta do, put your pride aside. Murder was the case, so I never make cry. And the only time I wear a black tie is when I die. It's never cut and dry, be my silence, Scott, but Gemini. Hands up! Hey, hands up! Hey, hands up! Everybody hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Must be convinced that it's me. Oh, young black man just trying to catch some sea. Know that murder was a Christian legend. Allegedly, you wanna condemn me and never let me free. The nigga be dripping like the 7 C's out here. You only gonna see me as a villain. Black ass villain, like boogeyman is trying to take your children. Cause I'm a fucking menace to society, little nigga. That's why I figured that I might as well hit a lick. Or hit the corner store, ain't no problems without a split. It's just a couple of things I'm probably gonna miss before I get stopped by the cops where they trigger finger in. Hobble tribal bazookas, they can rugas and clips. It's just a problem, so when I leave an op and stick. Till they cut a case, the nigga, now what you think? Life's a fucking bitch, but so got the road is team. Make some motherfucking noise when my dog's dead. Hvordan har vi det, København? Ja. Lav noget larm for jer selv, goddammit. Ja. Så snart vi er 122. Lad os holde festen kørende. Let's get it. Ja. Hey, nu København, lav noget larm. Come on! Hands up. Uno, the puppy chulo. Rappers getting put in the grave, where the fuck you go? Moving up the ranks, now get left, you're too slow. Competition been overwritten, left removed. Numero uno, the puppy chulo. Rappers getting put in the grave, where the fuck you go? Moving up the ranks, now get left, you're too slow. Competition been overwritten, left removed. Now that you got me started, I might just go get the flying. Reason we stay in different lanes, cause you made for departments. Go for new levels, your potential to story and problems. Let's get it settled, man, y'all niggas ain't doing no harm. Ain't no love in this game, all this fame in the ditch. That's your chains, your reign since I'm playing. What a son of pain, fake it in the bitch. Hey, niggas is a pain, tell I hate the days. They talk about shit, ain't talking about now, wanna take my shit. I'm stacking my funds, wanna fuck my bitch. I'ma get a new one, should do it for the kids, and they do it for the bitch. They talk about shit, ain't talking about now, wanna talk about shit. I'm stacking my funds, wanna fuck my bitch. I'ma get a new one, should do it for the kids, and they do it for the bombs. The quality decreasing, majority will eat it. Put my shit upon the plate and you will find them ceasing. I'm savvy like Cuban, too wavy, not human. My standards feel like you were false, the evidence been proven. Get the fuck with the comparison. We still out ranking up, so say your truth to our own. We ain't Americans, steady bloggers, corners, road. We left so many men stranded, they will never be in the sight. Hands up, everybody, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Step ahead. Hands up. Always hands up. Ahead. Yeah. Always a step ahead. Always a step ahead. Always a step ahead. And we going above and beyond. Step ahead. Always a step ahead. D to the E, J to the J-Y. Sean J walking if I see police K9. Double 8 times to the east and the west. I'm the realest motherfucker, said it with my chest. He's trying to get the best of me, cause they know I'm blessed. They know I'm blessed. You could never better me, I took a place. Banging on my chest if you fuck around my nest. You should be honored to even be my fucking guest. This gon' last a moment, but stay with you forever. That's why I could hunt it just better. He ask if I get nervous, I do you feel the pressure? Sure, baby, but I smoke hella. Nigga dripping ice, but I'm still colder than who? You say you hit it first, but no one cares what you do. Like you so superficial, I live and die with my crew. So motherfucker, step away, I can't relate to you. Nigga, don't get it, I'm exceptional. I'm the businessman, I'm a professional. The failure ain't no fucking option, unacceptable. Yeah, I don't brag, I don't crack, boy, I crack the code. Hvordan har vi det ude i København? Lav nu fucking larm! Make some noise! Yeah! Always a step ahead. Always a step ahead. Always a step ahead. Yeah, we going above and beyond. A step ahead. Yeah. Always a step ahead. Come on! Always a step ahead. Always step ahead. Lager lag for selv København. We got a last track right now. I need y'all to turn up with me. Y'all with me? Yo! Let's get that shit. Yo T, yo T, yo T, yo T. Yeah,
Come on,
let's
go.
Everybody
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm feeling bummed like freezer when the DJ gets so easy. I'm from the county, trust me, easy. Wanna put it on my like it,
Hey, turn up. Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Hey, turn up. Turn up.
Party too lit, gotta get the burner. I'm feeling bummed like freezer when the DJ gets so easy. I'm from the county, trust me, easy. Wanna put it on my like it, pizza.
Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Hey, turn up. Turn up.
Party too lit, gotta get the burner. Hey, yo, gal, watch your pum pum, they go turn up. Where do you come from? Where's your brothers? Where's your gal? The man never heard of. Who is that? CJ, baby, your mind just set up. Not even hide yourself to turn up.
Not even had your stuff to turn up.
Hey, yo, chill, my guy. Who you think you frontin'? Understand your gal, I'm sorry. The momentum can't keep walking on. She fancy me, not you. So fuck up. You're bloody, baby, bastard.
Come on.
I'm feeling bomb on a freezer. When the DJ turns up geezer. Enough for the candles, just be easier. Wanna put it all night like it pizza. What you gonna do, my brother? Party so lit, gotta get the burner. I'm feeling bomb on a freezer. When the DJ turns up geezer. Enough for the candles, just be easier. Wanna put it all night like it pizza.
Turn up. Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Turn up. Turn up.
Party so lit, gotta get the burner.
Ooh, hey, what's up, T?
Okay.
No one nigga ain't weird like that.
Okay.
I can tell you should hit
right
right back.
back.
For more man, son, no come back. Hey, what's up, B?
Yeah.
All these niggas, they moving sad. I can see that you're moving, man. It's coming back, but today it's bad.
Oh yeah, for real.
All the bitches up in my grill. Like the king on a fucking hill. I don't talk, I ain't that to feel.
Hey.
But bitches ain't kinda chill. My will is fucking steel. And it's like my fucking ski.
I'm feeling bomb on that freezer. When the DJ turns up geezer. Enough for the candle, trust me, easier. Wanna put it all night like it pizza.
Oh, turn up. Turn up.
What you gonna do, my
Hey,
brother?
turn up. Turn up.
Party so lit, gotta get the burner. I'm feeling bomb on that freezer. When the DJ turns up geezer. Enough for the candle, trust me, easier. Wanna put it all night like it pizza.
Turn up. Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Turn up. Turn up.
Party so lit, gotta get the burner.
Hey, what's up, Lee?
You know this shit a breeze. So I go turn the freak by her first speak at UNG. Fuck with me, yeah, like you fuck with your preacher. This young Alicia, bend your ass, I'm a pleaser. Skirt, pull up on my block and I bring up the curve. Run down to the flight, don't fight even further. The bitch like me, get an ass for her. You get an ass for her. Heard what I said, so you learn when it curves. Baby, you covered in dirt, you dug your old grave and the shit absurd. I'm feeling bomb on that freezer. When the DJ turns to a geezer, enough that I can't do, trust me, easier. What party on night like it pizza. Turn up. What you gonna do, my brother?
My brother.
Last time Copenhagen. I'm feeling bomb on that freezer. When the DJ turns to a geezer, enough for the candle, trust me, easier. What party on night like it pizza.
Turn up. Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Turn up. Turn up.
Party too lit, gotta get the burner. I'm feeling bomb on that freezer. When the DJ turns to a geezer, enough for the candle, trust me, easier. What party on night like it pizza.
Turn up.
What you gonna do, my brother?
Turn up. Turn up.
Party too lit, gotta get the burner. Make some noise.
Thank you, everybody.
Viva 122. Thank you.
This is never gonna work.
What do you mean? We need this to work. I can't look stupid.
Hey, what's up? What's taking so long?
I'm trying to fix this, but it's just 1 minute until the show starts.
I got this. Yankas, I got this from Kasim. This will make your eyebrows even stronger, like G2 when you left.
What the fuck, man? Can you just fix my eyebrows and stop this shit?
All right, Archer, we need you.
Hold on. Look, Yankas. Let's be honest. I know this is the biggest event you've ever played in.
Wait, you know I won the Messiah, right?
Yeah, but...
And LAC.
True.
Like, multiple times.
The thing is, keep in mind, your job today is the same as it was in Winter Split.
Oh, I know. Make sure Rudy loses.
Love it. Boss, it's time to go. I'll see you soon.
Good luck.
Oh, by the way, good luck with the eyebrows.
What the...
the music.
Arches first. Yeah, you're doing the voice of God.
Copenhagen!
Go.
Copenhagen! Please welcome to the stage your host for this evening, Mr. NLC himself, Archerum!
There you go! Welcome to Leagues Disrupt NLC Northern League of Legends Championship 2025 Spring Split Semifinals live from Denmark, Copenhagen. We were in Nottingham 2 months ago, 100 seats. Look at this. Look at you all. You are living proof that gamers can get up early if we want. Which is not the case 99% of the times, but today it's the 1%. Today, LR will be playing versus the Ready Sack. Whoever wins moves on to final, moves on to EMEA Masters as well. It could be LR defending the title. It could be Ready Sack bringing a new challenge. Who's here for Ready? I see. Now, you know what I'm gonna say. Who's here for Los Ratones? Love it! This is the trophy. This is the shield. And at the end of this weekend, their name will be up here. But also to bring up into the stage, I won't do this by myself. I'm going to bring someone very special for Copenhagen, for Denmark, a coach who brought in the only trophy for the Danish team. It is Vendetto! Bring it up, a round of applauses. Yeah, he's Danish. He's Danish, all right?
Absolute pleasure to be here tonight in the red and white, the same colors Ruddy are wearing. And you know, we Danish people, we love our red and white. And Ruddy, specifically, the only team to have a Danish player with them tonight. And that just warms my heart. And yeah, I know I just heard the screams for Los Ratones, but I would like to pledge myself to the red and white Ruddy. Ruddy up tonight, yes.
Taking sides. So, Leagues Disrupt is about making this festival about you. Then we have NLC as well. Today we'll have those two teams fighting it off. It's going to be a best out of 5. Whoever wins goes to face Nord. So far, let's be honest, Nord has been unstoppable. They kicked LR. They killed Ready Sacked. Let's see who's going to be able to face the Phoenix. But aside from NLC itself, we have a few surprises for the crowd, correct?
That is correct. We do have a few surprises. In a moment, you will be having the opportunity to play a 1v1 against the one and only, well, Jankos.
Wow.
Yeah. So whoever wants to play, we'll see in a moment. Additionally, today, we will be having, well, a sort of beef has to be settled between two of the NLC's finest. There will be some wrestling, there will be some fighting. More about that later. We got some interviews with you guys in the crowd, so during the breaks, don't be too hasty about getting up. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening today. Speaking of interviews, we have some people here tonight that we're going to be speaking to soon.
Yeah, we need to spice things up. I want middle court. Oh, wait, is that Prime League?
Oh.
What?
Here I am. Hello, everybody. I am joined by some illustrious figures within the European League of Legends scene. We've got Tolkien over here, Carney, and of course, the main man himself, Don. No need Augur with such a trailblazing team in terms of integrating professional play with content. Why do you think it's taken so long for other teams to catch on to this winning formula?
Well, I mean, we were quite ahead of our time, for sure. One could argue Saturnus is doing it better right now, and they are more successful than we were. But, yeah.
But they're doing it with former LEC players, so you can't really complain all that much, can you?
I mean, we tried, right?
Right. Carney. Obviously, you, a long-time player of multiple games, not just League of Legends, but also World of Warcraft. So the really big thing I wanted to ask you was, if you spent less time playing WoW and more time playing League of Legends, do you think you'd still be hard stuck in Master?
So I think in a league or as a co-streamer where no way is able to reach finals, my expertise even as a World of Warcraft streamer is enough.
It's just not necessary, is it? It's just not necessary at all.
That's very unnecessary.
I reckon he should be off the team next, but...
You should, yeah. We will have a meeting afterwards,
yeah. Yeah, Sheep Esports. Yeah, you don't get news quicker than this.
POV, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
He's
absolutely.
Really bad at that game as well.
Right, and Tolkien. I was looking on your stream a little bit earlier, and I noticed that you have a sponsor that is an energy company switching service where you've got a discount code for people. So I just wanted to ask you, when did you develop your love for saving people money on their energy bills?
Dude, I love my viewers saving money because they need electricity, right? To watch NLC, which is great content, so they can watch finals and stuff. So obviously saving money is just awesome for everyone, right?
You seem oddly passionate about that. That was very, very strange. I didn't really understand that. So how did the sponsorship even come about then?
I mean, German bureaucracy is really, like lots of paperwork, really difficult to switch companies. And you should probably switch like every 2 years, so you save money. They always come back and tell you, if you stay with us, you save like 20 euros or whatever that is in crowns. I have no idea. And then, you save money. That's great.
Yeah, crown is amazing currency as far as I'm concerned. But hey, that's brilliant. I bet you didn't expect that on the NLC broadcast this evening. A little bit of money-saving advice. Now, I believe we're going to be throwing it back to my co-hosts, and we've got a little bit more action for you guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Middlecott. Middlecott, I need you to pick someone. This is it. This is the challenge we were talking about. We're going to have a 1v1. It's not bouncy, I swear. It's going to be a different pro player. You already spoiled it. You know who got 1,000 kills at EULCS, the first player, correct? You know who it was? It was Reckless, not Jankos. Jankos was second, okay? Do you know who won 2019 World Champion? It wasn't Jankos. Jankos was second. So with that in mind, we're going to bring the second best player into a 1v1 with you guys. And now, Middlecott, I need someone for that challenge.
I need someone that can 1v1 Jankos and beat them. Right, well, I'm seeing a load of volunteers. Cameraman, if you'd like to follow me, we'll see if we can pick someone out from the crowds. Right, you. I noticed you come in. You were really talky. Just stand up for us, please. Like, what is this? Right. There is one question I need to ask you, mate. What's your elo?
Oh, I'm gold 3.
Right. Not happening. Not happening at all. Right. Have we got any other volunteers? Anyone from this row here? Stand up for me. Right, what's your name?
Mikkel.
What?
It's Mikkel.
Is that a Danish name? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Right, same question to you. What is your rank?
I'm Diamond 4.
Ooh, okay. I reckon we'll keep you on provisional. Stay still, don't have too much of that, all right? We might need you later. Right, I need one more volunteer. Someone else in the crowd. Where am I looking? Right, well, this guy's just finishing off his glass, so I think he's getting ready. What's your name?
Hello, my name is Alper.
What?
Alper.
I'm just awful with names today. What on earth is going on? Right. Same question, really important. You can lie if you really, really want to get in the 1v1 versus Jankos, but we will all know if you have. Okay, what is your rank?
A master.
Your master? Archrom, I think we found ourselves our representative coming up to the stage. So, are you feeling nervous?
Well, I haven't played for a week because last weekend I played like a local finals in a corporate league and we lost, so I've been depressed. But if I win now, it will help. If Jankos, if you win against me, you make me more depressed, so think about that.
So, hold on, you were just saying that you're master, but you haven't played for a week. Doesn't that mean you've decayed?
Yeah, probably. Well, how many days do you need to play? It's 14.
I can't even remember. Right, let's get you set up in the booth and let's get Jankos over here.
Come with me. That's sick as fuck. That's sick as fuck.
Makes a good point. Where's Yankas? Does anybody know where Yankas is? Kind of need him. Just saying. Okay, so
it's a challenge.
You set him up and you talk with him because I need to find someone.
Wait.
Set him up. Yeah, I need to find Yankas.
Arrogant, right?
I don't know. That's a good idea. So let's focus on him. I'll see where Yankas is.
Yeah. So first, you might be wanting to turn on one of the monitors and maybe get a chair in here. Beyond my expertise, I fear. But we have a mouse and keyboard. We have two screens. You have your headset. You need a chair. Well, you don't need a chair. Wait, you do need the computer, which is probably the most important thing. And I do believe we might have a techie incoming. I'm hearing in my ear. But what do you think of the setup? Double screen, is that what you usually rock as a master player? Oh wait, we don't have the microphone for you. So, Arch, do you have the microphone?
How you doing? Okay, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?
Always the bad news.
Always the bad news.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you the good news then. You won. Congratulations.
Oh, he can't play.
Does anybody want to take a guess why you won? Walk over? What do you mean? No show. You think Yankas would abandon a challenge? Yes. Yes, actually, yes. No, we're trying to find him. I want to make sure Yankas is alive, by the way, with that in mind. So let's go into the stage. You are amazing, by the way. Keep playing, and I'll see you soon. That was interesting.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
That was not part of the plan, trust me. Okay.
You're too scared to show up.
Walk with me, cameraman. Walk with me. There you go.
The chair is right here.
It's not die. Okay, there you go. Denmark, where's my co-host? Take your time, don't worry.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. We're about to start this.
Yes, we are.
The teams are getting, they are here. Okay, I promise you. I saw them before. They are here. Yankas, it's different. So, we're about to set this up.
Yes.
And we're going to toss to desk so we can start analyzing the teams and bringing up everything. The desk is waiting for us. Look at the bottom, like they're over there, by the way, everyone.
I see my
Solari
best
and
friend.
Duckling.
I see
We
my
have
best friend.
one Danish over there.
There he is.
We tried to get one, okay? That's the budget. We wasted everything on Duckling. That's why Jankas is not here. So with that in mind, we need to warm up the crowd.
Yes.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
But
What do
are
you
they
wanna
ready?
What do you want to do? Because I have a few ideas.
Because I already saw the cheers for Los Ratones, and I feel like the Ruddy crowd could have done it a bit better.
Oh, you think Ruddy is not present? You think so? We need more people from Ruddy.
We need more people for Ruddy. I just put up the case. We have some Danes in here tonight. I heard the cheers earlier with Middlecott. Red and white plus Nada. It doesn't get better for the Danes.
He makes a good point. If you are Danish, you should root for the only Danish person, which is Nada.
Yes.
So you wanna do a sound check?
I think we should. Yeah. Come on, guys. All Danes unite. Can we hear some screams for Ruddy up? Okay. That's good. But I feel you're going to do better.
You make a good argument. Can I counter it with, who's here for Los Ratones? Okay. See? The cool thing is, I didn't even realize we have people up there. Like, this is looking good.
Yeah.
So can I ask you all to do something? I've done this on the Royal Arena for a different game. I want to test you all, League of Legends fans. Hands to the side. Hands to the side. Everybody with hands to the side. Stand up if you have to. Stand up, come on. Don't be lazy. I know it's really early. We need to warm up. I want to hear this, okay? I want to hear this. Everyone, hands to the side. And when I go up, you clap, okay? This is a small test. This is the beginning. Follow me. Denmark, make some noise! Everyone, let's roll it up. Let's start this show. Take it away. Now play the video. Play the video. I have to go there. I'm gonna go there regardless. I'll see you soon. Wish. How you doing? Already?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back.
Come on.
Wow. Let's welcome everybody. Okay, Duckling, Solari, how are we feeling? Analyst desk, we have representation from both teams. We have an LR shirt, the Ruddy shirt. This is new. This is just coming to this event. They just made this. And we have swords, by the way.
You know, your swords are all cool and that, but we all know what really is the true prize possession of this desk, right? It's the fact that we're in Copenhagen! I can't believe it, man. 7 years of the NLC and whatnot. I think we started in 2020, but there was the Nordics before that. And for once, we have made it to the best country in the world. It was about time we got to be here, and I'm absolutely delighted we get to be on the desk, and I'm excited to break down what I think will be a very hard-fought semifinal.
Now we're talking. Solari, first words, because you're looking, I swear, everybody's outshined by this girl.
Hey, we're in the Nordics. We're in the home country of the Vikings. How do you expect me to look?
You know the cool thing? The only one who's Danish is the one not wearing anything from Viking.
Yeah, what? Why?
I swear.
I'm sorry. I mean, over at Odense, I'm not really in the Viking clothes. Regardless, though, I am really excited to break down the two teams who will fight hard and bravely to make it all the way to the finals at EMEA Masters.
So let's talk about that. We're talking about both teams joining in, LR and the Ruddy Sack. So how did they get here? We have a few clips for you to showcase how they got here. So let's start with LR, if possible, and how they got into this position. It was interesting to see how they had to reinvent themselves out of a sudden, especially after the loss versus Nords.
Yeah, I think the loss versus Nord was really rough on them, right? It felt like, I don't want to say they got exposed, but for one bounce, it became too much. He kind of lost his cool a bit too overeager in some places, we'll discuss a bit later, but I think he is the key to the team. When he's able to soak up the pressure and really thrive in it and be able to turn it around, and sometimes 1v3s, getting a kill before he dies or maybe even making it out, it works really well. But as soon as you take two people down, he instantly dies because he oversteps. Well, you lose a lot of tempo across the map, and all of a sudden, Nord, they were able to capitalize on that to an unseen extent before.
You know what? I think I know why you're rooting for Radisek. I think I have a slight suspicion why you're up for them. But what if I tell you that today both of these teams have fought so far, but one of them had to fight so much harder than the other one? Because I'm looking at the jersey I have to my left right now, the Los Ratones jersey, and I'm just thinking, what scenario did we have to go through with Los Ratones being thrown into the losers bracket and having to fight all the way here, and we're still not sure if we're even seeing them tomorrow because they still have to fight through this team, and these guys are really hard to crack.
So let's talk a little bit about how Radisek actually got here as well. It's interesting to see that where there were some doubts, we got some fans over there, there were some doubts regarding this team, and they had to reinvent themselves from winter split to spring split. I think it's honest to say that the winter split wasn't the best for the team. At least Jankas got their objective done, which was make Ruddy lose. But now they had to reinvent themselves. In this new roster, I think it brings back that vibe of Ruddy that they always brought in constantly every single split.
Yeah, I think for Ruddy's sake, right, as an organization, you've built yourself on the fact that you are a talent pipeline. They started with a super team back in 2023. We don't talk about that. They fumbled hard. But when they really found their identity, it's around rookies. So what do you do when Lost Ratone and all this stardom come in? Well, you drop all that, you sign Jankas with no eyebrows, you sign Perks, who's quite clearly washed in the top lane, getting solo killed by a Brazilian as well, of all things. Wow. So you lost your identity, so it was about rediscovering yourself, going back to your roots, about what made Ruddy successful. They made back-to-back finals in 2024 on the back of Wonder Kids and rookies, and that's what they've gone here to do today. But they got stopped by Nord on the way, right? So now they have to beat Lost Ratones.
Can you repeat that again? How many finals did they make?
2 finals back-to-back last year.
How many they won?
Absolutely none of them.
Jesus. That's ruthless. Talking about LR, let's talk about, because we're having some issues with bringing the graphics we have. Let's be honest, I'm trying to see if production can see my guidelines to actually get the graphics in. So with that in mind, let's talk about how LR actually made this, this dream come true. They join in Winter Split. They win the entire split, uncontested. They had the Quinn incident, and then they move forward. And they actually went to EMEA and destroy the entire scene. So when you put Ruddy versus this, what can you expect?
Nobody has done what they have done so far. Nobody from NLC just goes in their first split ever, wins everything, goes to EMEA Masters, wins that, and then does another impossible thing, because nobody in the NLC so far has had 2 crowns in a row for 2 splits in a row. And Los Ratones are looking at that shield that we have right now. They won it for the second time. They have already made history. They want to make history again.
That's true, that's true. And I like the setup of nobody has been able to do this. If someone can do it, it has to be LR. I mean, Nord are looking for the trophy. They're extremely strong. They've been scrimming versus a lot of teams, even LFL. They're winning those. So good vibes for NLC regardless. They're going EMEA. So whoever joins them, it's going to be a happy day. So we have to move forward as we're waiting for this. Prediction, okay? Let's do it on the spot. Don't worry. Prediction. I want to get both your predictions.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound disappointing when I very much sided with Vendetto in the red and white, but I did originally, and I stand by it, predict a 3-1 for Lost Ratones. I think they are just a stronger team on the day, so I might be a bit biased, but you know, I don't let the red and white change my opinion. I'm an unbiased analyst today. The first time really in NLC history I can make that claim.
Okay, what about you?
I hate to say that, but I agree with this guy. It has to be a 3-0 for Los Ratones. 3-1 actually, no, for Los Ratones. No, we take the stakes up a little bit. It's going to be at least one game where they are going to find issues, where they are going to see Radisek taking them down. And that is going to make us all think, hey, is there actually a world in which Los Ratones are not winning this? But then no, they bounce back, they win it, and they go to play against Nord tomorrow. Write it down.
So I'm going to be honest, I put in a 3-1 in favor of LR. I can see obviously the way the team has improved and the way things are acting right now. But after talking with Ruddy, I do think this might be a 3-2. I don't know to which side. I'm going to be honest, I want to stay like as neutral as possible. The crowd might kill me, but the idea remains that I know Ruddy has a shot at this, and I really want to see at least 5 games. I think everybody here, even if you are a Rat fan, you want 5 games. Because at least you get to see 5 games, and that's good. See, there's a lot of shirts, by the way. Okay, who wears an LR shirt? Who has the merch from LR? Raise your hand if you have a shirt from LR.
That is an overwhelming majority. That's a sick one as well.
Actually,
I like it.
Looks good. What about the hat? The red hat.
Can I have one, please?
Kate Roll is over there, by the way.
Choosers can't be beggars, man.
I see how this is going. So from the prediction, let's talk about then Ruddy and what can we expect from Ruddy. What would be your first point for Ruddy?
I want to look at that drafting a little bit. I feel like depending on how they approach the game in the draft, it obviously changes how they play it out. And there is definitely a style that I like more. I like them to play around Peng. I want him to be up close and personal on the major still, but I want him to have agency to start the fights, find the picks, and really dictate the tempo. So I'm looking at these close assassin majors, you could call it. We saw the LeBlanc against Nord last week. We've seen the Ari as well really be his favorite pick. We don't want him to go against Nemesis, be scared and say, I'm just going to play safe lane on something like Victor. We want him to be bold, we want him to be brave, and we want him to pick the fights that he thinks is good for him.
I can actually tell you about Peng because there was something that I studied about him, and he has a very distinct playstyle and very different champions that he plays. But if you look into 3 champions in particular, Talia to a lesser extent, but then as you said, Duckling, LeBlanc and Ari, it is a completely different playstyle from both his arch nemesis on the mid lane today and to him on any other champion, because he goes extremely aggressive and he wants to get up close with the enemy. He wants to get to the back lane. He wants to go for those kill confirms. He goes assassin unleashed on those champions, and that is why if Los Ratones are listening to me right now, these champions should not appear in the draft for Peng, because otherwise, I don't know how you're dealing with it, guys.
So we're talking about Peng being one of those winning conditions for the Ruddy Sack at the moment. For those of you, by the way, over here, I know we have a lot of people. If you look back, we have, like, every asset is being played on the stage, apparently.
Oh.
So there you go. We don't see it, but you folks see it. So as soon as we can, we look back and we adapt towards that one. You're talking about keeping yourself true, keeping yourself like a shotgun. I think Peng is going to be the shotgun for the Ruddy. And we have actually a quote from Yamato that actually can help Ruddy Sack. If possible, if we can play that, I think it brings back.
True to yourself. Do not try to chase anyone, to try to copy anyone. Just be confident. Don't limit yourselves either. Go into this tournament, play your next games, believing that you can fucking win everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the best quote you can use to describe what Ruddy Sack need to do today. And who better to have behind them than the man who said those famous words at Worlds 2018. Yamato Cannon is, I want to say, a pillar of originality in the European scene, right? He did it with Vitality back in 2018. That's from when this interview was from, when they sadly got knocked out of the group of death. I think this needs to be said to Peng in particular, right? Because we need him to not fear going against Nemesis, not fear going against this solid style of League of Legends that Lost Ratones are playing. I want them to commit to their style, commit to the chaos that Ruddy really thrive in, where Peng takes the game in his hand and says, I'm gonna win it by making my plays.
Okay, now when we look into Ruddy, I think we got the team broken down. What about Los Ratones? There's a lot to talk about, and we talked about this individual multiple times. This is a roster. It has been known everywhere. Look at the crowd, man. It is so good to see. This is lovely. But there's a specific one that I think we need to highlight, because we can get the good, the bad, and the ugly from one specific player. He can destroy an entire actual player, like he can destroy a cities, but he can build it. Who did this?
Well, let me guess. Could it be somebody on the top lane, potentially? Could it be the beloved Bowsy on the top lane, the good, the bad, and ugly? I believe we have to talk about the ugly too, don't we?
Yeah, we have to talk about the ugly, but also talking, I think this is the bad, yeah. Yeah. We all know this incident. Oh. This would be the bad part of Baus. Tell me, Duckling.
I think this is really the game where we saw when Baus's chaos doesn't really thrive. The two veterans of Nord were capable of killing him 12 whole times. And some of the deaths, like you see here, he wanted to proxy a bit, got spotted, and he's already dead. He's already made the mistake, and Nord, they were so good at playing around Baus that they were always able to punish this aggression, And this is the worst game we've seen of Babaus in an LR jersey. And this is really, I want to say, the worst, maybe except for another incident you discussed earlier. But 9 out of 10 times, this aggression works out, and that's something we'll get onto shortly.
So you have the bad, but you have the good, because he has been changing. He has been providing so much to the team. He changed.
Yeah, he definitely changed. I think this is when he really thrives, right? 1v3 under turret, delays the play enough for the rest of the team to be able to collapse. And here comes Reckless as well. And all of a sudden, what was supposed to be a free kill for the side of Venom Crest turns into a kill for Lost Ratones, pressure on the bot side. You can see as well, he does not care how many people you send towards him, what you have to do. He'll proxy, he'll get away with it 9 out of 10 times. And think back to the highlight we just saw before when he tried to proxy in the Cho'Gath. He's getting the solo kill here as well, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So you take your wave, you take the kill, you'll get a plate as well. He was unstoppable, and it's not just in the side lane. On the team side as well, his target selection, you want to get the cannon away here, as the 5 Danes of Venom Crest desperately try to fight hard. Look at the cannon, doesn't get to get in an ulti, all because of Baus, and when that happened, the fight was won.
Do we have the ugly as well? Because I feel like, well, I'm sorry, I just...
Bring it up.
Can we please?
Bring it up. We have the good, we have the bad, and then we have the moment we've all seen. It was on the previous split, the Queen incident, which is the ugly. So we can expect a lot of different profiles coming in from the Baus, but I think he has been improving non-stop. And his macro has been outstanding. Obviously, if you want a 1v1, you rely on him. And he's going to be facing versus Gaethan, which I believe is also a winning condition coming in from the Ready Sack. It's not only ping. So when we look into these two teams and put them side by side, is I think they're about to be ready. Keep that in mind, by the way, Copenhagen. They're about to be ready to walk in on stage. And then we can start with game 1, obviously. What do you think is going to happen?
Ooh, there is going to be a slaughter. I don't think we're going to see the repetition of the Venom Crest ban situation against Lost Ratones, the ban and pick situation, but what we're going to see is we're going to see everybody play to their strength. We know that both of these teams, all the players have really deep champion pools to go into, and we need to be prepared for some really strong picks for the bot lane, for the mid lane, but my eyes will be on the jungle for all of these games, because I feel like this is where the games are going to be changed.
So I think I heard that the teams are ready for the walk-in. Copenhagen, are you ready? They're waiting for you. They know the drill, but I need you to make some noise, Copenhagen! Let's kick it off into the stage for the first team to walk in. Baus, the top lane! This time in real life, give it up for Valia! Undefeated, the king of mid lane, the shot caller, give it up, Nemesis! Protect him at the beginning and watch him shine light the late game. He's the AD carry. He's the sniper. He's Crowny! Once he was a killer, but now he's the bodyguard. Stand behind him. Give it up, Reckless! And how would you complete this team without the coaches? Make some noise for Odoane and Kedro! One final time. Make some noise, Los Ratones! But they are not alone. They have to fight versus someone. They're the talk of the town. I want to hear the music to begin with. You know who they are. They have an altar as well. This team had to revamp, rebrand, rebirth the Ruddy Sack. Let's start introducing the players with their own superhero at the top lane, Gaithan! Wow! If you don't bend the mundo, if you don't take the Rengar, you'll see heaven. Give it up for Naughty Nut! He might be the happiest mid laner to ever exist. Make some noise for Peng! Calm and collected, the only surviving Danish player within the league so far, it is Nata! Give him the power to engage and he will lead the charge. Make some noise, Marlon! To guide his team to victory, the coaches, you know them, make some noise, Wolverine and Yamata Kenan! Both teams on stage, middle court is there, but before that, Denmark, I want to hear you make some noise. Denmark, let me hear you roar! Take it away, middle court.
Copenhagen, are you ready for Los Ratones versus Ruddy? In but a moment, these two teams will do battle, will face off for a spot in the final, for a spot at EMEA Masters. But for now, I think we should have a chat with the coaches. Cadril, Yamato, come to my side. So, Cadril, it looks so good in spring. The near flawless run through the NLC into 3-0ing in the EMEA Masters final. But this time around, a loss to Nord in the upper bracket, sending you down to the content route. Are we going to see a win here today? Are we going to see Los Ratones as the back-to-back NLC champions?
Yes.
And Yamato, 10th place in LEC, failing to even make it to LAN last split. How on earth do you think that the Ruddy Sack are going to take down Los Ratones?
It starts with the right motivation. Cadro knows I love him, so I'm going to give him a break, a well-deserved break.
Right, and there we have it. Players, make your way to your PCs. Casters, take it away.
We can make do. We can. Hello. Oh, yay!
Hello, Copenhagen. How are we doing?
That feels good.
Real good, guys. That feels real good. It's been a while since we've been in such a big crowd. I'm so excited for this one. Trouble. Ruddy versus Los Ratones here. We didn't expect to see 2 days of Los Ratones.
Nope.
Not at all.
You know what we didn't expect even more? Well, first of all, Los Ratones has been on the lower bracket, but Radisak, what a glow up it has been since winter, right? Bringing all the famous and the glitz and the glam didn't work. Going back to more humble beginnings, you know?
Yeah, this is what Ruddy, I think, this is where they shine, right? Like they're a team that are so good at finding grassroots players, finding fresh faces, and actually making them work together well. This is where they've always shone. And yeah, I think they absolutely nailed that. They moved on perfectly, and they look so good.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And honestly, I feel like with what they had showed us through the group stage and all the way over here to the semifinals, I feel like, oh, we're back. Okay, I'm gonna continue what I was saying. Go thrown off rhythm just a little bit. So yeah, all the way to the semifinals, I feel like they have a really good chance versus Los Ratones. Specifically, we're gonna talk later on about a few parts where they can get maybe some bits and bobs from the weak spots from Los Ratones.
I mean, I'm excited to see, even now we've seen like a weaker side of Los Ratones, right? Like we've seen them struggle, you know, lose the game to Nord. Now they got to go through this extra step. I'm so thrilled to see what Ruddy have got up their sleeve, because we've seen some tactics starting to brew in the lower bracket. I can't remember exactly what team it is, but we did have a team who.
It was Venom Crest.
It was Venom Crest.
They picked all Bao's champs.
Denied it.
You know what? What was hilarious is that back then Venom Crest were like, Nord had that strategy, right? They were like, hey, we're thinking of doing it. They didn't really do it over in winter. But Venom Crest came through. They picked 5 Bao's champs. Los Ratones picked another 2 Bao's champs in that game. And I remember hearing Kato be like, now what? what do we have left? But Bao's cannot be taken down. All right. I'll keep talking, guys. Giga Chat Velia on your screens. Back to us. We're just running through some technical issues. We will resolve them super quickly. I see so many of you down there. Guys, I want to ask you one more time, because I know they've asked you before, but who's here for Los Ratones? Ah, that's right. You know what? I've heard that Radisak like those dogs. They like being the underdogs. They've brought in the rookies. Any Radisak believers in the chat? Anyone over there? All right, you know what? I'll take the center. Hello, guys. How's it going? All right, we'll resolve things super quickly for you guys, and we'll jump straight into game. Keeper, and you're just chilling. I like that. I like that for you. You can come and like give me your ideas, and I'll translate them over.
Do you want me to come to
You want to share the microphone? How you doing?
I'm all right. No one can hear me. Hello. How are we doing?
This is getting very weird. Very quickly. Okay. All right, so. You want to hear a joke? Knock, knock. It's me. Okay, they laugh. I heard some of them laugh. I heard some of them laugh. It was a good one. It was a good one.
It was a good one.
Do you have no microphone?
No.
That's fine. We can give you a handheld one and you can sing.
We don't want me singing.
All right.
We don't
All right.
want me singing.
Is our desk over there? I can see our desk over there. Hello, guys. How's it going?
I think they're going to save you soon.
All right. I think it's our time to send it back to those gorgeous people at the desk to take you through those technical difficulties until we can jump straight into picks and bans. And Heeper has a microphone.
That's great.
I lost my in-ear.
We
Wait.
might have lost the Portuguese, but that just means, as a Dane, I can now finally take over and we are rid of all the Portuguese. I don't want that anymore. I want more Danes on this broadcast. It's now 50% actually, Solari.
No. Wait. Can I tell you something? Because I did some calculations, and in a tournament that is taking place in Denmark, there are more Polish players than Danish players.
I mean, if anyone from Venom Crest is there, they are the ones at fault. 5 Danes, guys, and you couldn't make it to the final. I thought that was the cheat code. But I think for all of us Danes out there, even if you are Los Ratones fans, you can't help but feel for the one and only Nata, right? The one Dane we have left, the one rock of Radisak, who's always consistent. And Copenhagen, make some noise for the one Dane we have. Exactly, that is what we need, right? We stand together through thick and thin. We've won it all. We've conquered the LEC. We need to conquer the NLC a bit more. We have Vendetta on stage, right? Obviously, the only coach to ever do it before, alongside me, untricked, of course. I was a big part of that NLC title. But, Solari, I want to talk a bit more about the teams here as we get ready, right? We touched a bit on Baus, and we talked a bit about how we wanted him in draft. But what would you like to see mainly from him today? Do you think they can maybe pull out the Venom Crest tactic you mentioned earlier?
No, I think it's not going to work. Because one thing is to attack him in the draft. That looks good, that is admirable, but it doesn't necessarily win you the game. And in the end, it's about winning the game, you know? So what you need to do is you need to attack him on the lane. Because you saw what happened when Nord unleashed Vizichachi and Jankos on Baus on the top lane. It was a really hard situation for the team to play through, because you cannot rely on your top laner to do it, because Baus is okay to be behind, because he's still useful on the map. When you make him useless, that is when things start going down for the team.
That's a really good point, right? It is much about the lane, and if there is one place you can really exploit Lost Tones, isn't that the laning phase in general?
No, it's not. No, it's not. But this is a double-edged sword. This is a double-edged sword. Because you don't want to expose Lost Ratones too much on the laning phase, because that is not the phase that they care too much. They come back later in the team fights. But that is a very important and very dangerous place to expose them at. Because if you take it all the way to the team fights to be the decisive thing for you, Lost Ratones currently in the NLC are one of, if not the best team fighting team that we have. If you want to take it all the way there, are you sure you have it, what it takes to stand up to them?
That's a really good point. And let's just move on to Ruddy's side for a bit, right? Because they have some players famous for a few champions. I want to look at the jungle. 15 games have Lost Ratones played this split. How many games do you think both Mundo and Rengar have been banned?
Let me guess, maybe all of them?
Yes, exactly 15 games, and he hasn't been allowed to play them once. I thought about this earlier. If Lost Ratones let one of them through, the show of domination it would be to let him play his one tricks, lose to them, or win against them, and then all of a sudden you have so much more agency in the draft, because those bans, they aren't be taken up anymore. They're going to be gone with Fearless mode.
Wait. I'm just thinking, because we have seen those champions banned all the way throughout the split. What happens if they are allowed in the end? What happens if there is a wild Mundo up there on the stage all of a sudden in the jungle running around? Because Mundo right now is actually in a very good spot. You build hard steal on him as early as possible, and nobody can play against this thing anymore because you don't kill it. What if it happens? I need to see it happen.
I would like to see it happen as well. I think it's either the best start Radisek could ask for, or the worst one possible. Losing those power picks and the agency in the bans of guaranteeing that those are gone immediately would be absolutely instrumental. And let's move down a little bit, right? Because we've talked a bit about the jungle. We touched on Ping a bit in the mid lane as well.
Let's not talk away from the jungle, please.
You don't want to go away. Let me hear what you have to say about the jungle,
I'm so happy I can talk about the jungle, because this is going to be the most potentially interesting thing to look at in this matchup. Because, yes, you have the Mundo Rengar situation on one hand, but also on the other hand, you have Velia, who is so interesting to look at throughout this split. Because on the previous game of Lost Ratones, on the previous game day, we brought up a little bit of a heat map. And that is so interesting, guys, if you look at what Velia does on the map before 15th minute in the game. If you look at where all the action happens, where he gets all the kills and assists, or where he dies, it usually happens around the big objectives, especially the Dragon. We talk about Velia taking his team to the Dragon, taking the fights there, but outside of that, he's not really that active around the lanes. A little bit on the top lane, a little bit of the bot lane, but not that much if you compare it to the other junglers. However, in the previous series that Lost Ratones had to play to get here, oh, that was a completely different story. We saw so much adjustment there from Velia. He was on the bot lane all the time. We saw him a lot on the top lane. Do you remember that Naafiri game? He was everywhere. All the lanes were being covered by him because he knew that his laners, and especially his AD carry, needed to get through the laning phase as safe as possible. I love that adaptability from Velia, and I need to see it again today.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of adaptability, right, I want to move down and talk to the supports here, because these are, I want to say, two different supports, despite maybe playing a lot of the same pool. Yeah. Reckless has very well adapted to the engaged support role, and not just the Janna one trick, right? He was famously known for when he played a bit of support in 2018, summer for Fnatic, before he subbed himself out. So I think they play very differently though, right? You see an Alistar from Reckless won't be doing the same as Marlon, who is, I think, one of the most aggressive supports we have in the league, right? I mean, he can go in as many times as he wants. If he sees a person, he goes on that person. And I think it's something I'm really looking forward to see, the rift between these two supports and the style they play those very similar champions.
Yes. So the thing is, if you look at Reckless champion pool currently, you don't really see a lot of engagement in there. He plays engagement, especially when the team needs it. And very often the team needs him to play. something that will go into the enemy, something that will be the trigger for them and start the fight. But more often than that, if there is an opening, he will not go into that direction. He will go more into enchanters, more into a true support role for the team. However, when you look at Marlon, that is a completely different story. Don't give him an enchanter. He's not that interested in enchant. He can play them. It's not what he wants to play though. He wants to play all in aggression. He wants to be the one going in. You give him Nico, fantastic games on Nico by the way lately. You give him Rel, you give him Leona, a lot of Leona plays, and that is when all the things happen for the Ruddy side. These are two supports who are very different in terms of what they would prefer, but when it comes to their adaptability and their ability to play whatever the team needs, they're very similar because they can play whatever the team needs.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. They are very adaptable too, right? And let's move down. Let's touch on the stable point, right? You know, Crowny, very stable. He needs to be protected a bit in lane, and once that laning phase is done, you know you've got a solid late game carry there. And I think if you are to go over to, I don't want to call them the team of chaos, but the more aggressive of these two teams on Rudysec, and you look at Nata, he is the rock, the foundation of this team.
Look at Reckless, brother.
As of course, when Reckless comes on. I mean, he is a Swede, but there are a few Swedes we do accept here in Denmark, right? And Reckless, definitely on the VIP list.
If you say so.
If I say so. But I want to get back to those AD carries because I do think it is very interesting, right? The one Dane is really the solid foundation because whenever Rudysec, you know, someone like Peng maybe goes a bit too far, reaches a bit too far ahead, and Gaithan maybe don't do the best in lane because they're trying something different, who do they always rely on? You have Mr. Consistent in the bot lane, Nata, who, despite not being often played around, will always generally gather a bit of a lead.
That is the thing that I find so intriguing about him because he's not explosive, but you just know he's always there. You know he's going to deliver. You know he's going to position himself where he's not the flashiest one, but when he deals the damage, he is the DPS of the team that the team can always rely on. And that is a beautiful feature in a player to have in your team.
Yeah, it is very much, right? We've talked about the 5 players on the stage. I think one thing we can talk a little bit about as well, obviously, there's no doubt we have a lot of Lost Raton fans here today, but I've heard about the Rudysec Ultras group that should be down to my right, and I think if we are looking at things that can, you know, give the extra 5%, it might very well be the Ruddy Ultras cheering on their team.
If you say so, brother. You know what? I'm just gonna trust whatever you say. But I heard a little bit of chanting from there already. I cannot make a single word out of them because I found my second in-ear, so I cannot hear the audience. But there was something fun happening there.
Ganked by a red as well on stage. Absolutely phenomenal there. I think the fans will play a big part here today, right? I think we are in a big arena, but it is all at the fact that, you know, the crowd will be felt. I think for these players, the pressure as well. Obviously, you can look to Lost Ratones. This is everyday food for them, right? World Finals, World Championship, you could essentially say for Reckless, and multiple of them have been on the biggest stages we offer here in Europe. When you look to the side of Rudysec, it's not quite the same story, and I think those nerves might play a bigger part.
They might. You would expect that they would. But at the same time, if you think about it, it's not just the pressure. It's always, you look at all those people, they are not here to watch you go down or something. They're here to support you first and foremost. And if you are a good supporter, you will support your team no matter what happens to them. And that is what I want to see and to hear from everybody in this audience. If you're cheering for a team, do it as loud as possible. But at the same time, if something goes wrong for your team, because somebody will lose at least the game, you know, in this series, support them in that as well, because that is what matters to them the most from their fans.
Yeah. Stay through thick and thin. And what we're doing right now is staying through thick and thin, as I don't have a current status update on how things are going on the stage, how Jake's microphone is doing. Obviously, we saw what happened after they casted this guy.
I feel like you could just scream up loud enough and we're going to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, he is a play-by-play, right? That is exactly what they do. But we'll keep you company for a while. It might be a bit more casual. I remember on one of the first shows, we had a quiz show, but I've been informed that the thing that I need to do now, Copenhagen, is send it to a break. So we're going to go to a short break, go out, grab something to drink if you're at home or in the arena, and we'll be back as soon as possible with the League of Legends actions you all want to see. See you soon.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Oh. Can we not hear me now?
I'm not sure we can't hear.
Oh no, everyone's laughing.
Okay, let's break three. So one of us will go first. One.
No. Hey! Copenhagen! How are we doing? Oh, the relief off my shoulders. The relief off my shoulders.
I can be like, hey.
Yeah, we got people walking past us. Hopefully, that is going to be the last of our issues. Maybe I just do this all, but
Sing a song.
there's no way I'm singing. But we'll be getting to Champs Select this first game of this series between Ruddy and Los Ratones. Finally, the absolute nonsense that comes out of my mouth can be heard by everyone in the room. Where were we at when we left the break? I think we're going to just start fresh.
Let's rewind.
So, I think one of the big points we talked about was the changes in the Ruddy roster. Their kind of like star lineup of players they had. And they kind of went back to their grassroots and picked up, newer players. And this is why I think Ruddy shot. They're incredible at finding new players, these fresh faces. Putting a solid team together. They don't need that star. They went 5th and 6th at that. They're now, at least 3rd. With this new roster.
I don't know how many in the crowd was Gossip Girl. I literally compare Ruddy to little Jenny from Gossip Girl. Like she wanted the glitz and the glamour to be glamorous and famous and really rich, but when she did, it wasn't really for her to crash down, right? So back to the humble beginning, little Jenny goes, Ruddy sucks as well, and of course, they have a pretty good history as well. 2 seconds that made 2 finals, coming into 2025, a huge defeat without the 6th place like talked about, and right here they find themselves again in the semi-finals. But we talked about our lower bracket run. It was fine, and it was great, and everything was possible until Los Ratones appeared in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Los Ratones this time around getting themselves into the lower bracket. I mean, last split they dominated. They have dominated every tournament they've played. This is what they've done this split all year since the team's formed. And coming into this split, the expectations are high. We expected them to breeze through, sail into the finals and just be done with it. But no, this time around, Nord took them out, and it was convincing from Nord. We get 2 days off. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that would be an upset. I don't think anyone has any expectations otherwise. I saw the predictions from the Castle team on Twitter earlier. We were all 3-1. Today. Low-key, I think it's 3-0, but I do think there is a world. I think Ruddy are so much better than they were last night. Got rid of Yankos, he was wearing them down. Now they're looking even more solid. Yeah, they probably do have, one really solid draft against Ratones, right?
I've been on the same boat with you if it hadn't been like the lead. Stop. So it's not like you went 1-1, or like, let's go back. It was like a complete wash. Nord, and I feel like there was a lot to learn from that series as well in terms of how do you use certain timings, individuals, like maybe championships or whatever it was. Obviously, we're going to talk about this more extensively when we go game as well. But I feel like Rexac has been a team that has learned throughout their stage and their journey through those players, right? They're young players, they're rookies, they're playing together again. Some of them have played from Ruddy before and had returned. So I feel like what's really great about this place is to learn really fast and then have the blueprint in front of you on how to beat Los Ratones. Obviously, there's a bunch of scripts line as well, right? We talk to most about official games.
Yeah. And we ourselves have had a lot of those games and some of those scrims, so we have a bit of an understanding out of it. You're the smart one here, Trouble. I forgot how Campion passes today, so we don't talk about the Campion incident. So what are the applications for Ruddy? What are they looking to do to take out the Ratones?
I did a test right after the World Series.
Okay.
And it was primarily spotlight rounds. I feel like in this particular series, people can say it's how whatever, like it works, 0-10, sure. But I feel like the whole conversation behind this is how do you use those timings where you can go those laps, don't the rest of the match, right? Yeah, that was the winter wonder. The fact that they could use the death and they could use the death timers and the intention of the map, take your whole move away from the vision, the trace, the control of the map, the two just to stop the whole play. Wasn't the case quite like Nord, and I feel like that's particularly with Jankos as well. Like he's got timers, we're perfect, and Bounce was falling for them every single time. I mean, Radisek can do the same thing. I mean, that is a very aggro jungler as well. If you play the top of the map, play for game for that, maybe there is an avenue where you can again use them.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the avenue. Is punishing the playstyle because it's a really impressive playstyle. It's also very punishing. It's a double-edged sword. You know, Baus will be giving up a lot. He'll be dying a lot to fight for these, for an objective or you know for whatever. I think so, but I'm also going to see a lot more. Won't be too tough.
Do we want to do it now? That's right.
I want draft now. I'm so excited about this draft.
You're irrelevant.
No. I'm just throwing my voice into the mix. That's what I'm doing. So we talked about it as well before, you know, no one can hear me, but we talked about the Venom Crest, the Venom Crest game. Do they have that? So for anyone who has missed that particular series, Venom Crest played versus Lost, and game one, they just hit all of Bowser's champions, took about the ball, because we're playing fearless, like what's the chance to play one? So it is a best of 5. The problem is that they don't think game games the same chance pool as Bowser.
It's just very important to think the game goes for the series.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing versus Lost, cool. Full series? Not happened before. It's happened at the EMEA match, right? They I think it was Wild Cats that pushed Lost the limit. That was insane. They want to go and watch back, like it was incredible from Winter. But I think that was the only series where Lost really go close to the like.
Yeah, I mean, other than Lord beating, but they weren't even put it, they just kind of folded when they played that one, so...
Did my ears?
I think I didn't see that.
Are you guys ready for top select? That's right!
Here we are!
I feel like holding this microphone, I'm gonna pout.
I knew you'd like it just like Copenhagen! Ruddy Sax on the blue, Lost Tennis on that red side. What do we expect in the bad phase? Rumble, obviously, that's permanent.
Death, taxes, Mundo Ringer.
True. Well, we can see the Quackers get moved, one of Bowser's big champions getting taken off the board.
Well, the Ringer as well is really taken away. I feel like... I'll tell you what it is about Bowser. I feel like he's playing such annoying champions.
Yeah.
So slippery and so disruptive. It's science. You get rid of those champions that can really disrupt those fights. I want to usually play those games. You have a pretty damn good chance, right?
Yeah.
Right here, we're looking at the dope band go through. I feel like these two bands would probably belong for the entire series. And I feel like in whatever series Roddy not participating in, Mundo, Ringer, band. If you guys don't know about this guy's got about like 300 games combined. With both of these champions in solo queue, and he's absolutely incredible at both as well. So take them out forward here. We have the Fury going on as well. We'll straight up the top laners. We know that Bowser does not really like to rumble. When banned, it is going to be a rumble for KK.
I mean, we see that Gwen takes away immediately. I want to get into the figures, but currently having a couple of ideas, different thoughts on things like picking up. I feel like the rumble is an absolute no-brainer. It's so powerful, you can perma-ban or split. But they are looking in the I
like this so much more because it enables nothing and what we talked about the top lane gang. I feel like Batman has been B1 a lot more than the LL as well. And that's because this chapter just enables side lane. He's pretty relevant in the late game as well. He's a disruption when it comes to team fights. So I really like that they prioritized in Natinat because we said Jankos was one of the main reasons why that series went well versus them.
There it is! The Scion for Baus gets locked in. Game 1 of our live finals, and we see Baus on his Scion. 100% win rate, by the way. This guy hasn't lost a game all year on this champion, not just this tournament. Nemesis is going to get his hands on the Ahri. Oh, Peng, that is a power pick for him.
All right. Just a little sneak peek for you guys, 36 KDA for Peng on this Taliyah, his best champion by far. And I feel like Pantheon Taliyah, one of the strongest mid-jungle duos that there are currently in the game. It's going to be brick wall versus brick wall over in the top side of the map. And I feel like when this usually happens, a lot of the pressure falls on the other side of the map. Who kills Cho'Gath? Who kills Sion? We don't necessarily have a lot of champions that like to kill tanks, one of them being Kai'Sa in this particular meta, and the other one slowly creeping in are things like the Zeri.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see what the final pickup is going to be. I'm assuming a jungler here for Velia. Just going pretty old and bold, locking in the Xin Zhao. Another good jungle mid synergy between those two champs as well. Really liking this one. I was before thinking that the Pantheon is potentially a flex pick. It mostly gets played in the jungle, but we occasionally have seen, like, I think it's like a couple of games where people have actually done this and then put it in the support role. As soon as that Taliyah got locked in, I was like, nah, that is not a flex pick. That is going in the jungle for Natty. Going to be the Peng on the Taliyah with that. Now looking at the next bans, the Nico getting removed, a very powerful support.
I love the ban that Nico right here, because Marlon was one of the very first supports that brought the Nico support into the NLC. And even though I talked to him yesterday, he was like, yeah, it wasn't my best performance. Still, Nico is so very strong because you can get that priority down bot lane, right? And you can play things like Kai'Sa with them. Another one that I want to look at is potentially things like the Renata as well, one of the enchanters that usually you pick versus more of melee-oriented champions. Seeing the Nautilus ban right here, I'm expecting an R4 Zeri potentially to come through from the side of Los Ratones. Really good at evading ganks. You do not have any point and click from the side of Radisak, and there is a tank on the other side in the likes of Cho'Gath. You need that sort of hyper-scaling AD carry.
Okay, so now I'm looking at the comps and what the bans are looking like. What are the teams missing? Los Ratones, they've got a lot of skirmish, I can speak.
You got it there.
They got some skirmish, they got, you know, the big front line. They're lacking engage. So what is their options here? We've seen Reckless pick things up like the Rakan. There's been a big go-to for him. Gives you a bit of disengage, a bit of engage as well. The Varus is obviously going to give them that range that they're lacking right now. And Crownie has been very good on that one. I wonder if we're going to see like a Varus or a Leona locked in here for Reckless. On the other side, what are the answers? You still got things like the Misfortune up and available, which we know a lot of the players have been playing.
MF, Jin, all really good. I feel like Jin sets up really nicely as well. Really difficult to deal with the Sion later on. You could argue, like, with this crit build, he does do a little bit more damage, but still only 4 bullets in the gun. They're not going to take down that Sion really quickly. But again, it's really good into setting up what Pantheon and Taliyah can do. And at the end of the day, if Pantheon and Taliyah can slip into the backline and kill Crown and the Varus, the Sion will eventually at some point die too, right?
And I'm glad you talk about slipping into the backline, because I actually think Los Ratones struggle with that. Velia has to either get a very good flank or you're not doing it. You're going to get through a Cho'Gath, you've got to get through the Unraveled Earth. There's so many tools to stop you from accessing Nata on the backline. And yeah, the Jin, not the biggest tank killer, but he will annihilate Crownie. He'll annihilate Velia if he's given this opportunity. And finally, some pretty solid engage here for the side of Radisak, locking in the Rel
versus Alistar, Alistar versus Rel. A tale as old as time when it comes to engage supports down the bot lane. I mean, to be fair right here, they could also look in something like the bot, right? And be just completely disruptive and actually like win the lane straight up and have the priority down bot lane. I think this is maybe what they might be deliberating right here. But Alistar makes so much sense. You also mentioned how they do not have a lot of engage, so you need to be able to pin down champions.
I like this now. You've got your non-committal engage through the Varus. You've got your hard commit through the Alistar. You've got your follow-up the Sion.
You've got a Sion diving in.
You've got such a nice, well-rounded comp. On the other side, Ruddy, though, they have tools. That jungle mid is genuinely terrifying to me. I want to see what Natty's going to be able to do here. Well, I think that's going to be quite boring. I hate to say it. I mean, it is Baals, but I reckon it's going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight for a bit.
Okay, it depends, right? Sion is not the tankiest champion when it comes to the early game. No champion actually is super tanky when it comes to the early game. And you do have that level 6 Taliyah plus Pantheon combo that we talked about. So there's a lot of setup right there. I feel like what Radisak do really, really well, what's for them in the early game is their aggression. Utilizing that Pantheon, utilizing that Taliyah, playing around the mid jungle. Nemesis has not necessarily been a mid laner that's very easily caught in the mid lane. So it will be up to the mid jungle duo from the side of Radisak to make his life a hell. And again, Peng's Taliyah, one of his best champions, 36 KDA onto the champion. And we're slowly loading into our first game. We're in Copenhagen semifinals for the NLC Spring. Are you guys ready?
Look at that crowd, Copenhagen! I never, ever thought we'd have a crowd like this for NLC. I'm so happy to see it. I'm so happy to have a working mic as well. It looks like we are into game one here. Los Ratones taking on Ruddy. And these are explosive. These are bloodthirsty comps as well. I don't think we're going to have a 30-minute Snorefest. I think this is going to explode into action. Velia, Nemesis, Peng, Natty Nat. They're the four I want to keep my eyes on. There's a lot of early aggression that can come out from these guys.
Natty Nat scouting very early. See, this is usually a trick that a lot of people will do, right? You'll walk in, as we're seeing, Baus on Sion. Season 15, we have, okay. Okay, we'll bring it back up for you. We'll bring that back for you guys. Okay, game was paused just slightly, but look what happened with Natty Nat. He walked in, he pretends he's warding the red buff.
Yep.
He walks out, ward still in his inventory. So
it's smart.
This is a very cheeky sort of strategy where you're walking in, you're pretending you're warding pretty deep inside the jungle, and also you're forcing different pathings, right? I've talked about this plenty of times. It's like usually when the ward goes down at Raptors, a lot of junglers will either start at Raptors and then disappear into Fog of War, or they will avoid the camp altogether, just clear around it so you completely lose track of them. So vision can be a mind game.
That crowd. Everyone's got their clappers. Hopefully it won't be a long one and we can get into game ASAP. Because, I mean, I can't believe we're getting the Baus on Sion as our first game.
Peng on Taliyah.
Peng on Taliyah as well. Like 36 KDA on this Taliyah.
Yep.
Absolutely crazy performance from this guy. And, you know, the Ahri matchup is a good one as well. It's very good at shutting down that Ahri.
I see the countdown. I see the countdown, Chad. I see the countdown.
There we go.
Going
Looks
back
like we're getting in. All right, for us, game is unpaused. You guys have got us on your screen still, but here we go.
There you go.
Let's bring up that Baus stats again. I want to see that graphic because they are some impressive numbers on Baus on his Sion.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people will tell you that you let Baus play Sion. You've just signed your death wish right here. Thank you so much, production. Baus on Sion season 15. That's for the entire year. 7-0. KDA, we don't look at that. Gold at 15 plus 1.3, and huge damage share for his team on a tank. And you could argue, it's like, oh, DPM might be high on a tank because you just wet noodle fight consistently with a tank, but that's damage share.
Yeah, 24% is mad.
That's
I think the KDA matters there because it shows you his play style. It's really, really nice, but it's heading into lane already. Can see that Ruddy, with the fact that it's going to be the Jhin, the fact it's the Jhin and that Rail, they're going to have the lane advantage there off the back. So nice early shove for them off this. Natty will be pathing down as well, so we could see a potential early gank, especially if they get that pressure in the lane, pushes in towards them. But we'll keep our eyes on that. Velia will also be moving down as well, so the pairing will be potentially ganking at the same time down there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of junglers will path towards the strongest lanes and the lanes that they have priority into, because it just allows you to walk into the river much more freely, get the skull crab, and even a lot of the times like in the forced invade. Right here, as you can see, that's a triple lane prio from Natty Nat, for Natty Nat rather. Gaith and Peng, Nata and Marlon are pushing in their respective lanes, so I feel like Natty Nat can actually go wherever he pleases right now. He can go towards the bot side, he can go towards the top side, but right here, because Velia is mirroring the clear, Natty Nat is clearly the favorite. Now, a lot of the times what teams will do, again, linking this back to the LPL, they'll go waves. They'll just go waves just so they can walk their jungler into the river. Small, very small, hopefully, game pause right here, and we'll resolve it really quickly, hopefully.
I hope so. I hope so. Hello,
Hi.
we're back. Getting bored of our faces there. I'm getting bored of our faces. I want to see some of the action.
You've been seeing your face for like 40 years, so.
Yeah, I've been kicking her out a while.
Yep.
Kicking about a while. Yeah, so obviously with jungle's moving on bot side, we just saw Reckless actually take a ward out as well, which is going to be good for them, but they didn't actually get any wards down themselves. They were just clearing vision more than placing their own. So I don't know if we will see much. I think what I expect to see is probably Reckless rotate over and help with the crab, because I feel like both junglers clearing downwards. They're either going to just play that avoid each other for the first crab, or they're going to brawl for it.
I mean, Velia can also path towards the top side of the map. If he sees it's too grim, his bot lane cannot drop a wave. Like, you can just you spend a lot more time going to the top of the map, which gives Natanat the time to press his B button, reset, get back on the map. You've got the sword, you've got the extra HP, the Ruby Crystal, and you're actually stronger on the map much faster than the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao and Pantheon are usually two champions that love fist fighting in the early game, and I particularly call Xin Zhao a bridge. When you have teams that really truly scale into the late game, like you have a Sion, he's going to be an absolute beast in the late game, right? And usually like a lot of AD carries that scale. Like Xin Zhao will break that bridge between that early and the scaling part by being able to take those skirmishes for you.
Yeah, it's two champs though who, like, when you think about their impact, it's early, right? They're early focused impact champions. So I want to see what they're going to do as we move into the mid and later. Like, Velia's ultimate offers a lot of utility with just the ability in the middle of a team fight to scatter that fight. And it's like a mini Gragasar. Not quite as impactful, but it does break up the fight and gets people off your team or off you. Where Natty, that ultimate is purely just for going aggro. It's jumping in, it's repositioning, and bit of good news for you people, there's a countdown on our screen, so we should be getting into game. Apologies about the delays, but here we are.
Now here's my idea about how both these comps are going to interact, right? I feel like for Los Ratones, they have a pretty stellar front to back where Nemesis can actually act on his own and try to find like his flanks or different angles, sort of pinch Radissac where Los Ratones want them. On the other side, I love how you mentioned that Pantheon is such a disruptor, because I believe the same for Xin Zhao. But since Radissac do not care about any necessary formations, Jin can play from super far away. You've got Lia and Pantheon creating chaos, and Natanat is looking for that bot lane.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to get a little bit of pressure off. There's no real gank at this point. You're not going to go for that tower dive.
Let's go for his crab.
Yeah, he's happy to go for his crab. And looking at where the pressure is, it's actually relatively even, because I think Peng hasn't got full control of mid right now. It's very even between the two. They do have shove bot side though, so Ruddy have the advantage there. That's going to force Velia towards the top side. He can go get his crab.
And look on the map right now. Reset button already coming through for Natinat. He's going to get back. He's going to grab his longsword. He's going to grab his crystal. And he's going to be stronger on the map, much faster than Velia is right now. Where is he looking to go, though? Is he looking to potentially towards the top side? Baus has been behaving so far. No shenanigans behind tier 1s or tier 2s.
None of that at all. As it does look like we are going to get a gank coming in. Velia found Gatham. He's got the free talent strike. And first blood going to Velia.
This is the challenges you run into.
Wait, hold on. Nah, they're all right.
Hey, it's fine.
Although Crowley's coming over just to make sure he's fine. Reckless gonna get the reset off. Oh, wait, Marlon flashes in here. Nata jumps forward. Reckless looks for the turnaround. Marlon's gonna secure the kill, but Crowley turns it back around. Down goes Marlon. Teleport coming in as well. Baus is here as Nata is trying to finish up Crowley. Crowley's able to flash away. Nata finding himself on the wrong side of history, dodging away on the arrow. Nata, he just has to run towards the jungle. Baus, no ultimate available. Flashes ease into the queue. And Los Ratones will take their third of the game.
Super quick reactions right there from Baus. TP's down bot lane the second that 2 versus 2 happens, and Marlon trying to pull a Hylissang right there, trying to hold the wave for his AD carry. Reckless trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Gets caught in the crossfire. Marlon gets too far forward, and the 2 versus 3 becomes a 2 versus 2 becomes a 2 versus 3 with Baus TPing down bot. But you see the instant rotation if you look on your minimaps. While Reckless was dead, he respawned, headed straight to top. When the shenanigans ended bot lane, Crowley resets, goes straight to top. So all in all, Los Ratones haven't lost much on the map.
Yeah, that was really, really nice for them. They get a plate. They honestly, it's a big wave that was dropped by Radissac as well off the back of that one. So Ruddy losing out pretty bad off the back of that one. It's led to a 10,500 gold lead already at 5 minutes.
I would say it's a 1.5. It's a 1.5, not
Sorry,
a 10.5, right?
Maths.
It would be insane. 10,500 gold lead at 5 minutes.
Who's the one who studied drums and who's the one that studied maths?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Drumming is maths, by the way, but I'm just going to pretend I don't know about that.
Okay, all right. So, Dragon's up. We do have Baus. He has reset again over the top, but he does have ult. He's looking to play towards more the top side of the map. He's playing aggressive. Is he ulting in? I think he ulted in.
Oh, we're going to see some action top side. Knockup comes in. Baus will go down, but he's got the zombie form. It's a 1-for-1 already, but he's just going to chase onto Nata. Nata, no! He survives! So close to going down.
However, that is now Nata super low on HP, can't walk up, cannot catch the wave. So even though it was a 1-for-1 trade overall top laner for support, which you would say Rodisak are favored from that trade, the fact that Natinat could not walk up and get that gold that was underneath the tower really does hurt Rodisak right here. Los Ratones literally so quick on the trigger. Baus has been everywhere.
Baus.
He TP'd bot, stayed bot, pushed the wave, went on to top, ulted down that lane as well. I was looking at him, he was standing behind them. He just ulted straight in as we're back into more action. This is flash taken from Peng.
Yeah, Peng losing his flash there. Pretty rough for him. We'll have a look at that fight again, but here's Ping on Talia, by the way. This guy absolutely cracked at the champion. 36 KDA, 80% kill participation, 100% win rate.
Also, excuse my French on this graphic. I did it, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry for the graphics. It was me. Hey, if they
I think it looks really good.
If they work,
it looks really good.
Okay, I have one graphic that I'm really proud of. We'll tell them later.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll bring that one up later. It looks like Los Ratones going to get themselves their first dragon. They've changed their playstyle because they were actually dropping dragons at the beginning of the split. But once we got to playoffs, these guys just started focusing the dragons down. They have incredibly high first dragon rates.
That is a very late dragon, considering how much later the Void Grubs are spawning, and the fact that teams are actually now, with only one spawn, you're willing to fight for them, right? You need the 2 out of 3 to get the +1 stack onto Fit to Strength.
Yeah.
Very, very important. However, if you look on the map, we already have Rodisak on the tops of the map. They're trying to regain control over down in the river. They're pushing that top lane where Baus is. And as you see, Natinat over in the river, he's going to start the Void Grubs himself.
I think a lot of it also just kind of boils down to all the action that went bot lane with Baus TPing and stuff. That changes it all. But Peng, he's been caught by a charm here. In jumps Velia! And Velia secures his kill. Natinat comes in, finds the stun onto Velia, but don't really think there's much place for him to go. Caught by the knockup. Natty fighting off way too much there. That's 2 kills for Los Ratones.
What a fantastic turnaround. Reckless ganked literally a minute and a half ago, taking the flash off of Peng. So the second he tries to make his way inside this river to try and contest those Void Grubs, they instantly shut him down. Los Ratones are just 1 step ahead in this game 1 of the series.
Map domination from Los Ratones. Not even 10 minutes. They've got the dragons, they've got the kills, they've got everything they need. They are 1 objective off getting that Feat of Strength. Which gives you a nice little upgrade. It's not the biggest.
9 minutes in.
9 minutes in. That is exceptionally early for Feat of Strength. They're normally 15 minutes-ish, roughly. Really, really impressive from them. Marlon gonna spot Reckless here, but I don't think there's really much coming of it. Just gonna go for a bit of supportal combat between the 2 of them. Crowd control galore. Does look like Natinat's coming over though. Reckless may have bitten off a little bit too much here. Does have his ultimate, does have his flash. The curtain has actually been called. Reckless might find himself just going down here. Is he going to escape the 4th shot? No! Nata finishes him up.
Nice punish right there from Rodisak, getting 1 for themselves. And as you can see, setting up that very deep vision as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to actually punish Velia, who's now coming out of base. Sundered Sky completed. First item fully completed for the trio in the middle that we see Nemesis, Velia, Crowny, all 3 of them with the first items completed. And I feel like without the priority, without the extra item in the pocket of Natinat, this is very difficult to punish right now. You're looking for your first item to be completed, particularly on Pantheon, if you want to fist fight right here.
Yeah.
So Los Ratones are feeling just a little bit more safe to get inside their jungle and clear it out for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty big pretty substantial lead between items between Los Ratones and Ruddy right now. I mean, like you said, not a single item finished up, and Baus is closing in on his next item, which I assume is going to be a Hollow Radiance, just for a bit more wave clear. Got that cull as well, stacking that one up. Very classic Baus. Hiding behind Nemesis, out of Fog of War. I'm really glad we toggled the Fog of War there. Peng doesn't know Baus was there. The opportunity didn't arise, but it's just these little plays we've been seeing from Baus recently where he just hangs back on that Scion, jumps in with the ult, gets that kill for his team. Really, really heads up play, and, you know, a less selfish Baus from what we saw at the beginning of the split.
I remember Baus got a rookie MVP of the split over in Winter, and that was for a reason. I feel like it's not just about his Scion, it's about the map awareness that he does, the whole like Inta vibe that everyone says, like he uses it to such great extent. And right here, Los Ratones, they're looking for that bot lane dive. It's all in Marlon and Nata. There is TP on Peng, but can he make it there in time?
Well, the TP started up. Marlon's missed Q. Teleport's joining in as Peng's going to make his way over. Los Ratones force the teleport out and they don't overcommit. This is really nice from them. Able to just bait out A inability, forcing Peng to throw the ultimate out as well. I don't know what he was intending to do off the back of that one, but he is just going to back off and then going to see everybody else potentially actually look for another dive. They do get a massive damage off. Oh, Reckless gets stunned up by the Unraveled Earth as he jumps forwards. He's just going to call it off the back of that.
But still, that's a lot of map control happening on the bottom side of the map for Los Ratones, as Nata was sent over in the mid lane for a little bit of wave clear duty versus Nemesis, pushing those waves back and forth. But look at the vision. I want you guys to have a look at the minimap right there. Look at the vision. It's defensive. It's also offensive over in the tri-bush. It's around the dragon. Second dragon spawning about 30 seconds. And right here, Los Ratones, they're grouping up as 3 over in the mid lane. And they're going to have to try and gain some more vision from what they have over on the bot side for the potential dragon fight.
Yeah, the big things to watch are the summoners right now. Crownie will not have his flash. He will have his cleanse by the time the dragon comes up, so at least that's something. But they're going to immediately jump him cleanseless. Down he goes. Shut down for Nata. Crownie has fallen. And that could just be dragon here for Los Ratones.
These were the plays that were happening versus Nord, right? They were overextending. They were getting caught one by one. Radisak being able to grab that dragon right here, it's huge. You stop the stacking, and most importantly, you stop for the time being feats of strength going over to Los Ratones.
Slows them down massively. Dragon number 2 in the pocket here of the Radisak, and Gold slowly but surely kind of stabilizing. It's still in the lead of Los Ratones. They still got those item advantages, but with that shutdown going to Nata, this reset will probably result in his collector being finished up and potentially a little bit more of his other items. We'll have to see if how close he is towards his next item. He's been in lane for a while. He's got 3 kills.
First item should be coming through for both top lane and bot. I think Baus cancelled Gaithen up on the top set. And he's doing classic Baus things, proxying between tier 1 and tier 2. And that is so clever right here. Gaithen stuck underneath his tower. No mana, hasn't completed his first item. So he's completely abusing the fact that Gaithen would be not as useful as Baus in a fight to be. And look at him, he's wrapping around that mid lane as well. He's looking towards the carries. Peng no mana.
He's just used the Unraveled Earth as well in the jump for Spirit Rush. Gonna charge forwards. Nemesis actually gets caught back, and this could be a big turnaround here. Nemesis able to jump away to safety. Meanwhile, Baus being hunted by Marlon and Nata. Blast cones over the wall to get to safety, but Marlon's gonna keep the chase up. They back off. Baus gets away scot-free. Meanwhile, Peng falls.
Another successful... I don't know if you guys can hear you, but the arena is roaring every time Baus is on the screen. As Los Ratones will claim the first tower, which will also give them the feats of strength.
Nice little upgrade there. Everyone has boots too, apart from Velia as well, so everyone's going to get a little benefit from the back of that one. Crownie now moved over towards the mid lane, just going to be holding the line across here. As we are actually seeing that the Rift Herald, I forgot the name of the objective there, spawning up in the next 16 seconds. So that's where we'll see our next shift of attention, because cracking the mid lane really opens the map up for everyone. So both teams are going to want to get their hands on that, especially when it's an Ahri, it's a Talia in the mid lane. They're just going to be constantly clearing waves.
I feel like Los Ratones have reached the point where they've evaded the whole Talia Pantheon shenanigans.
Yeah.
Baus has got his first item, working on his second. He's got extra armor, which is... I'm surprised there's extra armor in his inventory at this point. Like, I'm seeing the tunneler, but armor? You've changed. Clearly. But it is what it is, you know, it's all for the better, onto the Sion specifically. But I feel like they have really evaded the bridging that we talked about of the Talia Pantheon and the early game aggression.
I mean, I wanted to play-by-play that, but it's a Sion and a Joga.
I will let you next time.
No one's going down.
You know what, let's do it.
No one's going down
Make the noodle fight as intense as possible.
Yeah, just take it to a 10
yeah,
immediately.
Take it to a 10, yeah.
Like World's Finals pentakill, just for Tanks 2 fighting. As we are seeing Nata, though, getting a little bit of a chunk taken out of him. Hits the Deadly Flourish onto Reckless. Reckless is just going to shrug it off. He's not going to be under too much threat. The Collector, it's a nice first item, but you don't really get that much raw power out of it. It's a good step towards the Jhin power spike, right? So right now, Nata, 3-1, getting towards his Infinity Edge, so he is taking steps towards getting stronger, but right now, really needs that IE to come online before he hits a major spike, as Reckless trying to do some warding with this Rift Herald now up and available. Peng trying to dissuade it, but they don't really have the map pressure or the people to stop this. So Los Ratones should just be picking up this Herald for free. And there's not really much that we're going to see from Radisak do in response. They can't push any waves or any towers, really.
A little bit late on the rotation out there from Radisak, particularly because they didn't have the waves pushed, right? They had so much vision inside this river, but they were actually like pulled out from Los Ratones. Now they're pulling TPs. The wave is down from Talia. Let's see if they can make it work. Pantheon ult.
Marlon coming in, they're going to throw that Pantheon ult down, but Nemesis goes for the charm, collects it on to Gaithan, and Gaithan will fall! Crownie secures the kill, Nemesis looking to finish up Nata hit by the charm, goes for the cleanse, but everybody else is falling apart on the other side. Crownie taking a double kill, as Peng's able to escape, but 4 down.
Los Ratones don't need to break the formation. They don't need to jump to the backline because they're so strong as is. They just go through it. Gaithan literally melted from that charm from Nemesis, and the Nemesis found his way onto Nata as well. The positioning was not on point right there from Radisak. And even though we said they don't necessarily need a formation, they're kind of all of them, they're like disruptors, and Jin sets up for them. If you get found on the wrong side of the map, you will be taken down. Let's put this one more time. Nata right here has to flash off the get-go from Nemesis diving in. So that's a flashless Jin on a very, very dangerous run. He thinks he's safe because he's got his Cho'Gath in front of him, but Cho'Gath no more. He absolutely evaporates.
Gets absolutely cut through. Nemesis gets that second charm off. Nemesis did not miss a charm that fight as well. Flashing in with the oil
Faker could never.
so clean from him. Gets that shove in, and Herald was secured as well. It's in the pocket of Velia. Mid tower fell. They didn't use the Herald, which is really nice because now you can use the Herald for one of those tier 2 towers, which is worth 700 gold. Like, it's a lot of gold. It speeds up towards your next item spot, really, off the back of that one. But right now, Velia not interested in getting those towers. Instead, wants to start the Dragon stack for his team. Dragon number 2 obviously went over to Ruddy, but Los Ratones will be able to pick up this mountain as their second. And it's going to be hard to blow up Los Ratones members if they start stacking these mountain drakes.
Yeah, talking about mountains, I'm getting a little bit worried. Talia's not a tankular, Panther's not a tankular, Jin is definitely not a tankular. As people would like to argue that, I feel like it takes way too long for a Jin plus Talia to kill a Silent. By the time you've done this, have you dealt with the rest of the members, right, of Los Ratones? So it comes to the point where I'm actually getting really, really worried. It's a 7,000 gold lead for Los Ratones right here. Second item complete. It's going to be Hydra for Baus, and we're going to have a second item very, very soon for Velia as well, as soon as he resets. You've got the Ghost Blade and the Mana Moon coming through for Crownie, and this is a poke virus, so once you're first in an objective, it's so hard for Radisak members to make it through, right, with all the pokes. So I'm just getting a little bit worried that if Radisak don't play, maybe to try and feed a few more kills into Talia, into the Pantheon, this game might just fall a bit too short.
I mean, we're 20 minutes in. There's a 7,000 gold lead. No towers have fallen.
I'm looking at the glass half full.
Yeah, you're being optimistic here. Ruddy, the optimistic take is, with all these towers still standing, there's a lot of kind of just world gold. I can't remember what the actual term for that is. It's been ages since I called that, but, you know, locked gold, that's the one.
Standing gold.
Standing gold, thank you. There we go. There's lots of standing gold on the map for Ruddy to take. It is standing gold, you are correct. I was so wrong that it got in your head. That's what happened there. But yeah, there's a lot of standing gold here for Ruddy, but they need to get some kills to actually translate that into. The map pressure just is not working for them right now. They're really struggling to kind of do anything in response. Like Ruddy, Los Ratones make a move, and then Ruddy seems to struggle to find a return move in response to that one. So Baus got a nice little shove here on the top side, and the bot side, sorry. It's Gaithan just doing his best to hold here on the Cho'Gath, and Los Ratones setting up here to jump in on to Natty, caught by the Chains of Corruption, and with the arrow coming through, Natty will fall. Velia secures the kill.
I mean, they're just brute forcing fights at this point, right? 8,000 gold in the lead. You see, champion! You jump, champion!
Nata goes down! Baus finds the kill! Huge O into the backline, flashes to the safety of his team, and he's hit to Herald! Drives it into the tower, secures the kill, as Velia gonna be going around. I think he's going for that bot, that top lane tower. He's just gonna run over a whole bunch of people on the way in. Smashes into the tower. Tower number 2 in the top side will fall as well. Los Ratones, that gold lead just grew to 10k.
Radisak are trying to put out way too many fires, and Los Ratones are like this little girl in front of the burning house. You know the meme?
Yes.
We're just looking at it burn and doing nothing. This has been a very LR-dominated game, start to finish. They've not let go of the pedal, and of course, why would you, right? When you're ahead so much, you start brute-forcing fights. Hydra also completed for Velia right here. Actually, a crowd favorite to have that Hydra. You get that knockup much faster, especially since you can reset your auto-attack, right? So, there you go. A lot more power coming into the hands of the Zinza right here. 2 items onto Nemesis Arya as well, who we haven't necessarily seen much. He has been kind of like a quiet force. But the flashes he's been forcing, the positioning he's been forcing into these fights has been incredible. And I think Radisak, maybe it's time for the drawing board. I don't say it usually that early into a game, 21 minutes, but it's 21 minutes and a 10,000 gold lead brewing, so...
They have 1 tower outside of their base standing at 21 minutes. Like, Los Ratones have been a very accelerated team. They do play fast games, and Ruddy definitely came into this one. They got some comfort picks as well. I mean, Peng on his Talia, that big KDA now ruined with those 2 deaths on him. Definitely struggling off the back of this one as Los Ratones came in, guns blazing and ready to fire. They're going to secure themselves the Arakan here, off the back of that. And there's not really any answer coming in, although Baus potentially is going to get chased off here by Gaethan. They've sent 3 down, so the answer, and this is what we talked about at the beginning of the day, Baus will pull people to his side of the map, and then Los Ratones will take something on the other side.
But here's the problem, right? When Los Ratones are grouped up on the top side of the map as 3, there is no way you can actually break that pack apart, right? The only one you can pretty much attack is the guy who's isolated on the side lane, but the guy who's isolated on the side lane has too much HP currently on him, way too many defenses. I think we've seen Baus even take one with him every single time there's a 1v3 happening, and I feel like he has kind of been the unsung hero. The early TP down to the bot side of the map, then the reset straight to the top, gets level 6, ults down the lane, gets those kills, defends his bot lane.
Yeah.
Like, he has been absolutely stellar this game.
No, he's been really, really impressive. And to me, right now, this is, I want to see Los Ratones close this one out nice and calm, but the Avengers have been sent for Baus. Goes for the Deadly Flourish, and he just ults out! Baus will not go down today!
That was a power move. That was a 1 centimeter ult.
That was,
it's like,
honestly,
I can leave if I want to, but I choose not to.
He moonwalked away and then continues to shove. Now, the big thing is yes, they did jump on Baus there. Los Ratones haven't really got any pressure in the other lanes to be able to do anything off it, though.
I just don't see the guts in Radisak.
No.
This is what we talked about, like the Pantheon, the Talia, playing aggressive, playing crazy through that early game. Putting LR in a position where they have to answer really quickly on the map, which they have been relatively really good at most of their games.
Oh,
but
Baus.
just confuse them, you don't have the ult now.
Hit by the Deadly Flourish, put into the bounce house. Reckless is making his way in. Somehow, Baus is alive. Marlon's coming over. Peng, good wall to break up the members of Los Ratones as Baus continues to stay alive. He's finding a knock-up. Marlon has fallen. Baus is immortal. Charm onto Gaethan. Los Ratones take it all.
And the T1 tempo TP over on the top side, which will then force Peng's TP as an answer. Los Ratones, another dominating fight, a 13,000 gold lead for the Rats. And LR are looking for the bot lane tier 2 remaining, the last outer defense for Radisak.
I think Ruddy are a little bit scrambled after this game 1. It is going to be all about finding a solution for game 2. How did Baus survive?
That is a level 15 Scion, and there is no one who can even match the level of that Scion on the map. Reckless arrives. Look at the backstep right here from Nemesis and Crowny. Beautiful on the Talia W from Peng. And once the wall is down, everyone runs in.
Absolutely.
It's like a plague.
It was just flawlessly executed from Los Ratones there. Everyone played that as well as they could. Secured all of that. Medjai's Soul Stealer on Nemesis as well. Let him book.
I mean, come on, man. Like 14K up now, the Medjai's?
I mean, yeah, get it earlier, bro.
Right?
I mean, everyone has upgraded their boots apart from Reckless as well. Like, everyone's got their feet boots.
I feel like it's because he just completed his item, right?
Yeah,
so he doesn't have the goal to upgrade that. Getting that item, getting the Knight's Vow is so much more important as Radisak are taking punches on that Scion as well, and Marlon's going to pay for it.
Marlon goes down. Nice pick up there from Crowny. Don't think they're actually going to look for anything else. They may just ping back towards that Baron. This is nice, because one of our criticisms we had of Los Ratones and anyone who's watched their scrims is they do overreach sometimes. They do overchase for kills. This time they go, we get our kill, we're happy, let's pull it back and turn it around. Baus, he doesn't give a damn, forces the flash out from Nata.
Nowhere is safe.
Wait, are they? Pantheon just ulted into the...
They know,
Natty,
they know for sure.
Natty, this is your moment, be a hero. He's been seen. The charm from Nemesis comes in. Natty is chunked, and down he goes. Nemesis secures the kill. No Baron still on the cards. Los Ratones going to take it all.
and 14 stacks on that Medjay. Can he make it 20 plus by the time this game ends? We'll have to wait and see. But this is a 16,000 gold lead. You know how it's been a running meme, the 20K gold lead on Casual stream. This could be the game. They're 4,000 short. Let me tell you what, Nexus gives 50.
It does give 50.
It does give 50.
Not 50K, just 50.
Just 50.
Just 50.
Oh, Peng. Oh, Peng, look who's behind you.
Oh,
actually, don't
no,
look.
he's
Don't
going to go
look,
for the
don't-
wall! What an interrupt! Crowley secures the kill from downtown! That's why you don't give him Scion!
LR pushing 3 lanes at once. Velia's gonna take that mid lane wave. Nemesis on the top. And the rest 3 over on the bot side. Rodisak are gonna have to make some decisions right here. Obviously the waves are a little bit too far away over on the bot side as the mid lane is about to crash under tower. House is gonna try to escort that wave over on the bot side of the map, and I think it's as clean as
I think this is almost as clear.
As
Other
it can
than
get.
a single dragon and 4 kills, this is a near perfect game from Los Ratones. Really, really clean stuff from them. They are just getting a little bit poke onto Velia, but he's too tanky, man. Like they don't have the damage right now. Infinity Edge was only just finished up onto Nata. Nemesis getting jumped onto Marlin does force the Spirit Rush out, but it's low cooldown. He's gonna be able to jump away.
They're gonna
As
wrap
Reckless
around.
jumps in, they're gonna go for that wraparound. The charm goes a little bit wide, but that is gonna be Natty Nat falling down. Peng being absolutely obliterated. Crowny caught by the knockup, goes for the cleanse out though, as we see a couple of extra kills coming in. Baus flashes in to Nata's face to try and find him, evading the ruptures. Peng will fall, Nata will fall. Reckless finds the damage onto the Cho'Gath. Here's the knockup. Gaithan, he's on the steps of his fountain, but he can't escape. It's the ace over to the side of Los Ratones. They open strong.
What an absolutely dominating game 1 from LR. All the worry when they fell down to the lower bracket by a complete 2-0 and a 20,000 gold difference between the two teams. That's crazy.
That is phenomenal from Los Ratones.
I have to say, give me Rodisak. That's their ghost. They were not present in that game number 1.
Yeah.
I need Peng, I need Natinat, I need aggression, I need to see fist fight. I saw none of that. Everything got given away to Los Ratones. They were so quick on the map, so quick to respawn. Baus, the TP down bot lane, reset top lane, ult, under tower, take Nata out as well after that. Like, it was insanely fast, that early game, how fast it slipped off of Rodisak's hands.
Yeah, we know that Ruddy can put a better fight up than that. We know that with complete certainty. These guys have been no joke this split. That was a blip on the radar. That's what I'm going to say.
Just a warm-up.
It was a warm-up game. For some of these players, it's their first time in playing in front of a crowd, especially one like that. It's a bunch of rookies. You expect it. We know they're capable of putting hands out here. I am so excited for game 2. That was explosive. I can't believe Baus got his Scion, though.
I mean, it's out the way, right?
It's out the way.
You give it for game 1, it's that warm-up. Wait and see what happens over in game 2. I just missed the spirit of Rodisak. I feel like you guys would see them like behind the scenes. They're like so cheery, and they've all got such like fiery spirit.
Yeah.
I didn't see none of that. We've seen it on the Rift before. They get to play so aggressive in the early game, and they just keep like basically going at it until you make a mistake, and they'll take the entire game.
It was definitely.
It just fell short.
It was definitely a deflated Ruddy. I think they just got to get back on their feet going into game 2. I mean, we know they're much more capable than this. They've been so good this split. It was just, you know, it was a disappointing game from them going in, and you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they got it in them for game 2. But I believe now they're down there ready. So we're going to pass it over to the desk to break down this game number 1. So Arch, it over to you, buddy.
Game. To be honest, it was a 27-28 game. It almost felt like 1.5 hours of a game. You know, it was so long, but it actually, when LR were able to lock in, it's done. And we got to see, and we talk about him, we got to see, I think, in my opinion, the MVP, Baus.
Yes, that was the Baus, the good Baus that you called him yourself.
It has to be.
from the very beginning of the game, and it's so interesting to see in this game how he started winning early. He got a very early assist in the top lane, teleported to the bot lane to get himself another kill, and from there on, it was a snowball. He was unstoppable throughout the whole game.
And we do have the replays to bring it back, and Velia usually now going for the bot lane, this time giving priority to Baus.
Yeah, you can see it there, right? It clearly surprises Gator, who didn't expect the gank to be there in the top side. The way they're able to snowball here, right? Because we've just seen the top lane kill, and not soon after, TP down in the bot lane from Baus, and all of a sudden, what was supposed to be just the first blood turns into so much more.
This was a really good idea coming in from Ruddy to try and capitalize on something on the bot lane, but here comes the TP. I think this, look at this is crazy. Baus just TPing to the bot side. Just because.
Nata knows at this point that he has nowhere to go, so he still tries to go, you see, with this ward, trying to maybe see an opportunity to get the crown. He still has the fourth shot, but he never gets there because he never can get close enough to him, and Baus is on his tail chasing him. And when you see Baus chasing you, you know you're done. You know you're not getting out of there anymore.
And the confidence must be skyrocketing to Baus, because you just pick the top lane like that. You pick up Cyan, you know the Shogath is available, which is a really good counter towards the Cyan, but there's only one person that can pilot Cyan like that.
I think the big thing here is for Gaithen, yes, it might have been a good matchup, but I don't really care. I want you on a Gaithen champion. I want you the Fiora, the silence, where you get the priority and you can try and be a nuisance differently. It might have been a good matchup individually, yes, but it's not a good Gaithen champion. That's not what Gaithen has made himself known for in the NLC and over in France. So just like Peng did, and we saw Natana do, go back to their roots and, you know, stay true to themselves. It felt like Gaithen was changing himself a bit here, trying to fit into, this is a good matchup on paper. I don't care. I want you, Gaithen, to play your style.
I want to follow up on that, because it wasn't just Gaithen not being Gaithen, it was Radisak not being Radisak. Because if you look at the draft, this is not a Radisak draft. This is a very typical Los Ratones draft. This is champions they pick, this is the priorities that they want for themselves, and Radisak tried to play their game against them. So kind of similar to what Venomcrest tried to do, but just in a very different fashion. But in the end, how about we remember the words of Yamada Cannon? You gotta be yourself, guys. You gotta remember who you are.
Remember who you are, bring in the next replay, because this game brought a lot in coming in from LR. This one, let's strike back with a big, big team fight. And there you go, Nemesis is a danger. You will never be able to shut down Nemesis on the lane. And what he can provide to a team fight is amazing.
Nemesis has played so much this year, this split, right? To see him on a champ where he is so free, like on the Yari, to make the picks, it's wonderful, really showcasing himself here. This is massive, not just for this game, but removing the Yari from the pool as well, one of Peng's best champions. I think Nemesis, he took it and he won up Peng. Absolutely monstrous game there.
I see your point regarding the champion select, that it could be more of an LR champion select, but it does take away a few of those champions coming in from Los Ratones, like the Jhin we were talking about, the Pantheon, the Shogath. Those can be not required, but beneficial towards the late as the series goes on. Now, without those, I do believe LR are still comfortable, but you take away a few of those comfortable picks at least.
The thing is, it's an interesting point of view, actually, because yes, LR still have a lot of picks, but Radisak have more of their picks in their pockets because they've chosen Los Ratones champions for game number 1. And maybe the idea here is, yeah, we're gonna take some of those comfortable picks away, maybe win the game, but even if we don't, we still have all the comfort for us. All the Gaithen champions are there. Bang has still a lot in his pockets for the bot lane. It is so wide and open. I have high hopes for Radisak going into game 2.
Interesting. We're still waiting for the replay for the third one, which I think highlights what Baus did today. I think this one is one for the ages.
The game was essentially very much Los Ratones. You could say it's over, but I think this, as a player as well, is the final nail in your coffin. For Nata here, who have been doing quite well on a Jhin, who I didn't really like in the draft, to be honest, gets killed beneath 2 turrets, and well, what happens to the guy diving you? Does he die for his sins? No. He gets out by using the Rift Herald to stop the tower shot. When that happens to you, the game is done. You're not coming back from that.
Clean, so clean. You know he was laughing while doing that as well.
Sure.
So the ambience and also the morale coming in from Los Ratones must be on an all-time high. That defeat, bringing them into the lower bracket, is no longer affecting them. I think the series is like, hey, we're really comfortable. How can you stop this? And we also have the last one, which is just the showcase. And there you go. When you have, it's not a wall, it's a Titan walking in. If you watch Attack on Titan, I think Baus was all of them together in one.
Baus was the biggest talking point in the whole game from the very beginning to the very end of it. an unkillable and unmovable wall that moves when he actually wants to. And he was everywhere across the map. And the big problem for Radisag is how do we catch him, because he's everywhere at the same time. How do we kill him, because we don't have any damage against this guy. And we have the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I think you can guess which Bowser it was this time.
We'll keep track as we move forward within the cities. So far, I think we got the good coming in from the boss. Let's see if we get some surprises as we move forward within the cities. I think Los Artones are extremely comfortable. You go into the damage graph.
Oh my god. Most damage. Unbelievable.
Well, with this in mind, LR are leading the cities by 1 game. Keep in mind, this is the best out of 5. And we're gonna have a small break, but keep in mind, we have some action within the arena as soon as we can. I'll see you soon, don't go anywhere.
And we are back. Yep, that's the one for me. We are back on to the venue. Welcome to what could possibly be the game 2. The teams are still talking and prepping about what might happen. I am aware that we have someone on stage to talk with the crowd itself. It's always important to include the crowd within the arena. I know middle court is around it, but we're not doing it because we're a little bit delayed, so we're jumping into Champion Select as soon as the players are ready. I just want to keep this in mind, by the way. Okay. This is important, okay, for the cities. There's an individual within the crowd with a card saying, I will go bald if Los Ratones lose.
Yeah,
he
crazy.
promised to do it, and I told him on his face, and I'm doing it on the stream as well, if Los Ratones lose somehow, I'll shave his head on this stage today. After the interview, I'm going to do it.
There he is.
Oh, there you go.
There
if
is the
Los
sign.
Ratones lose, I will go bald. It's him. It's him. It's actually
Remember
him.
the face.
Remember
body
the
still there.
face. Here, go here, go here. Yeah, that's the face. You're going to look good, bald. Don't worry. I don't know if it's going to happen. Obviously, Los Ratones are starting really, really well at the beginning of their series. We were talking about champions that could be priority as we move into this Champion Select number 2. We talked about the Gragas that was banned on the previous one. The Nafiri was a ban as well. But what else do we have on the table of priorities?
Yeah, I think the first priority, of course, for Los Ratones, right? It's getting a great champion for Baus. He has a wide champion pool. There's still a lot to go through. I mean, we saw Venomcrest try and remove 4 champions, and it didn't really make much of a difference. So I was thinking of the Volibear or the Puppy being the next 2 options, because the Gragas is his strongest choice left, but if they let that through draft, they might as well just FF the game, in my opinion. So that needs to be banned. And then they, maybe try and play against the Volibear. I like when he gets a bit of agency and movements in these champions, and he can really play around with the pressure.
But it's not only about the top lane as well. We have an entire pool for champions for both teams. What else do we need to highlight? Mid lane, even AD carry. I think AD carry, Ezreal might be on the top priority as it stands. Jhin is out, Varus is out. I know Kai'Sa is around the corner, but...
There is Kai'Sa, there is Ezreal, and there is Misfortune when it comes to 3 biggest priorities left for the teams right now. Especially I'm looking at Misfortune, and I'm looking at Rarisak, and I feel like there is a slight connection between the two. Even in the previous draft, there could have been a world where Misfortune would have fit in there. And it is something that Rarisak could go into that still fits their playstyle. They just need to pair her up with a really good support. And with Rel out from game number 1, and with Alistar out, and not many options left, this raises a big question. If Braum is not going to be available throughout the draft so far, would they be able to go into Misfortune and make her work, or would they choose another AD carry? Because there is not a lot of good ones left, and the competition is going to be really tough.
So we saw priority in terms of ban for the Braum. We know Reckless is a shining star with the Braum. That's why I even announced that I'll stand behind me. I think he's an amazing Braum. So if you bring in the Misfortune, Braum has to be dealt with. You don't pick Misfortune versus Braum. So it's one of another ban that is actually locked in. You can't allow Braum to be in if Misfortune is alive. But we've also seen Marlon. He's a little bit like, he likes to go wild, so he can play the Thresh as well. By the way, 100% win rate with the Thresh. It could be another one. I know, maybe an Aphelios could show up.
You're just hoping for the Phillies Thresh,
I know that.
that.
Copium, to be honest, at the moment.
Honestly, it could happen. We're in Fearless draft. We have seen really wild and interesting things happen throughout the Fearless. But going into game number 2, I don't think that is what we expect. We still want to go a little bit more orthodox with the picks, especially for Rarisak, who just lost game number 1. They really need to bounce back, and they need to go with as much comfort as possible.
So let's raise the bar a little bit if possible. We talk about game 1, how they played. Baus was in winning condition by himself. What could be the winning condition in terms of gameplay? Show up. Yeah, in terms of gameplay for Rarisak. How can they work on this? Because if you give a little bit of leniency on the early game, Los Ratones are going to take everything.
I think in general, give Los Ratones an inch and they'll take your whole arm, right? They are really good at just taking one small lead and making it into so much more. I think the best way we could see that, right, was the first blood. 2 minutes later, great counter move from Rarisak, turned on their head. They end up coming even further behind on the play. And I mean, what can you realistically do? Los Ratones look really good today. They look absolutely solid. My best bet is just go back to your comfort, stick to your roots, and stick to what you do best. Because in particular, Gaithan just had this quiet game where we know he's able to take over, we know he can carry games, and we want to see that.
Okay, I'm going to bring something up as well. I know the players are about to be ready. We'll jump into Champion Select as soon as the players are ready. Don't worry, it's not on Duckling this time. It's not on K-Drill as well, okay? We're just waiting for the players to be ready so we can jump into Champion Select. We talked about macro, we talked about micro, but also we had an interview with Velia where he stated on the previous one, we've never looked better and we fixed pretty much everything. They're showcasing that. Not only here, they did it versus Verdant as well previously. It's just a different mindset right now. I think that loss versus North was beneficial for the Rats.
Is that what they said themselves as well? That they needed that loss, they needed that wake-up call to understand that things are not always going to work for them. Because when you are the strongest team in the league, when you're on top and nobody can defeat you, it can get to your head. And then somebody needs to wake you up and say, hey, you're not actually immortal.
Yeah, it's lose is improve, right? You've gone through a split basically undefeated. You had the Quinn incident. Carmine caught Blue at the EMEA Masters, dealt them their first real loss because obviously they've lost gaming series against Nord. They did so against Supermassive as well in the quarters. But this is the first time it was really crucial to them because they were almost out of the tournament all of a sudden. You had 3 more rounds to go before you got to Copenhagen, which is, you know, the big main event here at Leagues Disrupt. So all of a sudden, you had this time to reflect and say, we've been good, but there might have been some things we could clean up more that we've been allowed to get away with up until this point. You don't see Baus no longer going for these crazy, I want to proxy farm now, when he knows he doesn't have the prio. If they don't know where the jungler is, he's not making that mistake anymore. So they've cleaned up those things where they maybe got away with broad daylight robbery a few times before, because teams now have caught on after Nord exposed a bit of the flaws Lost Ratones had. Interestingly enough, I just saw a card up, and I think he brought up a really good point. I think it should be on the desk, by the way. He just raised the card saying Shen. Shen is massive nowadays on the meta, and it's not only that, it's a champion that Baus dislikes a lot. For those of you who watch Baus live, it's like Shen, not good, Gwen, really annoying to play against. So those two could be really important for Gaethan, and even though he's a Shen level 1, Shen level 2 can bring in that pressure. He has a lot of damage available. So maybe that could be the personality of Gaethan trying to stop it. And I do believe we have Champion Select ready. Is that correct? 1 minute. Okay. As we're waiting for that minute, I want to highlight, for those of you back at home, you have no idea what you're missing. This is filled. This is packed up. It's early in the morning. They got up to come and watch League of Legends. I don't know what you're doing back at home, but is that a way to show the crowd, just to get a feeling of what Copenhagen brought it into us? If not, we can make him listen. Twitch chat wants to hear you. Copenhagen! Make some noise for them! Ow! Look at that line over there. They want to see the rest. That's the draft. Let's get right into it. We have the draft, Copenhagen. You have to be louder for that. There you go. Gragas, Lucian being removed. Rengar and Mundo as well, as we talked previously. Now, the Defeaty was a priority on the previous one, but it's going to be Ruddy sacked. Really? Okay, bringing one. Okay, just waiting for information because the Azir is being removed from Ruddy sacked. Nafiri's still open. Yeah, I mean, you have first pick, right? You could look to take it to Gwen. I think the necessary ban, you just highlighted, Baus hates playing against it. We know Gaethan very much in for that champion. The Nefarious left that open, instantly taken by Nadinat as he gets more aggression, and we like that. That's what we want to see from him.
That's what we want to see for Nadinat. That is bad news for Velia as well, because Velia is a pretty big player of that Nefiri himself. Wondering what they will go into, because Xin Zhao, for example, is not available anymore, but Hopi could be an interesting choice. And it's going to be a very big flex, because you don't know where she goes, but we kind of hope that she's going to Bowie's hands here.
So you can take away a little bit of mobility, but it's a big flex. There's other junglers that you can bring in. I know Trouble is around, so Vi could be another one. But it depends on what you pair that Vi with. But yeah, keeping it flex and bringing the AD carry. Corky, we didn't talk about it, so that's the option. What do you play with, Nata? You know the AD carry. Maybe you can reply right now with the support as well.
I mean, they're keeping the cards close to their chest, right, on Lost Ratones. I have no doubt that this puppy will very likely be for Baus, but the Corki could definitely still go both ways, right? It's quite safe in lane. That's what Nemesis has had the most success on. I was really surprised by how good that Ari was. I think a natural response here would be take the Ezreal away, as you mentioned earlier, right? Very high priority. You could look for the mid lane here and try and force an aggro champion. I think Peng have lost 2 key champions in the first game, and his pool might be trimmed a bit. He knows he'll be counter-picked regardless, and maybe he can get a prio pick here and then ban something away if Nemesis doesn't take it on the R3.
Potentially, you could also look into a top lane right now for Gaethan, just to try to secure something strong. Like, we've seen that Jace, we know that Gaethan is a very big Jace player as well, but we don't want to go into the top lane blindly because we're still not entirely sure where the Poppy is going to land. Los Ratos, we know that they can change it at the very last moment, so they decide to lock in the bot lane. We have a non-committal engagement right now with that Leona, plus we have a lot of prior for the bot lane as well. That Ezreal, very big topic of the AD carries, is going now into the hands of Los Ratos. But a Braum is such a good answer here from Los Ratos, because it's going to look good here into this bot lane, providing them with a lot of safety. And at the same time, it's taking Braum away from the potential future games, which kind of locks out the misfortune for Nata.
The engage is building up, but you can see the front-to-back gameplay that LR are bringing in. This is going to be extremely complicated to engage into as a ready sack, so they need to complement with something else. We've seen Gaethan play with the Jace, for instance, and then you can have an Ezreal and a Jace to chip damage and then go in. There's a lot of ideas that you can bring in. Yorick, obviously, you take it away. So if you take away the Yorick, you take away the Volibear. Gragas and Volibear being removed from the Messi of League, but he still has a lot to bring in.
Yeah, I think it really shows, right, that Radisek as well, they aren't sure if this Poppy is going top lane. It's a great option for Baus, but it could still go into the hands of Velio. So we'll keep our eyes on that. As for the side of Los Ratos, banning out some of these weird top laners that are difficult to play against, like the Yorick. I think it's a smart choice at this point. You've obviously mostly matched in terms of what you've picked so far as the Aatrox, and more of this Gaethan aggression gets removed.
And it's interesting how they removed the completely polar opposite options from Gaethan here, because Gaethan can both be a team player, but at the same time he can be a very strong split pusher. Things like his Fiora, for example, that he showed to us a little bit in the draft for the game #1 are still open if they want to go into there. But Los Ratos already look like they will be grouping up a lot and will be relying on the team fight. So for Radisek, you don't really want a split pusher in that scenario. You want to have somebody who's going to be with the team.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
I would
like that.
I would love that.
And that's a lot of from afar damage. The Syndra on the Nemesis. Well, you don't know what you're picking into, so at least you protect yourself.
I mean, Nemesis' Syndra is just so incredible. I think the struggle I'm having right now is for Radisek. I mean, many of the champs that Peng likes to play have the dashes, right? You have anti-dash in the Poppy right there, so maybe you just play something a bit different for Peng, but I'd like the Aurora, I'd like the LeBlanc, but it doesn't really fit with the way the game has gone so far in the draft, so maybe you have to take some more late-game carry responsibility on your shoulders. It is that Rise, so great scaling, but short range, you have to get very close and personal to that Syndra, and Nemesis, he knows how to take advantage of it.
As long as there is not going to be any teleport incident for Radisek for that Rise, I'm just saying, we're going to be really happy with that. Love that, a lot of really strong scaling on the side of Radisek right now, and we're adding Nard to that. We were suffering before that with the front lane for Radisek, but no, don't do that, buddy, come on.
Hey,
don't do us like that.
Range versus range. We've seen it before, but also we finally have to understand where the Poppy is going to land. So we're getting baited, by the way. We're just waiting for...
No way! The good, the bad, the ugly. Quinn Insland 2.0 or a masterstroke here. The Quinn is locked in, the draft is complete, and that counter pick could come up massive for the side of Los Ratos.
Are we going to get a on me? Sorry, my bad. Or is this going to be another carry? Well, the cards are revealed. Desk, I need to understand where you land on who do you think is going to win this match. Is it match point in favor for LR if they win this one? Or will Ruddy tie this up 1-1?
Good question. I am looking at Queen, and I don't know what to think about her, but if I don't look at Queen and look at everything else, I would say I love Los Ratos much more because we have a really good front line, we have really good front to back here, good scaling, and our lanes are not going to suffer as well. Los Ratos.
I can give you one simple reason. Syndra on Nemesis, he's absolutely impeccable on the champion, and I think that is what will give him the edge.
It's extremely hard to engage towards this team from LR. You have the Queen. I've never seen Odoamne so serious in my life after the draft. So let's see what this is going to pop. Baus was an amazing tower on the first one. What they can provide on the second one. We're about ready to jump into game 2. Copenhagen, I want to know if you're ready. Copenhagen, make some noise! Take it away, Casters!
Here in Copenhagen. Baus is picking the Quinn. He kind of ran it last time, if I'm honest with you.
Okay. Okay, we have Declan saying that's Denmark, baby. That is indeed Denmark, baby. And we have a small ball, so we can talk about
That's NLC, baby.
We can talk about the Quinn incident now. It was the only game Los Ratones lost in their entirety of Winter Split 2025. It was to Nord, and it was a Sally draft incident. But it was also a Baus incident. We can't take him out of the equation. It was that Quinn that just never took off. Perma-farmed over in the top lane, never took off, never got the items. We never got to see the roaming, the split push, the just nuisance that a Quinn can be in team fights on the side lane, right? So let's see if right here, with Radisak having such a lukewarm early game in that game number 1, I feel like Los Ratones feel confident picking that stuff.
But you like this draft more than the last game, right?
I like Radisak's draft more.
Yeah.
Apart from that, Leona. Like, I can see the need for the engage through Leona, but had that been a Karma into Braum, Braum suffers majorly, and Karma actually is like such a banger lane as well. Perma pushing, perma pride, you've got shield. Now, of course, the question mark comes through that you don't have a lot of engage, right? You would have to rely on a Gnar bar to be at the right time, at the right place, engaging for you, flashing forward. So it's not the most reliable, but we're getting into game number 2 between Radisak and LR. Let's see if Radisak, despite that Leona bot lane that's been counted, they can make it out of that early game.
I'm very excited about this mid as well. We didn't really get much time to focus on Nemesis and Peng last game. I think Peng, you know, regardless of the performance in the last game, is one of our best mid laners. He's so good. Kind of fresh face to the region, coming in really strong. That Talia might not look good last time, but all split long. That Talia has been terrifying, and now getting on this rise, going to have a lot of ability to kind of machine gun as the game goes later and later. Right now, we are seeing Los Ratones just having a little bit of a checkage. They will see Natty starting up on his Raptors.
I love late game invades with Braum. He can really make his way through the jungle. The passive makes him such a strong level 1 champion as well. So if you've got a bunch of like ranged champions, you can make him work in that level 1 really easily. However, Veli is going to be starting from his red side, pathing towards Bolt, and Natinat is pathing towards the top side of the map. So let's see if Baus is going to fall to proper jungle timers. That was our criticism. Versus the Node series, it was Baus falling to jungle timers. What does jungle timer mean? It means that the jungler is pretty much clearing top to bot or bot to top, and he's got the timer that he's there, he's got no jungle to clear, and he's free to gank for the next 10 to 20 seconds. And he does that, you fall, then you dive to a jungle proper timer. However, Veli right here, with that invade, he sort of disrupts Natinat's clear.
I don't think Matty's going to see this. Oh, he spots it out. Blue stolen away. Is Veli going to do the old loop around?
He's looking for the wolves.
I think he's just going to run around and see if he can spot Natty nice and early. Natty going to get caught out here. Veli no smite. Natty does have his smite though, so I don't think this is that doable. He stole it with the buckler. Are you kidding me?
Natinat right there, a little bit slow, a little bit too fast, sorry, with the smite. Loses the fight, and right now, Veli could actually cross through mid lane right here.
Peng! Caught by the wall bang! Nemesis doesn't have the scatter, but they're going to put the damage down. Peng will survive, just about. Holy moly, what a flash.
The Rune Prison saved Peng right there onto Nemesis, so they would be able to chase up. Nemesis had a flash available as well, but Veli, what fantastic pathing so far from his jungle straight onto that blue buff, getting that flash from Peng over in the mid lane and his teleport to get back to that, and then he continues his clear towards his side. He will be up to Natinat as he had to back right and get towards that both side of his map. So Natinat for now, he's gonna pull up in the numbers when it comes to CSing, since Veli did a little bit of back and forth. Well, that's gonna be all she wrote. Again, I'm looking at Radisak and I'm like, where are you making your plays through? You're looking at level 6 Rise that can play for side lanes. Aww.
Happens.
I love being in an arena, man. You see a pause and they all go, aww.
It's what happens every time we do it when we're at home as well. We're doing the home broadcasts and it just a pause.
You just don't hear it.
Yeah, you just don't hear it, but it's me going, oh, that's annoying. Luckily, these pauses haven't been too long. We're just ironing out a few issues, but so far, you know, other than that bit of a shaky hand there from Natter, nothing too major. I mean, we're only 3 minutes into the game, so it's still early enough. But one thing I don't think we've really accounted for is when you look at Los Ratones, you know, this is a very experienced team on a stage in front of a crowd. In fact, this is actually quite a small crowd for some of these people.
Yeah, true.
For Ruddy, some of these players haven't played in front of people before.
Hello.
Yeah, exactly, right? But like some people haven't played in front of people before, and this is quite a big crowd, so you've got that kind of shaky hands for the first time playing in front of such a large crowd. See if Ruddy are going to be able to, you know, kind of bounce back from that game one. A 20 gold deficit was a rough one. Right now, Natty going to be getting his Scuttle Crab for himself. Be quite happy to do that. I want to see what Pain does at level 6. That's what my eye is really on right now.
I feel like Los Ratones and particularly Velia has done such a great job in protecting Baus.
Yeah.
That invade towards the blue buff, forcing Natinat towards the bot side of the map again. I feel like he's done such a great job. No flash on Peng right here, but he's not going to fall for it. Charge through, and they could potentially cut Natinat in the jungle. Baus is in there as well. They're going to spot him.
Does the old backflip back. Natty pose down the W just to keep himself alive, but the Ignite is on. They've got vision. They're ticking him off.
It should be out.
Can they find that closer? I don't know if there's a blast cone for Velia. So he's not going to be able to close that wall, although Natty, he jumps forwards and Baus! He's just gifted first blood.
Trying to steal the Raptors right there. Didn't end up working for him. Nemesis has been having that priority over in the mid lane, so when they closed in on him, again, Velia has been having a fantastic game so far. He's been spotting Natinat throughout the entire game. He's been chasing Baus again, closing in through the jungle. Great stuff so far, and all in all, first kill for Baus as well over in the top lane, the Cole in the inventory. We might actually get to see officially. Okay.
They're having a good time. They're having a good time.
This is a gentleman's agreement. They only farm like when the creep's about to die.
Honorable supports.
Yep.
Honorable supports, I like that.
Until the AD carries arrive and you don't see it, so
Yeah,
they jump forward.
then it just gets brutal again. The AD carries show up and ruin everything. Here we go. Ground is in the area. Marlon! The gentleman's agreement.
That's not honorable.
That was not honorable, Reckless. I thought better of you. Now, Dragon is up. You can see Velia is on the bottom side of the map, while Natinat is not, so he will be pathing towards there. Actually, no, he may be pathing towards top side, but...
To be fair, I would be pathing towards Baus. I think they need to shut him down right now, calling the inventory. You get Gnar ahead as well. Mind you, Gnar is going to be one of your primary engages together with Leona. Baus a little bit too far forward, does have the flash.
No ult on Natty, though, so I don't think he's going to be able to close
It's
that
level
gap.
4 in a Fury.
Yeah, he's lost so many camps, and meanwhile, this is going on. Bounce! Oh. Beautiful interrupt! Gonna stop that from happening at all.
I think he was aware. The second he saw that there was no one moving on the bot side of the map, there was going to be zero contest. There is no camps in Velia's jungle as well, so that's not where Nafiri could be. There's only one place that Natina could be, and it was towards the top side of the map. And again, I feel like one of our big question marks, and the reason why Los Ratones, well, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why Los Ratones is not bot bracket, was Baus on that series versus Nord, right? And we're like, what has the development looked like? How has he been able to develop from that series to playing around jungle timers, respecting the ganks, respecting the extra numbers towards the top side of the map? And right here with the Queen, again, I feel like the lukewarm game from Radisek in game number 1 gave them a lot more confidence to pull out picks like this. But you also see the respect and the help from Velia.
Looks like Velia just continuing to try and put Natty behind. 48 farm to 32 is the CS difference between junglers. Natty is able to tick over to level 5, but Baus getting some damage off here onto Gaithan. Fight's breaking out, and actually it's Gaithan who's got the first move. Velia throws down the Steadfast Presence for a bit of movement speed, but gets caught by Natty's Q. Nemesis coming in with the R. That's going to be a good lockdown onto Peng, but he gets him with the Rune Prison. Nemesis, ult available, not going to be necessary. Peng secures the kill.
Very nice cutoff right there from Peng. Uses the ult to stop the choke point, stop Los Ratones from getting away. Velia and Natinat again fighting over one jungle creep. Velia's just going to hit level 6 though, and Natinat.
Oh, Peng! Baus finds the assassination. Beautiful from him.
And that's what this champion does, right? You reset, you come through from base, you're super fast. You can actually lane gank very easily.
Got the souls. Gonna be sprinting around the map as Velia. Hex flashing onto Natty, catches him with the Steadfast, goes in for the damage. Natty, can he get the escape? No! Baus is here! What was that you said about shutting him down? He is 3-0.
He's shutting down Radisek currently. And Gaithan might be on the wrong side of the map, a little bit too far to the right. The resets and the rotation is going to come through. Reckless over the top side of the map. with the Void grabs up there. There is going to be 0 contests from the side of Radisak, potentially moving in when Natinat is a little bit closer. But you see Nemesis first in the river. Peng
Marlon's
not
here.
going to be walking through. And
Gaten.
Gaten.
He's actually done a good job of playing interrupt. They've only secured 1 grub for Los Returnos. You need 2 to get that feat of strength stack.
Yeah.
Natty's making his way over. Peng was looking to come, but did get hit by the scatter of the week there. Velia, I don't know if you got the hero play. You haven't got ultimate available. They're just going to have to give. I think that's the smart play.
It's a little bit scary for Los Returnos to walk back in here. No ult on Poppy, no ult on Syndra, no flash on Nemesis either. You get caught up there. You give a couple too many kills to Naafiri, then the game can flip around really quickly, right?
Yeah.
So, again, we said for Los Returnos, it was a big thing to learn not to overstep, right? Not to overchase and not to overstay their welcome, as Natina will take a trade onto Nemesis and the other way around. And so far, Los Returnos have been extremely respectful on the Rift.
I like this.
Grid, but there's no grid.
I like this because if you beat a team with a 20k gold lead in a 28 minutes, you might get a bit inflated in how good you're going to play versus them. They're not doing that. They're respecting, but Ruddy, you know, very rightfully are into the top 3 at the very least here at the NLC. They're looking so solid all split long, so they know that that was probably just a blip on the radar for them, and they know they've got to take Ruddy serious, because if Ruddy are given that window, they will be able to take a game over. So smart play from Los Returnos not to be too overeager, not too desperate to chase for those early feat of strength stacks. They got what they needed and they got out.
All right, it's gonna be a minute and a half about until next Dragon. Couple of wards over on the bot side from the side of LR to control wards in the river. Not over on the bot side of the map. And I'm looking at just item completions in general. We have the torch for Nemesis already completed, but no other major item completed for anyone else on the map right here. And of course, when you're looking, of course, at the Rise as well, you're looking for the Rod of Ages, you're looking for that 10 stack that gives you the extra level right there, getting to that level 16 much faster than your opponent. It is the big spike for Rise. He is a scaling champion, same as the Ezreal, right? You're looking at the 2 items, the Trinity plus the Mana Moon, which becomes a more mana. This is where Radisak really want to be fighting.
Nemesis can be able to grab himself a plate for free. Marlon actually gets the solar flare down. They've got the the warp coming in from Peng. Finds him with the rune prison. In jumps everyone. It's everything onto Nemesis. Peng secures his 2nd kill of the game. Nice pick there from Ruddy.
Great punish right there. Marlon with the downtown with the ult, slows Nemesis, allows Peng time to come through with the ult, the rune prison, which then connects with the EQ from Leona. Very nice stuff right there. They punish Nemesis for not having flash, over pushing that mid lane. Let's see how they're going to use that numbers advantage on the map for now. As you can see on your maps, Marlon has sneaked into the top side jungle of Velia. They are looking to solidify a lot of pressure around Baus and around that Queen, right? Queen, a champion that is one, very slippery, sure, but also very squishy. So if they manage to get some kills onto that Naafiri through that top side, it's going to be very beneficial for the early game for Radisak.
Yeah, 11 minutes on the clock. Velia going to secure the 2nd dragon here for the side of Los Returnos.
I don't like that. I don't like that they were 4 versus 5, yet they didn't take any control of the bots of the map.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes do happen, I guess, in this situation. But yeah, no, I do agree. Did a mistake there. Nice scatter actually onto Peng. Didn't think that hit, but not going to be able to make anything of it. Velia is just consistently denying Natty more gold. Like, he's in his jungle now, taking away his Raptors, another camp down. There's no gold for Natty to be able to go collect either, so it's a big denial to the Naafiri. Finished up the Spear of Sojin, but I believe Velia, once they do go back, will have a pretty healthy buy off the back of this one. In fact, closing in on finishing their jungle item as well, which would be nice for them. Blackfire Torch finished onto Syndra mid. Nemesis feeling quite happy on that one. Triforce onto Crownie as well. Got the Profane Hydra onto Baus, so even more assassination
No matter
potential.
the champion, always a Hydra, it just changes the first name.
He likes his Hydras, what can we say? Marlon getting locked down. Solar Flare actually committed, but with Velia there, it was purely just to send Reckless packing. It's not a long ultimate, to be fair, Solar Flare, so
That
they'll be all
chunked
right.
him down quite a bit, like half HP. He does have 3 cookies in his inventory as well. But this is mostly LR using numbers advantage to try and regain some vision.
Oh. Crownie targeted, locked down. He's going to try and jump away, but Marlon making his way forward. Good knock up from Reckless. The Zenith Blade is dodged. Crownie is on the run. Reckless comes in to try and save the day. The dogs are sent forwards. Crownie somehow limps out of that one. Beautiful dodge from him.
Great aggression right there from Radisak, but Crownie gets out alive. Very importantly, both his summoners gone from this play. and there is a Dragon spawn in about 3 minutes. There's a minute and a half for the Herald as well. So these two objectives will be done with Crownie's Flash down. Now, Corki is a very slippery champion, but without Flash, could be very easily punished by things like Ryze jumping into the backline, Leona, and Gnar potentially finding a good flank. So it's in Radisak's hands to try and punish that before it comes back up.
Don't think Peng's really going to be able to do much there, but just watch those minions die underneath the tower. Natty may find Velia here, has got backup. They find the lockdown, steadfast presence used. Velia losing a chunk of health. The True Shot Barrage comes in as well. Good scatter from Nemesis. Velia is able to flash away. The hammer comes down, and nobody from Lost Returners will die in the mid lane. In jumps Reckless to try and find the lockdown onto Marlon, who flashes over, but he gets himself locked in place. Nata with the assassination. Velia's going to trade out. Nata gets a double kill coming in as Reckless will secure the kill in response.
Great aggression right there from Radisak. They have been finding targets in this game, in the early game, and I think it primarily comes off of the back of Marlon. He has been roaming all over the map. You see this Leona taking summoners, then regaining control, then re-ganking those lanes with no summoners, and Nata, what an aggressive play on that Ezreal. Arcane shifts past everyone to try and find the target in the backline. Peng?
Peng's all right. Flash is ignited. He's going to get out. Do you see that Baus now level up to level 11? He's finished his cull nicely. Had that finish for a little bit.
A little bit more gold.
A little bit more gold. Got the serrated Dirk as well, so building towards... I assume that's not a collector. I don't know what that will be. Probably an opportunity, because his next time, more move speed, more lethality off the back of that one. That's going to be the build right now for Baus. As a Herald is going to get started up from the side of Lost Returner. And if you look at the map and you look at the kind of vision, Roddy don't have any information. They can't just be running in blind into this jungle to try and play the contest.
I think they're looking for Baus. Look at Marlon again, wrapping behind that bot lane tier 1. He's looking for Baus. He's gonna find him. Don't think there's much follow-up.
I mean, they get the Solar Flare, they get the Zenith Blade. Baus is on that run. They're gonna throw everything down, but he's gonna use the W. Baus can't play the escape game, and that is just him done. Natty gets the shutdown.
And Peng, very nice respect towards the top side of the map. Knows there's no teammates around. Most likely the Herald's gonna be going down. Lost Returners are going to use that death timer on Baus to take that top lane tier 1 with the Herald. But again, a great aggressive play generated by Marlon's Leona.
And what I really respect about this is they made a play. Lost Returners gain something, but they lose something in response. You have to get it for free. What a charge coming in from Velia. Gonna finish that one up. Reckless makes sure he gets out. Absolutely beautiful. Nata just so aggressive on this Ezreal as well.
Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. There's a lot of defensive vision, aggressive vision from the side of Radisak inside Lost Returners' jungle. And again, my eyes are set on Marlon. Reminder, Nemesis, no flash. Crownie, no flash. Baus, no flash. No key summoner spells for the side of Lost Returners and their carries. Can Marlon find the target to set up his team for success? Okay.
No.
Not this summer. It was the wrong target. It was the wrong target.
Yeah, he's playing respectfully as well. They don't really know where the vision is, and I actually think that Radisak probably will be able to get this dragon, although teleport's getting thrown towards the top side. So yeah, this could be the opportunity. Nata dodges away on the Glacial Fissure, gets away from the Q as well. Hit by the Scatter of the Weak. Marlon's going to come in for the block, but Nemesis takes him down. Now Marlon is on that run. That's going to be the lockdown. Dragon has been secured as Lost Returners secure a double kill in response for the dragon. Heavy cost there.
You cannot be dying to this as an Ezreal. There is no actual engage on the side of Lost Returners. It's more like maybe if we tag someone with Scout of the Week, maybe a Braum Q, sure, maybe we can chase. They do have the ability to chase with their champions. But when it comes to actually getting caught on an Ezreal, this should be a huge no-no.
In comes the lockdown. Good steadfast presence from Velia, but they're going to find him with the Rune Prison. Gaithan's jumped over the wall. Velia almost finds the kill onto Natty. Good flash to safety. Peng gets his third kill of the game. Tower will be secured here for the side of Lost Returners. Atakan coming up in a little bit as well.
A kill for a tower, that's usually what Lost Returners does. It's usually when Baus does, but this time around Velia tries to defend Crownie in the jungle, ends up falling in the process, but alas, still will gain a neutral, an objective down the bot lane.
Oh, Nata.
Nata in trouble.
Good flash over the wall to get away, but that was so much
Pretty
damage.
sure that was an Arcane Shift. He doesn't have his flash available.
Oh my word, the Arcane Shift.
He looked like a flash, so I'll give it to you. He looked like a flash.
It's an Ezreal flash.
Yeah,
it's like a unique flash he has. Does damage as well.
Oh, Marlon.
Marlon, is he going to find him? Flashes
Yeah, this guy's everywhere.
Gets the lockdown onto Baus as Baus will fall. Gaithan finds the kill. Teleport coming in. Don't think there's a dive opportunity, although we're seeing a teleport coming out from the side of Ruddy as well. Peng comes up to join in case any action broke out. Nice pick there. Just got a minute and a half until that Atakan spawns up on the top side, so getting control of the area.
I have to apologize.
Go on.
I said I do not like the Leona. Please give me the Karma together with the Ezreal. Radisak said, screw you, we're not playing for lane. Marlon has been everywhere. He's been setting up on side lanes. He's been setting up in the mid lane. All of the kills that have come through Radisak have primarily come from Marlon then taking the summoner spell and someone else capitalizes onto it, or Marlon straight up ganking for those side lanes. And primarily it has been onto Baus and onto Nemesis, so the top mid carries for Los Ratones. But again, his Leona has been impeccable this game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you lose the lane to win the game. That's the kind of lockdown pick of that. Obviously.
Still a 3,000 goal lead for Los Ratones.
Yeah, but his performance has been very good.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of impact for Radisak, and that has honestly brought them so much more space in this game, so much more breathing room, as Gaithan actually is now at the point where he feels comfortable to go toe-to-toe with Baus, half health in him, gets the Nasty, gets a bit of extra health himself, catches the wave. Peng and Nemesis are holding the top lane. Now, Atakan is up in 14 seconds. Neither of these two have teleport. Gaithan's closing in on his as Natty coming in for Nemesis. If he times this right, he's going to be able to get it. In they jump. Can that scatter connect? I don't think it's going to make his mark. It may just be onto Peng. Does get the stun onto him, but in jumps Natty with the ultimate to lock down Nemesis, as he is just going to find himself pinned in place in the alcove. Nowhere to go. Peng on a killing spree, but in comes Velia, gets the root prison off, the flash into the wall bang. Marlon's made his way over. It's a 1-for-1, mid for mid. But Atakan and the health bars are in favor right now of Los Ratones, as they've got Reckless closing in as well. Nata on that flank. Natty's able to break away. The wallbang actually hit one of the dogs and not onto Natty. Good solar flare into the true shot barrage. It's going to get blocked up by Reckless as they're just putting a little bit of extra damage down. Crowley is locked in place, but he finds the kill onto Natty as Nata has to flash away. Baus almost finishes him up. Gaithan now joining into the fight, looking for the lockdown onto him. Has the ultimate, but he is going to be taken out. Crowley secures the kill.
Overextension by Radisak right there, trying to squeeze as much as they can from that chase. And Los Ratones come out victorious with the kills and with the extra tower. And it all started with trying to catch Nemesis up the top side of the map. Now, the unfortunate event for Radisak is that Peng could not DPS to take Nemesis down. Nemesis was playing on the very edge of that alcove. Ryze could not kill him, which then bought enough time for the rest of the crew to assemble towards the top side of the map and take down Radisak.
A very elongated fight. Hoping we get to have a look at that fight again, because that was just so much going on, and it's what I like to call the bad ninja movie fight, where everyone goes in one at a time. They don't dogpile, they all just go in one at a time after the hero.
Like an old Japanese film or something.
Yes, exactly, but now Baus may find Peng. Peng's got a fair amount of damage. He has that Seraph shield. He's going to get popped, and Baus can't really do too much more about that. He's just going to get himself mounted back up, and I don't think Peng is going to find the outplay. Down he goes. Marlon misses the solar flare. In jumps the dog onto the backline. Belly is exceptionally low. Natty's been able to take him out, but he is pinned on his own. Gaithan, no ultimates available. Los Ratones taking everything off the map.
Radisak are looking for scraps right here, seeing Champion trying to engage, and I mean, they have to do something, right? They're looking at Champions, Los Ratones that's taking over their map. Let's watch this one more time. It's going to be that mid lane. Velia is actually the one finding Marlon. Marlon overextends for some vision potentially right there. And then once you've locked in with the Nafiri, you cannot anymore cancel that. You're all the way in. And that does a lot of damage, but the second the wall comes up from Braum, you cannot walk through that choke point anymore.
Well, that Dragon Radisak were able to get earlier. Has now denied this from being that soul, but it is now soul point over to Los Ratones. Last game, Dragon Soul kind of wasn't really a factor in the game. It was just a big wallet difference. This time around, that soul could have a lot of impact. You saw, how close Natty was to going down before Velia dropped. That Ocean Soul would keep him alive a little bit longer. So Atakan still remains up. No one has turned their attention towards it. You can see Velia's in the area, though. Nemesis as well. I think they're going to be waiting for these teleports to be up. I mean, actually, Nemesis is the only one, and he's topside, so I guess Baus is basically a walking teleport. He's very quick around the map.
Yeah, I feel like Atakan is a neutral objective that you actually need to properly set up for. Velia caught.
Solar Flare onto Velia, gets the interrupt on that steadfast presence. Natty's chasing over, just summons in a couple of extra dogs. Ultimate lands onto Marlon to send him packing. Gaithan about to ult out though, so he has Mega Gnar available. Baus gonna go for the lockdown. Can he get the damage off? I think he's got it. Marlon can't even save the day for his mid laner. The scatter is huge. Peng is able to survive. Doesn't have teleport, does have ultimate. Baus is going to continue the chase.
That's Atakan, that's
and that is Atakan. Ruddysack, just wrong place, wrong time. They were not set up for that play. Down they go.
No TP on Gnar, no TP on Ryze. Really, really hard to just get back into this river. And they're going to try to. Marlon is stepping forward together with Natty now. They do have the Ryze ult if they want to move anywhere near. But the objective is completely gone. And Ruddysack, they arrived too early and now they have to leave too late.
Pretty heavy cost of that one for the side of Ruddy. And again, it just kind of came down to them, you know, not playing that one quite as smart as maybe they should have. Weren't set up. And again, the problem is, I think Baus being in the same lane as Peng just makes his life so hard. Like, Peng has got a lot of use to this team, but when he's losing 60, 70% of his health just to a random trade with Baus, he can't really do much about it. So he just has to kind of take the L there. And they need to make sure that the lane assignment kind of suits them a bit better off the back of that one. You can see with the Archangel's finished up, he's got the Merc Treads as well, so he hasn't even really got the armor to kind of deal with a lethality, Quinn.
I don't think anyone has the armor. It's like a bunch of squishes, right? Not Leona, not anyone can deal with this Quinn right now. Level 15 for Baus. Sharing levels with Peng on this Ryze, and even though I have to say that Peng has played the side lanes really nicely.
Yeah.
Ruddysack have not necessarily been setting up for those big Ryze ults. I think they just want to set up around it. They do have Peng heading towards the top side. There is no TP onto this Ryze, but if they want to pick a fight right here, Ryze needs to be with them. Gaithan charging that bar on the tops of the map. You need that Mega Gnar. He does have flash. Next fight might just decide the game.
Yeah, I think this next fight's going to be super big. Now, things to note, Peng has got his Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has a temporary Zhonya's available to him. 10 stacks as well on the rower. Only level 15, so needs to hit level 16 for the maximum effect of the ultimate, as they do quite a bit of damage here on Velia. Don't think they're going to go for more, but actually I say that, they find the lockdown instantly into the Glacial Fissure. Peng's health bar is annihilated. Velia has to flash over, and it's going to be Gaithan on his own. He is taken down by Nemesis. Ruddy, very scattered on the play, and ultimately they're just going to have to pay the price.
It's just the ideas are good, the execution is just not there.
Hold on, Crownie. Natty's just going to flash over the wall. He finds him. Natty, beautiful kill. Velia's chasing in, comes forward with the wall bang and answers out. It's a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Baus took tier 2 mid, took tier 2 bot as well.
That's what the Queen does, right? She's so annoying. The second one fight's happening on skirmish on one side. She's so fast to just pivot to another lane and take a neutral objective for free.
Nata?
Or you're AD carry for free.
He's alive, but that was a...
That's no flash, no cleanse.
That was an optimistic Ezreal play.
No flash, no cleanse on Nata, on that Ezreal.
Not sure about that one,
It's getting really rough for Ruddysack. Again, I think their ideas are really good and they're playing very aggressive, but I just feel like they're focusing the wrong targets. Peng always straight into a Brom's face, and insta-ult comes out from Reckless. Peng has to instantly flash away because there's a Corki right behind him. So I feel like, again, the ideas are correct. The execution is just lacking in terms of character selection right here from Ruddysack.
I honestly feel like Reckless is the MVP of this game.
He's been hero.
He's been so
Has he been raising his shield really nicely?
He has. He's done a very good job of his shield, being a proper shielder. As a
proper shielder.
Velia, they get caught. Actually, Scuttlebait hits onto Natty. He's used the W. Nata's dead off screen. Baus just assassinates him. Another kill going over. That's going to be a double kill for Baus. 3 members of Ruddy fall. Nemesis finds the scat of the week onto Marlon, and he's just going to continue to chase. Teleport out from Gaithan. He wants nothing to do with it as Marlon is just giving Nemesis the old run around, but the scat of the week connects as they're going to continue to chase on him. And the bad thing here for Marlon is ultimately he's got a delayed death.
Other than him being dead?
Delayed death, man.
Delayed death. Okay, I'm just going to be quite honest here. I don't think it matters whether his death was delayed or too quick. 10,000 gold, 12,000 gold now with the Baronless Waters one more time. What in the world? Nata tries to walk into this fight, the flank coming through from Baus. And what is this disgusting damage coming through the wing. Then Natina tries to focus in. Crowny dives forward to defend Baus. And again, Los Ratones win that fight fair and square. I mean, they have more items in their inventory, right? They're really slapping Ruddy Suck with their wallets. And Gaithan,
Crowny, he's got the E, he's got the damage, and Crowny secures the kill. Beautiful pick up there.
Hey, I could have done that play-by-play.
Yeah, you could have.
There wasn't much play.
There wasn't much that happened. Gaithan was chunked and he died. What can Ruddy do?
All right, in this game, I don't think there's much you can do. I feel like the only one quite constantly in the lead was Natinat on this Nafiri. But again, champion selection has not necessarily been on point. And talking about the Nafiri, he's in a little bit of a trouble, okay? Reckless gonna use his ult. But again,
jumps over the wall there. He's going to get a fair amount of damage taken out of him. I want to see Peng and Nata untouched. That's the main thing here. They've been getting blown up quite a lot in these fights.
They've been getting touched a little bit too much.
Yeah, they've been getting blown up by Baus. There's not much they can do about that one. So we'll see, it's played smart. They're just kind of trying to wait out this Baron. The problem is Nemesis is in the mid lane. He's got a good shove here. Inhibitor will probably fall fairly soon. Natty's doing his best just to hold on, but that wave is going to slowly but surely cut through the Inhibitor. Nemesis actually going to move over and try and play with his team. Good scout of the week lands onto two people. They just back off. Peng finds himself caught. Half of his HP is gone. Solar Flare comes in. Can they find that bit of extra damage? Beautiful ult out from Velia to send Marlon away from his team. As the Unleashed Power secures the kill. Gaithan about to gnaw out. Faust jumping in. Gets caught, but Marlon is ignited and taken down. Gaithan is going to be after one hell of a hero play. Natty unable to do much about this one. Scout of the week lands into the Rune Prison, but Natty is going to have to throw the W out. They are stuck on their fountain as Los Ratones are just slowly but surely whistling through them. Baus is going low, but Reckless, he's coming in with the blocks. In jumps Matty onto the back line, secures the kill, but the tower's going down. They're portaling in. Can Peng find the opening? Natty is trying his hardest. Crowny may get locked out, but he instantly throws the cleanse out. Gaithan can't get the extra damage down. Velia trying to get on to the Nexus. He can't do it, but Peng on his lonesome stopwatches the Unleashed Power. In comes Marlon for the backup. They've lost their DPS. Nata's back on the map though. This game might not be done quite yet. Wallbang onto Marlon. I don't think Marlon's surviving. Natty will fall to the buckle as well as he secures the kill. Scatter forces the cleanse. Gaithan goes down. 30 minutes on the clock. And Los Ratones will go to match point.
Los Ratones are making this series a little bit too easy for themselves. Look at him, zero nerve.
He is
zero
chill.
nerve. He is cold as ice on that queen. And I feel like this is looking like winter Los Ratones. Very dominant. Zero windows for reaction.
Yeah.
I have to say, a much better game. I feel like considerably better from the side of Marlon. I feel like this guy was everywhere. That Leona might have lost lane when it was picked, but it literally looked like he could win the map, right? And I feel like then the champion selection became a little bit wonky from the side of Radisak, and they kept continuously losing sides of the map with the wrong aggression on the wrong side of the map. And this guy on your screens right now, the Queen incident can now be forgotten because this one overshadowed it.
He put that to bed, didn't he? The coincidence is donezo. So clean there from Baus. Absolutely annihilating them. And you are right. I do think Ruddy looked better. But they have one more game to make another improvement.
Just looking better is not good enough.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, they look better than a 20,000 gold loss.
Yeah.
Like, they've got a lot of work to do, and they have one more game. Otherwise, their time here at the NLC is done. And Ruddy will be going through to playing Nord tomorrow in those grand finals. Nord watching, probably a little bit nervous because they absolutely demolished.
They look like they're back.
Yeah, Los Ratones look real back there. Absolutely incredible game coming from them. We are going to throw it over to the desk though to break down this game too. So Archer, over to you.
Thank you so much, and I agree 100% with what they were talking about. All is forgiven. Quinn is now a priority. Baus has redeemed himself. Honor has been restored, although there's no honor by playing Quinn top. But with this in mind, LR are one step away from getting their revenge matchup versus Nord for tomorrow. Ruddy Sack, what can you do? What? Yeah, that way. Yeah, okay. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, that way. Yeah.
Crazy.
We got some revelations
Unbelievable.
live for you folks. Nobody expected this.
on me. One more wave. Just as Baus would say. I think the biggest thing here to highlight is the fact that just last split, the one bad thing about Lost Return split was the Quinn game, and this time it was instrumental. I think the top side 2v2 from Quinn and Velja, absolutely unbelievable. Baus had a great game. Velja, I mean, those first 5 minutes, you can't top it. Look at this, right? He's already stolen away the blue buff, and then Baus comes down to help.
So I have to say that the beginning of the game and pretty much the whole game was decided by Velja in this game. And while we give credit to Baus, of course, and he's the one to secure first blood, this happens because of Velja. Because Velja was the one to bully Natinat out of his own jungle in very early game. And what happens to Nafiri? Nafiri needs to get those early kills, the early prio. She needs to clear, to have her first clear uninterrupted in order to go crazy later in the game. If you interrupt her first clear and you kill her right after that, she's not a player anymore. She's not a champion. Even though she was able to secure some kills later on, this is not what you expect from Nafiri, and that's all thanks to Velja.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 2v2 was just the cornerstone of why they got this win. The Quinn always roaming around side Velja. They were always together. They were always making the same plays at the same time. I think it was brilliant to see the coordination. And once the laning phase ended, they started to unleash from each other a bit more. And Baus in particular on the side lane, yes, he did get caught a few times by Marlon. But after those, I mean, we saw it later in the game, right? There was a team fight. What did Baus do? He didn't join. Lost Return still won the team fight, and Baus got 2 turrets on top of it. That's so much standing gold in your pocket. And despite the fights being somewhat even, the goalie just continued to grow as Baus. He was just hoarding in all the gold.
Yeah, getting that out of the game in favor of. Wait, are you thirsty? Wait, can we see this? Show it. Raise it up. Are you thirsty? I got you, boss. With that in mind, yeah, if you stop Nafiri at the early game, what can you do as you move on? And I mean, LR is in a different position right now. I think on the first game you got Baus, second game you got Velja showing up. Nemesis has been a constant situation to deal with. It's always, as I say, you never win versus Nemesis, and he always show up regardless. I think Peng did a wonderful job within this game, but Velja was able to shut him down a little bit, if we can show the second replay. And there you go, Nemesis, I think he died on this one, but instantly, I think there's a word. There's always a price.
Look at the time he's buying, and that's the big thing. It takes ages for him to die. And look at the minimap, who's coming in to respond to the play? Velja, Crowny, and in the extended one, Radisek lose.
And what is important here is the timing on which it happens. This is Atakon spawning right now on your map right there, and the idea for Radisek is, hey, we kill Nemesis, it is a -1 for Lost Return, so we get Atakon an insane win condition for us, a game that the team that is already losing. But the fact that Lost Returns were able to catch up so quickly, and then they continue this fight, they drag it further and further, and they are actually the ones killing Radisek, because look at the chokehold, this bottleneck piece in the jungle in which they caught them. There is no way out for Radisek, and because of that, Lost Return is denied, and the Atakon, they delayed, and they take it on their own timer when they want it.
And we talked about on something at the beginning of this match, which would be Nata will eventually get one-shotted by Baus if Baus doesn't fall behind. We saw like a preview on that fight, like a trailer of, hey, I got your number, Nata. If you do that again, I'm gonna one-shot you. And the next fight, oh, I think we got it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, what is there to say, right? A one-shot, Nata, no counterplay allowed here. I mean, instantly deleted. And at that point, the fight might still be going. It is already decided. You know the fact that Lost Returns will win this fight, and they so easily just steamroll through the Radisek, who no longer have the damage needed because Nata got one shot.
There is one more thing that happens in this fight. First of all, the damage happens in this fight, definitely. You were talking about Nemesis and his Syndra, and it was deadly. In fact, I just want to quickly point out that Reckless, Silent had a really good game here together with Velja. But what they both were doing at the team fights, they were focusing the front lane so much of Radisek. Because I was briefly talking about not a lot of front lane for Radisek, but here what they do is Reckless is going to focus Gnar, and then there's going to be Velja throwing out the Leona out of the fight. What happens to Radisek when there is no front lane? There is Baus flying and killing everybody!
This is match point, and I want to highlight that Radisek picked red side for what could possibly be their last match of Spring Split. This is important. Whoever wins from today moves on to tomorrow for finals, but also with the idea that you get a ticket for EMEA. For the Rats, it's about defending your title, not only within the NLC, but also for EMEA. For Radisek, it's about reshaping your history and
coming up on a new form. We're coming up into game 3, but for that, we need to toss it to a break. And after that, we have some interesting interactions with the crowd. I'll see you soon.
Alrighty there, everybody. A little bit of between game content coming in for you. Middle court here, joined by, well, let's introduce yourself. Who have we got here?
Jamsu. Hello, hello.
Hello, and Jamsu, where are you from?
I'm from the UK, I'm from England.
And who are you supporting today?
I'm here supporting the Ruddy Sack. Way! Ruddy up, Ruddy up.
Yeah, I could definitely hear a little bit of pain in that voice. So, Jamsu, I've got a really important question for you. Are you any good at dancing?
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Yeah, do you feel like showing us some moves?
Absolutely, hell yeah.
Hey, just throw it down, man. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, go. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. You got anything special in the tank, bro? Ooh. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hey, we're not done with you yet. We're not done with you yet. So you've proved your prowess with dancing. I believe we've got a couple of videos coming up that we're going to ask you to imitate. Okay? How do you feel about that?
Brilliant, let's go.
All right, let's see if we can have that coming up on the screen now. All right, I think we've seen enough of that. So, Jamsu, do you reckon that you can do a dance like that, my friend?
Absolutely, I do.
Right, throw it down, bro. Right, let's see if there's something potentially a little bit more challenging in our back pocket. Let's see if we've got any other dances we can get Jamsu to do. All right, Jamsu, do you reckon that you've got enough in your wheelhouse to do that? Giving it a go?
I'm gonna give it a go.
Hell yeah. Oh, you got to do it without the music now. I reckon you can. Right, now production, I don't know if we can request specific ones, but I'm pretty sure there's a Vayne clip in there, a Project Vayne clip. If anyone knows the dance for that champion. No, I reckon you could do it, Jamsu. I reckon you could throw down some moves like that.
I'll give it a go. Hey, why not?
Yeah, production, I wonder if we could play the Project Vayne clip. So, Jamsu, do we reckon that we can throw it down like Project Vayne?
I'll give it a go. Hell yeah.
All right, let's see it then.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Do you know what? Do you know what? I did not expect that to end up going as well as it did. Thank you very much, Jamsu. May I shake your hands?
Okay. I love you, Copenhagen. I love you, ready up.
All right, wonderful stuff. We are going to be headed to a short 2-minute break, and then we're going to be coming up with Game 3 of the series. Can Ruddy pull it back, or are Los Ratones headed to a second straight NLC final?
Hey, we're back. Ashram, stop the dancing. It's not Silver Scrapes yet, and I think we are far from it at this point. Game 2 in the back. I mean, Los Ratones look phenomenal.
This is it. Game point in favor of LR. Either you win or you're out for the Ruddy sack. For LR, it's about just locking it in and be done with this today. Are you good?
Yeah. I'm just seeing the signs in the crowd. It's a lovely crowd. I mean, it's Copenhagen. What do you expect, right? We get the best crowds in the world.
I actually have to agree.
Yeah. You're a man of culture.
Times. I did Royal Arena a few times, and League of Legends is not disappointing. Like, they're stepping up. I think this is one of the best crowds. Oh, we have Trouble on the side. Are you doing Trouble? Wait, were you not supposed to be casting? Wait, are we not live? Wait, chat?
Yeah, live. Get
Are
on
you
it,
here?
man.
Chat? No. So LR versus Ruddy Sack. Let's build expectations for the draft. And how can Ruddy Sack come back? How do they do it? That's a wonderful rat. Let me show you. This is
Wow,
beautiful.
that's a great
this
drawing.
Is art.
I think if we are to get back to the topic of how Rodisek can do something this game, well, I think so many of these stop-moving champs, like the Poppy and the Taliyah, are all gone now. That is really beneficial for Ping. The Aurora, the LeBlanc. The risk of picking them now is way lower because you won't as easily be counted. So I want Ping on one of these champions where he really is aggressive. The Ari denial feels so huge because I'm missing this gap where Ping really just shines and takes over a game. But I think the LeBlanc or maybe the Aurora could replicate those things, and that is my key focus in the draft.
My question is going to be what is going to be happening on the bot lane though, because for the mid lane there are still a lot of picks available for both of the sides. On the bot lane, however, we're slowly but surely running out of the normal AD carries that we're used to seeing in the current meta, especially with the Ezreal goal in the previous game, the Corki's out. Like, what do you go into for both of these players? And I think this is where Kai'Sa is going to come out and it's going to be super beneficial, especially if either of the teams decides to go into a very all-in composition, which is what we've seen from both Radisak and Los Ratones historically. The fight where Kai'Sa might be real this time.
Ruddy up behind us as well. I think the Ruddy fans did come out in full force when they got some kills. Those are some great signs as well. The duck outfit is crazy. That is brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. We've got a duck behind us. That is
what do you do? What do you pick as Ruddy? At this moment, we were talking about the Kai'Sa being available. That's a champion that, for instance, Crowning can pilot it. The Misfortune, we were highlighting it constantly. No, for Ruddy?
No. I don't think Misfortune is having a good spot anymore. Because if you think about Misfortune is really dependent on her support and on the setup for her. The supports that will set up for her are gone. We're talking about Rel, Brom, even Leona. They're all gone already, not available for pick from Marlon.
Yeah.
And on top of that, if you want to set up for her with anything else, the good top laners that could do that are gone. The mid laners that can help you out are gone. Anything is gone. I don't think we're going to see Misfortune. If we are, I will be really worried because this is not a good situation for her to be in.
I think it's a fair point that some of the things that can help the Misfortune is gone, but at the same time, some of the things that stop the Misfortune are gone. The Brom, in particular, right? You don't need to ban it, you can play it. I think the Jarvan being open, though, means you need to be careful of not picking too immobile AD carries. You can either try and pick some of these things away to help the setup for the Misfortune, but you also need to be worried that there are still some counters out there against you, and you're an immobile AD carry, and in this meta, with so many other mobile champions, all of a sudden, you can easily be taken down. So they need to draft around it. I think they can make it work, but it requires a lot of work, is what I'm trying to say.
I think there's only two sides of the coin as we speak for the Ruddy. It's either you play it safe, you play something for a wombo combo, like the Jarvan or Yana Misfortune, something that can be easily activated, or you risk it all. It's that moment. It's do or die. Either you risk it all, you bring something as fancy and cheesy as you can, or you go for the safe route.
I think I speak for everybody when I say that we want to see Radisak risk it all. You have seen how much effort Bang has been putting into his champion so far, into his play on the mid lane and later on the game. Even though the team has been losing, you could look at Bang and say, hey, if only the gold lead for Los Ratones wasn't that high, there could have been a way that he could have helped his team pull out of this situation. And I want the rest of the team to follow. I want them to go with something crazy. I want them to try and catch Los Ratones off guard this time.
Like the Nocturne, for instance, this is really interesting for the jungle, because if you shut the lights for the team, that communication can be delayed. Maybe get something like we've seen in the previous cities, like Nocturne, and then pair it up with the Fiddlestick support, and that's chaos. I want mayhem or safety for Ruddy. They know how to play, they have Yamato, they have Wolverine, everything will be stable. Well, for the LR though, as we're waiting for the teams to be ready, I know they're on stage, as soon as we can, toss it into the champion select. I think LR is about committing to what you are committing. It's working, why change it?
You don't need to change anything. If you're winning already, and if things are working for you. For Los Ratones, the thing is, they still have the ways that they can pivot into. We have seen a little bit crazier picks. Okay, we have seen the craziest pick already with the Queen in the previous game, but we still have something in the pockets for this team. And I don't think it's going to be easy to predict what exactly they're going to go into, but there is one thing on my mind. And it's either going to be banned or picked, and it's going to be Azir.
There you go, we jump into the champion select. This is it, LR, one game away from going to finals versus Nord. versus a team that brought these two to the lower bracket. On the other side, it is ReadySack taking away the Gragas. We've seen this before. Now it should be the Rengar. If we are going to keep up with this scheme from the Champion Select, we're not. We're done. I'll see you soon. Thank you for coming.
Hopefully just a small little issue,
Just
right?
a small
Maybe
issue,
someone
don't worry.
banned the wrong champion or whatever, and they have to quickly remake it. Let's hope it's nothing serious, as I'm really excited. I think Baus in particular has a lot of great champions still available, right? I mean, we all love the Gragas. We've all seen the Volibears. He has plenty of options, so I think if I were ReadySack, I'd focus on banning those, because we've seen what Baus can do already this series, right? On a carry or on the weak side, he's been incredibly strong.
Okay, have a pause. We're just waiting for some information regarding that. And we talk about this all the time, okay? Bring it to the desk while we're waiting. Bring it to the desk. I think it's important. If we get the camera on the desk, that would be beneficial. I don't think it's going to happen. But as soon as we can, we'll do the redraft. Sometimes you get into a champion select, you can't lock in your champion, you can't ban, so you easily redo those things as they're doing their last communications on the stage. Okay, champion select is going back.
Mid lane.
Hey, it's like nothing ever happened, right? We're right back where we started.
I need to see.
We are on schedule, don't worry.
I need to see what's going to happen with the mid lane. We already saw Azerbaijan in the game #1 today, and we know how well Nemesis can play on that. It's most likely that ReadySack would want to ban it out, but for Los Ratones, right now, important thing, Los Ratones for the first time are on the blue side, by the way, that Azerbaijan. Do they want to ban Gwen now? They can pick it themselves because they are on the blue side.
I mean, you could make the argument for it. It doesn't really scream Los Ratones to me, but I think it's a very good call and a realistic option.
Hell yeah.
But is it the first pick worthy, though? I think you have to accept that Baus will be counter-pick here regardless. You might just want to slam the strongest Baus pick you have available in your pool if you really want to go that route. I think the Gwen is an option as well. There are, I mean, a few good options. I think those are actually the main two I'm looking at. I think the Gwen is up there as well, yeah.
First pick, it could be the Gwen we've been talking about, or maybe you can lock in one of the AD carries that was locked in on the first game. Lucian was banned. Now, is there a way for you, Ruddy, to steal away the Nami? We've seen weird pairs with the Nami, but you can also bring something like the Milio, the Bard we've seen Reckless play. It's not the best duo. Oh, here's the Vi. How do you pair the Vi? Like, what do you bring into the mid lane? The Aurora was one of the options you've been bringing up along the day, Duckling.
I mean, the LeBlanc here, I think it could work well, right? You can easily one-shot someone if you decide to. So much pick potential on those two champions together. The Aurora I really like, but you could also just take the safety care, right? They've shown their hand, now you show yours, and Kaiser, one of the few strong ones available with some mobility.
And you already have some all in. You already have the Vi who wants to go in. You already have the Kaiser who will be really happy to go all in with you. I want ReadySack to continue with that topic. Problem is, so many supports that could go so well for ReadySack right now are not available anymore. But we still have Nico, for example, that Marlon has played historically.
That's it. When Nico showed up for Ping, it was a game. But when Marlon played it without the items, just the technicality of bringing 6 minions in the wave, it changed it all. So Marlon can pull this up with the Nico. We have the perfect duo on the bot side, Nami and Lucian. Do you reveal the jungle right now, Velia? Or do you try to say something different? Because it's the first time today that we get to see LR actually leading the Champion Select and having Ruddy replying this. This is for Velia.
Okay, I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? You take that so you can you know, show your hand with the jungle. You know what you're going up against, the support match. So we have jungle and bot lanes picked. The Pyke, though.
It's locked.
I mean, that is crazy because you're taking the lane to the Lucian Nami, you know, one of the strongest 2v2s. You're saying, I'm taking the game to you. I think that's a bold move, but Marlon, I think he's been in his speciality when he plays these weird orthodox pick, like the, you know, the Bard as well, right? Where he does this unexpected. That's when he's always in his strongest zone.
The problem with that, though, is that picking Pyke on the bot lane is a double-edged sword. If your laning phase goes well and you get some kills, you're going to have insane value throughout the game because you're going to be a real threat to this bot lane throughout the whole game for Los Ratones. However, if Pyke doesn't get kills, if Pyke doesn't get anything from the laning phase, he's a support. He doesn't get enough money in his pockets and he's not going to be able to do almost anything for the team later on. So ReadySack's bot lane needs to be very aggressive on the laning phase.
If you look at the way that ReadySack is building up, their engage is ridiculous. Everybody can go in a second. And that way, there's no doubt. You know what your job is, you go in. How can you reply as LR?
I mean, the biggest question I have now is, who do you counterpick for, right? You could try and look for the counterpick top lane for Gaethan, but at the same time, I'd really like Ping to get a preferable matchup here. So someone has to take the short end of the stick, and I think The Aurora, I mean, it's front of the safer blindables. You know the Talia is gone, you know the Poppy is gone. You won't be playing against these things that will constantly stop you from doing what you want. So I think it's fine to lock here. Getting Gaith in the priority matchup is, yeah, the key.
Doesn't have a lot of options left. However, we didn't really see Gaithan playing Gaithan champions throughout games number 1 and number 2. So hopefully this time, even with the Gwen and the Fiora bans out, we are going to see some good options for him.
How do you stop the reset from the bike? You revive him. Nemesis is really dangerous with this one.
I mean, they're cooking. They're really cooking here. I like what I'm seeing.
JP Jax.
I mean,
there's other builds.
No, the Volleyball band, the Gragas, the Jax is left on the table and it's locked in. I think Lost Ratones have a peculiar composition, but I like what they've got. They're able to stop the Pike. If they win the 2v2, we'll be looking at the bot lane for once this series really as one of the main highlights to keep your eyes on. As now the counter matchup, this will need to be huge. And the Yorick has been something they've struggled a bit with before, has found its way into the meta as Gaithan, now finally going towards what we wanted to play.
But you can run away easily. Even with the jail coming in from a Yorick as a Jax, you can jump away. And you know the way Baus plays the Jax. He goes in, one shot, moves on. It's not an AD Jax. What is that? Off meta.
That is a Jax that is going to stop Yorick on the sidelines. Because the whole idea of Yorick is if you're Hullbreaker, you never join a teamfight ever again. Thank you very much, guys. Bye. I am on my own duties. But what is Baus going to do? What do we see Baus? Where do we see Baus so often, especially in this series? On the sidelines. Gaithan, very good pick there, but I'm afraid Baus is not going to let you do their Yorick thing.
Well, this is it. This is match point for LR. I need predictions. Where do you land? Is it a 3-0?
No, can we not? Can we not?
It's a 2-1.
We're manifesting. We don't want a 3-0. We want more games. We want more chaos. We want more of this audience to enjoy League of Legends, right? So we're taking a ready set game number 4, even of game number 3.
Let's see what the crowd believes. Crowd, do you think it's a 3-0?
Fair enough.
Is anybody willing to get a 2-1? It's kind of quiet. Who wants to see Los Ratones win? Are you ready to go in game? Let's kick it up one more time. Denmark, make some noise! Take it away, Hipbrain.
We love Ashram. We really do.
I love this crowd, man.
Yeah.
I love this crowd. It is so energetic here. Be loading into game 3, match point here. Ruddy's hopes of making it tomorrow on the line. Los Ratones have just been dominant all 2 games, which is actually quite short. Really, really impressive performance from them so far, Trouble. What are we making of this draft?
I want to take a page out of Don Jake's book where he's like, we love being the underdogs. We love being backs against the wall. That's where we thrive the most. I hope we see them thrive the most here as well. I feel like their composition is all in. Someone presses the button, that someone is most likely going to be Vi. Everyone dives on that one champion. And looking at LR, they don't necessarily have a lot of champions that are tanky, but they have a Guardian Angel for free through Zillion.
Yes.
So even if you press your button and you go deep, then you're suddenly in no man's land because that person will respawn.
Yeah, well, it looks like issues are ironed out and we are into game. Game number 3, Copenhagen. If LR take this, they play Nord tomorrow. Ruddy's hopes on the line. And we might open up with a brawl.
Not like this.
Not like this. Marlon's got Q. Gonna go for the bush check. He's gonna find Baus immediately. Baus counter strikes, gets the stun onto 2, and they're able to make their way out to safety.
That's an AP Jax loading, by the way.
Look at this! Ooh. You threw this little graphic together, Georgia.
I did. I'm very proud of this graphic, actually. I think it looks really cool. Do you guys think it looks cool? Because these are all 100% win rate champions from Baus.
That's not this split, by the way.
That's the whole year.
That's all year long.
Only on the NLC, of course.
Yes.
Not counting EMEA Masters, right? And these are champions with more than 1 games played. So there's multiple games on all of these champions. Jax, of course, centered, being one of them.
He's honestly put on such a phenomenal performance this year. And me and you were actually having a chat yesterday, because you're a big Baus believer. I'm a massive Chachi believer. So if this series does end here...
Chachi's not here, buddy.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. If this series does end here, we get like 2 of the top players going toe-to-toe top lane. It's going to be huge. Now, we are going to have a quick look at where the junglers are starting. On that top side, so we'll be clearing downwards. I mentioned this. because these are some bloody bot lanes. Lots of kill potential here.
I'm so sad I didn't see Nico coming out of Marlon right here. I feel like you gain so much space through Nico, so much priority. I mean, right here, of course, Pyke gives another flare to that bot lane with the Kai'Sa where it makes them more deadly, but that's after level 6. I feel like Lucian Nami takes such great trades into that Kai'Sa and Pyke, and primarily your target here is the Kai'Sa, not the Pyke. The Pyke can reach in a bounce of that HP, but if you take really aggressive trades onto Nat on that level 2 where you can proc, oh, he doesn't have electric, it's lethal tempo onto the Lucian, you can really do some damage on that bot lane.
Oh, looking for a hook here, Marlon, not going to find it. Level 2 ticks over for the side of Ruddy. And I do agree with your base point about the Pyke, but we also had a similar grievance with his champ select in game 2, and Marlon played very well on the Leona.
I just feel like the Ruddy bot lane doesn't play to win lane, they play to roam, right?
Yes.
And when Marlon was making all the plays in game number 2, now it makes more sense. With Pyke, you're very slippery, you're really quick on the map, you can actually create those plays for your team. I feel like if that Ruddy side composition does not pick up really early though, I really, really fear for them. Trundle is going to be quite tanky. You've got the Guardian Angel that we mentioned with Zillion later on, and not to mention all the buffs that are going to be thrown on things like the Jax and the Lucian to play those fights, right? So it's just going to get very, very tricky. There's going to be a lot of range also with Lucian, Nami, Zillion between them and Ruddy Sack, so it's going to be very difficult to close the gap.
There it is.
That was more of a celebratory kind of roar.
Yeah.
It's like, woo, pause.
They just want more of us. That's not what they want
I
at
don't
all.
think
They
so.
want more. They want more action. But yeah, no, I mean, I do agree. I think there's a lot of burst on Ruddy, and I worry, but you know, Nemesis is going to have to be very on it on who's getting bursted with that chrono shift. And Ruddy, they just need to be clear on the calls. You know, they could try and bait it as if and force the chrono shift onto one person, shift it somewhere else.
Yep.
I
told you one thing. I don't think Vi can shift too much. You can
No,
have
I
Kai'Sa
mean-
maybe or Pyke, but like, again, you're right. Zillion might have way too many targets to save if Ruddy Sack snowball that early game
Yes.
and get quickly to the power spikes that we need them to be. Like, you build aggressive with the Pyke on your first item. It's usually the Umbral Glaive. You go your first item on your Kai'Sa, I'm seeing lethal tempo. I'm expecting the Kraken Slayer. So you do have those power spikes on that one item coming through from the side of Ruddy Sack.
Yeah, they're expensive ones though, so you need to get that gold
True.
flowing. And Pyke is great for that. Pyke shares gold. He's a sharing is caring. But I do want to see those symbiotic souls get finished up real quick for Marlon, and then I want to see Marlon getting into mid lane, nice and quick,
his
looking
opponent?
for the kills for his mid laner, and enable Peng.
It's us versus Velia. Who wins? He wins.
Velia.
pretty sure, yeah.
Trouble. We suck at League. There's a,
Come on, man.
I've got old man hands now.
All right, we got the call out that we are replacing the mouse, so
Okay.
hopefully that'll be a very quick fix and we'll jump straight into that game. We're only 3 minutes in, so we're not really missed any action yet.
No.
Pretty dead even. I like the drip on Marlon though. He's been
Yeah.
having some really cool rings. Obviously, like now that he's playing,
those-
doesn't have his rings on, but
Got those Marge Simpson beads. The little Marge Simpson pearls.
the pearls, yeah.
Yeah.
Beads.
Bead. Well, they're kind
Yeah.
of bead, aren't they? Just
The
ocean
beady.
bead.
I keep forgetting, and I'm like lowering my hand, and
My
there's like no
favorite
voice
thing.
coming through.
My favorite thing is just kind of talking you into a corner where you just don't know what to say.
You do this to me every
I know,
time. I
all
swear.
the time. It's what
All
I
right.
do. Yeah, they've all got some jewelry. Gaten looking pretty sick there. Who do you think our crowd
Every
like?
time he's on screen.
Every time.
Every
the crowd
time.
love this guy. He knows he's on stage. You can hear the smiling. Like, they're cheering. It must be me. He's such a sweetheart, though. He's actually such a sweetheart.
They all are. They all are.
But yeah, hopefully it won't be too long till we get back into this game. Peripherals do go occasionally. That's
They're very easy. USB in, USB out, done.
yeah.
Yep.
Unless you're using wireless and then you've got a Bluetooth in and all that.
Still has a USB.
Yeah, it does.
How do you
It does.
take your grandpa away from here? What?
What do you mean?
Back in my day, you had to wait.
Yeah, you did. Back in my day, if you picked the phone up, the internet stopped working. I'm not lying as well. That's the sad thing. I remember that internet.
Do you remember floppy disks?
Yes,
I don't. I was too young. I'm too young.
in school we had to learn how to use floppy disks. That was a whole
good
thing
for
for
you.
me. Yeah,
What about VHS?
well, I didn't have to learn how to use it. This was pretty easy.
But you remember VHS?
Yeah, I remember VHS. I've still got some, which is crazy. I'm sure there's people in the crowd who don't even know what that is.
That's why I was talking about it.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know what
know.
that is. I'm just
Well,
turned
VHS.
21.
You're not turned 21, I know that much trouble. You're not getting that one over me. There's a number counting down on our screen, people. We're getting back into this game soon. Here we are.
All right, let's talk Yorick. Because this is a very, very traditional matchup that you'll see over in the LPL. The Yorick will be picked, and then Jax will be picked into the Yorick. He does outskill Yorick. However, if Yorick does get ahead, he becomes an absolute nuisance. And we have seen how influential Baus has been for the rest of the map when he joins them the past 2 games, with the Quinn flanking, with the TPs on the side, etc. So if you leave your lane unattended and Maiden comes out, Yorick can quite literally take an entire lane by himself. Let's see if Gaethan will be able to get himself ahead in this particular lane, because usually Yorick don't get much attention from the junglers, and I wouldn't want Natinat to play towards that. You have an Aurora mid, you've got a Kai'San Pyke bot lane, you've got 2 lanes that can very easily set up for.
I've seen a little trade here between the bot lanes, but nothing too major. Marlon takes a dive, goes for a threaten, but he is on a ward, so he misses that hook. Nata just continues to take a couple little bit more damage, poking out. Just getting a nice chunk off here. Natty, and he gets spotted out by Nemesis on his clear. I'm looking for where that first kind of trigger is going to get pulled, right? Where is Natty, where is Velia going to make a move?
Very importantly, Baus spotted the Krugs up, decided to reset right there. He knows jungler is pathing towards the top side of the map. Very clever. Again, these are the things that we wanted to see development on, right? On the Nord series, this didn't happen. That's where he was getting caught this time around. Very, very respectful. Resets, grabs more AP for his inventory, an extra ring, an amplifying tome. He hasn't changed too much after all.
Granny just continuing to get aggressive in the lane. Marlon once again going for the underneath, gets the hook off here. Doesn't really have much mana. Crowny's been ignited though. Barrier's been forced out. Marlon not going to go away. Gets the lockdown. Nata, can he find a little bit of extra damage? Flashes over the bubble. Nata secures first blood. Marlon takes a dip, heals back up. Beautiful play from Roddy Sack's bot lane.
Again, you see the difference. Lucian Nami at poking lane. You get the poke down, you push people under tower, but if you allow Pyke to connect that Q, you've got the all-in potential. This gets even worse after level 6. They can dive into the backline, they've got the Pyke ult to execute you, so if you get caught without flashes, it's gonna be pretty tricky, and Crowny just lost both his summoners in this skirmish, and thank you so much, production. That's a fantastic timing to pop this one up, because Nata has not been showing up for the entire series, and we said this could be the game breaker for this series, Nata versus Crowny.
Yeah, Nata's numbers are absolutely mad. KDA may be a little bit lower, but good damage, good kill participation. Like, he gets involved, he gets into the mix of it. Crowny, maybe a little less so, but still consistent and doesn't really give up much. That's what you can really take from that graphic.
That's why we wanted to bring this up, right? Nata is a huge part when Radisson gets success on the map. The Q's gonna miss. Marlon's out. Again, very, very slippery champion. Whilst this is happening, we've seen the reverse of the other 2 games. Now, Natinat gets the access in the river to grab that first dragon for Radisak, getting that priority through the bot, burning the flash into Lucian. Fantastic stuff so far in that early game.
Yeah, really nice to see that as well, because normally it's actually lost the turn as you take those first dragons. We are seeing a fight though breaking out. Velia gonna have to throw some what damage out. Bubble does land here on to Natty. In jumps Marlon, goes for the flash, doesn't connect though with the lockdown, but they find the pop back, and Peng able to find the kill. Ruddy, 2 on the board. Nata continues to chase forward, gets a bomb on his head. Crowny's putting some extra damage in as the bomb goes off, and they're all going low. That's gonna be the revive. Hook comes out, and Ruddy Sack are gonna be forced to run away. Marlon being hunted here, dashes away to safety. Ruddy incredibly low. Crowny will not be able to find another kill, but beautiful start here for Ruddy. 2 kills under their belt.
Just do the dragon! Just do the dragon! We mentioned how important the dragons are for the early game. You start stacking them, you have a reason to team fight later on. Okay. Everyone's classic battles right here between tier 2 and tier 3. I will say, however, you got 1 kill onto Peng. I want to see the return from Radisak. Reset. Peng right here is a little bit too late. He has to reset too late. Nat's getting pushed outside his jungle.
Oh, Bounce! He finds Natty! Natty flashes out. Nice little escape there. Unable to find the opener.
as Los Ratones bot lane is pushing right here. This is what I didn't want to happen for Radisak. They overextend to try and fight instead of taking the Dragon. Now they've lost complete control of the bot side of the jungle. Velia's taking the Grom. Mid lane's getting pushed in because Peng TP reset too late. And right now, all of the control, bot lane wave is being pushed in as well. So there's two waves, bot and mid. Control inside the jungle, lost. Gromp taken away. And a lot of control around that river has gone over to Los Ratones.
Yeah, Los Ratones, though, maybe losing some of that pressure here. In comes Marlon, misses the hook of the Nemesis. Nice slow coming out. Peng does have that W to break away. Bomb lands onto Marlon. Marlon, I don't think he has stash up, but he's going to be able to walk away before getting himself too caught off here. Baus just getting a little bit of pressure thrown into him from Gaethan.
Here's the thing with the Yorick, right? He does like having a wave with you. Baus has been denied that. Marlon is mid again. Another kill that misses, but the pressure's been put there, right? Nemesis does not have flash.
Yeah, Nemesis really struggling here to find anything off it. But the thing is it's... I heard the pain in that cheer. The thing is what are Los Ratones actually going to be gaining or losing for this? Because Marlon's putting a lot of pressure in, and yeah, it's losing a bit of farm over to Nemesis, but ultimately, they're not really losing all that much. I mean, there's a lot of pressure getting formed in that bot side. So Marlon probably, that was his last attempt he could throw down in the bot lane, as they're just going to make their way over, try and defend that tower. And it's been a chill start.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to get his level 6 and abuse the fact that Crowny does not have flash for a little bit longer. I feel like that's what we were looking for. They played that 2 versus 2 very nicely at level 4. And we're like, okay, you farm now, you get to that level 6 with the Pike Kai'Sa, you dive all in onto Crowny, and you take control through there again, right? Which hasn't necessarily yet been the case. We are resuming very, very quickly inside the game. We are seeing the countdown. So in 3, 2, 1, boom.
Timed that perfectly, you did. Well done. Alrighty, well, Marlon now making his way towards the bot side as Nata's just going to shove the wave in. And honestly, Dragon getting started actually here from the side of Radisak, playing that denial from Los Ratones.
Kills, just Dragon for now. This time around, only Dragon. Mid is pretty neutral. Velia's heading towards the bot side of the map, but again, bot lane priority going over to Radisak. I'm looking at that level 6 for the Pike. This is where he becomes really, truly lethal. And you don't have a lot of defensive items on the side of Los Ratones to be able to withstand all the damage coming through from Radisak, as well as saving multiple people. Resilient ult. It is this time going to be the Dragon, and Baus is getting a little bit beaten up right here by the Yorick.
He's getting quite low. Gaethan actually may have enough for the solo kill. Maiden's doing the work. Feat of Warfare as well. Gaethan with the solo kill. And as you can see, that might be one of the first times we see Los Ratones give up that first Drake. They take them all.
Look at Velia, he's playing into Fog of War. They haven't seen him yet. If they overextend, it could be the punish. One bubble is all that needs to land to get that trundle in. But Radisak for now, they're not getting baited. Level 6 of the Pike.
Oh, Nata has to ult away there. Marlon looks for the lockdown. Good pillar comes in. Tidal Wave making his way forward. Natty jumps in. 1 kill already over. Bubble hasn't quite hit. Goes in with the ultimate. Nata's putting more damage down. He takes out Velia. Finds the Q. Onto Crowny. Nata flashes forwards. Crowny takes it. And Ruddy fumble the play. Double kill for Reckless.
We're in Denmark. Double kill for Reckless on the Nami. Obviously, just kidding. We were talking about Radisak not getting baited. Velia was hiding in Fog of War for so long, and the second Marlon hits that level 6, they feel confident enough to play the 2v2, which fair enough, they win that, if it is a 2v2, but it is not. Velia was around the corner. They do manage to get one back, but then again, the over-aggression came through and instantly shut down.
Marlon! I don't think he's getting away. Crowny, that's his first kill of the game because Reckless got the double. Huge play there, picking him up while Nata was making his way to lane. We do see Nemesis getting heavily chunked out. We are seeing some fire in Radisak finally in this series.
And that's exactly what we really wanted, right? Marlon got baited by the flash right there. Really great reactions by Crowny. Gets his Essence River completed from that play as well. As Velia is hanging around that top side of the map, he knows that Nat is playing towards there, but it is mostly the Void Grubs that they're focusing on. And you see how the Yorick versus Jax kind of works early game. Obviously, this is an AP Jax. as Marlon's around the corner, but I don't think they can do much.
Yeah, they are going to secure themselves a single grub, although in jumps Natty, goes for the smite. Gathan in the middle of everyone. Reckless finds himself caught by the hook and taken down. Gathan secures the kill. Marlon flashes over, finds the stun. Velia will fall. Gathan gets the double kill. Natty continues to chase forwards as he gets it. Ruddy Sack are back.
They all assembled so quickly, and props to Gathan. He pre-charges the wall onto Reckless. That is a flashless Nami. Pins him in there, Marlon pulls him out, and they chase them one by one. They've got fantastic chasing ability. As Marlon's waiting around for possibly Baus to overextend. It's not going to be the case, but another great fight, and this is going to be 2 Void Grubs secured right there for Ruddy Sack. Marlon, can you get the Q?
Oh, misses the Q, unfortunately. Baus able to break away. He actually jumps in, throws down the Grandmaster's might. Gets caught inside the cage, though. Can't go for more. He does have flash, but I think that might be a little bit optimistic here. Just going to clear the wave away, head off. And the big thing about what we just saw from that play was they only denied a single grub. Los Ratones only took a single grub. Ruddy Sack, after winning the fight, went back, finished up that second grub, as Baus, looking for a proxy farm, has to flash away. Very close to going down.
Very nice pressure. Also, the other side, again, very much respect from Peng. And is that Nerves of Steel? You've got Flash, you got Ult, don't need to use anything from Nemesis.
There's a fine line between... There's a fine line between calculated and a mistake.
Ignorance and arrogance, is it?
Yeah, ignorance and arrogance.
All right.
Peng does a lot of damage.
So far, we have seen that Ruddy Sack are playing, again, very, very aggressive, and you would expect this with this composition. We said if they fall behind, it's doomed. Suddenly, you get a Lucian with Essence Reaver over in the mid lane. Anyone who walks up gets absolutely chunked down. They play 4 versus 5. Zillion saves, whoever dives in, yada, yada, yada. But right here, Ruddy Sack have responded to every single play from Los Ratones.
Yeah.
And again, I have to give major, major props to Marlon for showing up.
Thrown down the realm, that's going to be the Resurrect coming out here from Nemesis, but that Chrono Shift is not going to do much. He flashes away from Marlon's lockdown. The calculation works out here as Baus finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Grandmaster's Might's been thrown out for him. Hits level 11. Natty's going to chase forwards, and it's just able to make his way out. The wave distracts Gathan as Baus, he's looping around. He's going for another proxy.
Yeah, I think he's got a global magnet on him right here, and I would love Natty Nat just forget that Baus exists. You've just taken Flash and Ult from that Zillion. You're playing for the next Dragon. 5 seconds on the clock. Your team has already set up. I would love for Natty Nat to just save ability, save time, head straight there, play together with Marlon. I feel like he has been fantastic the past 2 games. The TP coming through, that is going to be Nemesis, no Flash, no Ult, and a wave crashing in.
Throws down the bombs just to try and catch the minions as they're going to chase forwards. Nice escape from Nemesis, played that very smart. Isn't really going to be able to catch much more of that wave, though, as actually the attention has shifted here for Ruddy Sack. They're going to give up on the tower. They're going to turn their attention towards that Drake. This will be feat of strength for them, secured if they can get it. And I don't really think there's much of a contest coming in. I mean, Baus is getting chunked out topside. Junglers doing camps, mid lanes, well, bot lane's mid lane. Yeah, Ruddy, take that for free.
Fantastic pressure. Marlon wrapping around, pushing Nemesis off the tower. Took his Flash, took his Ult. I feel like the unsung hero right here, Gathan, has put so much pressure onto Baus. When you don't let him do his thing and you are playing a Yorick, the second you move out of lane, your whole lane will be gone with a Yorick, with 1 Maiden out. Rocket Bell, of course, now completed.
Avengers.
For the Jax and Marlon, Natty Nat, Gathan, all up top. Can they get him? That's the question.
Minion's going to block there. They've got the wave crashing in. They've got the Maiden. Gathan's going to make sure this one can happen. Throws the cage out. Baus trying to play the escape game. He's able to evade away on the Q. Chases forwards. Baus is locked down by the Vault Breaker, though. And X marks the spot. Gathan secures the kill. Tower will crumble. Very well executed.
Very well played by Natty Nat. He charges the Q and misses on purpose so that Counter-Strike gets off cooldown. Because if you hit him and then you get Counter-Strike under tower, you're going to be stunned and take the tower shot. So well played by the Vi. Has to flash. Velia flash is over.
Velia looking for Natty. I didn't think he was in danger. Finds up back with the Q. That's going to be the kill. Gathan answers out, though. A 1-for-1.
That Sundered Sky heal looked like it really saved Natty Nat right there. But that's a 5-0-1 Yorick. 1,500 gold in the lead. And it's gonna be so hard to shut him down and also stop him again on his side lane. Radisaka playing so aggressive in this early game. 2,000 gold in the lead for themselves. Stuck in the 2 dragons. It's going to be Ocean Soul as well, which playing a poke comp as Los Ratones are right now. You love Ocean Soul. You get poke, you heal it up, you turn around and fight.
Alrighty, well, see but Ruddy right now, just getting themselves back onto the map. Although Marlon is a long way away from any friends in the enemy red side. He's just gonna get himself a reset off, play some wards down, refresh, and get back onto the map. Got the Umbral Glaive finished up for himself, where Nata has that Gwynzu's Rage Blade, has the Static Shiv finished up. So it's 2 items where Crowny literally just on the Essence Reaver, closing in on their Flicker Blades is their next item, but not quite there yet. So Nata, a big power spike, and we've seen, you know, quite a lot from him already in this game. He's been popping off as Marlon gets himself potentially caught out here, but is able just to dash away to safety. Looks like all of the attention is now shifting towards that Herald on the top side.
And Gaethan is having such a good time into Baus. Again, very, very close. That second item for Yorick. They got Crowny.
Gets caught by the slow, has to flash away. Tide away thrown out as well. Nobody goes down, but the flash on Crowny is a big loss.
You see, Nati is heading towards that bot side. Counter-Strike already used. If they can wrap around, it's just 1 breath away from Baus going down. They're not going to take that hit. I feel like, again, you take so much from Los Ratones right here. You take the flash off of Crowny. Play for that Rift Trail. Play for more for the neutral objectives. You've got the extra items. Balon, can he connect?
Oh, that was close. Crowny able to shift away, though. A lot of damage coming out from Nada, though. Starting to explode a little bit in power as we do see the tower fall down on the bot side. Gaethan doing the Yorick thing of just constantly sitting in side lanes, blowing up towers. It's ironic seeing a Jax be a victim to that.
He's actually very deceptively good at team fighting as well.
Yes.
Specifically when the second item is going to be completed right here. He's got already his Trinity Forces. The mid lane tower is going to fall for Radisaka, that they did catch them onto the rotation. But there you go, Hullbreaker. I think it pretty much signifies that there's not going to be much team fighting done. He's just want to play that 1v1
every 5 auto does extra damage to champions. Hullbreaker. No, he's not an attack speed champ, so not really going to be the most useful. I will say, I think Brody made a bit of a mistake going top lane when they could have turned their attention towards Herald. Like you said, they blew the flash from Crowny mid. They had the pressure, but honestly, with the fact that now Gaethan is here, I think they're quite happy just to cool it off, move back and get themselves control. Peng coming in as well, teleport available to him, so can come in if he needs to, has the ultimate up as well.
Jax does not have the teleport, so Baus has to run all the way. They know they cannot contest that Rift Trail, they can't walk in, there's no setup for Los Ratones. What they do instead is they create pressure over in the mid lane, so Radisaka have to respond to that. Instantly Radisaka drop the Herald, they drop the River, and they head over into the mid lane. So again, you see how Los Ratones shift pressure on the map. As Gaethan's now over to the top side of the map, continuing his siege. And a lot of attention has gone to the bot side River for Los Ratones. This is going to be so point for Radisaka if they do commit for this dragon, if they do get this dragon. Oh my god, this tower's gone, it's gone.
I mean, that's just Yorick gaming, isn't it? Velia can't even really do much.
Jailed.
Caught in the jail. Got the monkeys on him as well. That's a nice chunk out. They're just gonna back off. Ruddy playing a controlled game. This is what I wanted to see from them. It's been a bit of a brawl for the last 2 games. They are controlling the map versus Los Ratones.
What was this? Trundle shows top. That's a free dragon. That is soul point for Ruddy right here. Second items are slowly coming through. You mentioned the Rage Blade. We have the Hullbreaker. Second item is going to come really soon. Full Peng as well. Most likely the Shadow Flame in his inventory, and it's really going to hurt. Again, there is so much squishiness on the side of Los Ratones. This Trundle doesn't really have any target to drain defenses from, so he's going to be a very, very squishy Trundle.
No, he is going to be potentially blown up very quick, as we do see Natty getting interrupted on his reset. Los Ratones are actually chasing here onto Natty, but Natty
is gone.
He's able to get away. I mean, there's not really like a major cost here for Los Ratones to go for that. It's not one of those kind of over-eager chases we have seen from them previously. Although I say that, Gaethan is completely uncontested bot lane with a very weak tier 2 tower, and he's already ahead over his opponent. It's a 1.5k gold lead for Gaethan over Baus. As Marlon getting heavily chunked out here, has to jump away. Baus flashes in, locks down Peng and Nata. Nata's low HP, has to flash the wall himself. Baus can't go for the ward hop. They're not able to get the damage off, and ultimately they're going to lose the tower. Radisaka successfully disengage.
2 flashes lost. for one tower on the top lane. Top lane tier 2 got taken down by Gaethan, and I think when you make trades like this, you just have to see if the flashes were worth in the next fight to come.
Yeah.
Does Baus get a huge counter strike? This time around doesn't have his flash to come in for that one, right? Does someone manage to get into the backline? A big bomb potentially from Nemesis landing. This is where the flashes really lose their value for being used in the previous iteration. This time around though, it's gonna be a handshake. Atakan, 4-reef Herald. I kind of like this handshake right here from Radisak because they do have that mid lane still standing up.
Yeah.
So they could potentially use that Herald to take down that mid lane tier 1.
Well, there's the Herald down. They may actually just use Nata to take it. As already Gaethan, unaware of where everyone is. I think he's in danger. Caught by the slow. Got the double bomb locked down. Tidal Wave thrown out. Gaethan incredibly low here, worth a lot of money as Crowny gets himself the shutdown. Very patiently played.
1,080 gold into already and 2 items on this Lucian. Flicker Blade completed as well.
And with that gold, he's just closed the gold gap and taken it over for himself. So nice little pick up there.
Not a lot of respect zone right there from Gaethan. Had his flash, but I think when you're 1 versus 4, there's not much you can flash. Might as well keep it for later. The push came through though. Mid lane tower taken away from the side of Ruddy, and this is nothing but over. This game is nothing but over. There's a lot of scale on the side of Los Ratones. You're looking at 3-item Lucian, Infinity Edge very, very close. You just gave him 1,080 gold. That is almost an entire BF sword.
Yeah, he's got a big spike off the back of that one, and coming back into the game now, obviously, one thing to kind of look at is how does the range affect? Because Lucian, relatively short range ADC, right?
I would like to see the rapid fire coming through, but this is not really what they're going for, right? They're going more for team fights, for more consistent damage coming through with the Flicker Blade.
And the big concern is right, if you're jumping in as Lucian into a squishy champion into this, you got to jump into a Pike, into a Aurora, into the Vi most scarily. Is I'm going to have to interrupt that because they're jumping in. The lockdown there. Nada goes forwards for the kill. Baus jumps in, finds the lockdown onto 2, gets the chrono shift off as well, jumps out. It's a 1-for-0 for Los Ratones.
Ooh, that was a very great engage right there from Los Ratones. Good counter engage by Radisak, but I think Marlon missed his ult on the key target, so the execution did not go through from the Pike. And right here, Los Ratones, they have numbers advantage. Nata no flash.
Caught by the pillar, no ultimate available. Crowny takes the kill. I'm pretty sure that's the IE finished up for him. And this Lucian spiking hard as Marlon is on the hunt and interrupts into Velia, finds the lockdown. Peng gets a whole heap of damage off. He just deletes the Trundle.
This Trundle only has armor on him, just finished Deadman's, he's got steel caps. Aurora hurts, like Shadow Flame being completed as second item as well. You get hit again, this Trundle is not a very tanky champion, it's quite squishy. Infinity Edge now completed for Crowny as well. This Lucian is gonna really hard hit. And again, Radisak are gonna have to be very, very selective. That was the problem in game number 2. They couldn't select the champions correctly, and they run into very tricky scenarios. Whilst the aggression was correct, the champ select was not.
Now, I really like this. We're seeing the Herald thrown down in the top side with Gaethan. Dragon spawning up bot side, so they're gonna shift all of the attention over. Yeah, Maiden, Herald, Yorick with a Hull Breaker. You will sacrifice so much.
As well.
I mean...
Banner of Command.
Oh, the worst. I love that, actually. But this is so good for Ruddy, because all they have to do is buy time. Like, they can give this dragon up. They lose nothing for losing this dragon. Yeah, they lose Soul, but like, all they're doing is slowing Soul down and opening the base up in response. Ruddy just have to play this super carefully as Gaethan gets in. I think he misclicked a little bit there. It's just going to jump away.
I think he tried to threaten the tower, because if you do die, when he gets stunned.
They're jumping in onto the backline. Natty is blown up. Velia finds the kill. Peng has to jump the wall. Marlon getting that locked out. Big, big mistakes coming in from the side of Ruddy. All they had to do was pressure topside and play it chill. They give Dragon, and they probably don't take this tower either off the back of that one. Although, Gaethan, I don't know if Nemesis really has the ability to stop him. Yeah, he's got Demolish. He's got Hull Breaker. Whoa. That tower's down. Inhibitor will be left open for now, not taken.
And this is why we were raving about the 3 dragons that Radisak have taken. Because now with these 3 dragons, they can buy time for Gaethan to absolutely demolish the lanes, quite literally. Yeah. Talking about demolishing in Gaethan, they're looking to demolish him.
There's the pillar to find the lockdown onto him. Gaithan is getting absolutely exploded. Big heal comes out from that Q, but it's not going to be enough. Velia takes the kill, and that could be, like you said, Baron. Ruddy Saka trying to finish Baus up in the meantime. Marlon chasing in, they find the lockdown. He misses the ultimate. Baus jumping away. Peng has to flash in for the kill. I don't know if they can interrupt this, though. Natty's in the area. Can he make the hero steal happen? There's no vision, actually, for Lost Returners behind the pit.
They have to give it up. They have to give it up. If they can't stop him from getting into the pit, they have to give it up. Super low on mana for Nemesis as well.
Good pillar into the double bombs onto 3. Big lockdown. Velia's going to chase forwards. In comes the tidal wave. Goes through the goalposts. Lost Returners get healed up by the redemption. Ruddy Sack just going to quickly grab the wave, grab pressure, and back off.
The resets are coming through from the side of LR. Nemesis, Nemesis, Nemesis!
Nemesis! In the middle of Ruddy Sack, caught in the lockdown. Chrono shift forced out. Can the rest of the cavalry come in time? No, they can't. Nata will take the kill.
And let's see how much control they can gain over here. Gaithan TP's in. This could be the Baron we were looking at. 45 seconds for Nemesis. Baus just about came up.
Crowny getting heavily chunked out. They didn't quite get enough burst off. Baus is in the area.
He TP'd over the top lane, completed the Riftmaker. This is some pretty low HP bars for Nati, not a low mana bar for Nata.
Could be dangerous. They've got Peng on one flank, they've got Marlon just playing flank on the other. They're going to immediately jump in onto Reckless, but the culling comes out, and Nata is deleted. Gaithan's trying his hardest to hold this one as Nata has to disengage. Natty trying to find that opening, find a massive chunk out. Gaithan flashes forwards. They're going to jump and try and finish up Crowley, but Crowley's just playing around the edge. Marlon misses the ultimate. That's going to be a kill for Crowley. Gaithan pinned in place. Baus locks them down. Ruddy Sack had the game in their hands, and they drop the ball. Teleport coming in. Peng has to 1 versus 3. Caught by the lockdown, caught by the pillar. Los Ratones are back in the game.
Not like this, Ruddy Sack, you can't do this, not like this. The overchase that we doomed LR for, they do this right here, they jump onto Reckless and it doesn't work. Reset, press your B buttons, let Baron be. There's low HP bars and Lost Ratones and Gaithan flashes in. What does that do? It forces his jungler to flash in, it forces Marlon to go in, and even though they think they have the HP bars low enough, Marlon misses. Lucian stays alive, and the rest of LR clean up anyone that's left behind.
Really, really nicely played there by Lost Returners. As we come out of the replay, we'll see if the Baron has been taken. Lost Returners have got that now under their belt, and
Not
the gold
like
lead
it can't be
in
like
favor.
this. It can't be like this.
Heartbreak here for Ruddy Sack. Not done. This game is far from over. They've still got a lot of power that they can play through Gaithan, but Crowny, 4 items in. He's got the more now, which means that Peng's one-shot assassination not going to quite be there, where Nata, 3 items in, hasn't got a defensive item either.
As well, right? Like the AP items coming through, most likely Void Stuff or something. Crowny?
Crowny able to do a fair amount of damage there to Peng, but actually gets answered back out onto Velia, getting chunked as well underneath the tower. Crowny's doing his best just to get some damage onto this tower, try and open it up, but Natty's been pulled over. Gaithan being a nuisance in the side lane here. They're going to throw the tidal wave down. Nata is annihilated. The slow is too much. And I think Lost Ratones might just be looking for the end here. They've got the Baron. Gaithan going to be getting pulled back. Baus has had to reset and defend top lane. So maybe that's enough to just force them away for the moment.
That's a great rotation right here. Baus pushed the wave, TP'd back, reset back, went for the wave that Gaithan was pushing. Then Gaithan has to reset because they lost a member. And Baus did the hard work right there. He pulled the wave up, but that's all Lost Ratones are going to be able to get. That bot lane tier 2. And that is now a 4,000 gold lead for the Rats and a bunch of items completed. Marlon is looking.
Dragon's up soon as well. If he can find that chunk, if he can find that opening for his team, they can get that Ocean Soul and they have that little bit of extra survivability. We're seeing that Peng finishes up his death cap now. But I don't think they can really do much but let this Dragon fall. Again, it's not even soul point here. Ruddy Sack have had good control of the Dragons this game, so it sucks to lose, but it's not going to be a game loser here. what would be a game loser is overcommitting for something you can't fight as Nemesis. Just going to force the Banshees out from Marlon.
Edge of Night, really strong right there. Yeah, do not get instantly stunned, but the cooldowns of Zillion are super, super short.
Yeah.
And you've got the reset button on your W, so if an E lands, QW will land as well. Crowny with insane poke onto Gaithen. Someone has to defend mid lane from Radisak as well, and Lost Ratones will take that chance to push that wave on the tower.
Already we're thinking about looking for a play. They do find a cage onto Crowny. He just dashes out to safety. Tower slowly but surely being whittled down. Baron will be falling off about now here for the side of Los Ratones. So Ruddy going to be able to hold on. The nice little hook on the Velia, nothing too major. They do lose the inhibitor very quickly though. Gaithen doing his best to hold the line. And Ruddy, they're not out of this game, but every second just feels rougher and rougher. That was a 4,800 Baron power play.
They're not out, but they have definitely been beaten down on this one.
Yeah.
I feel like Peng is doing insane amounts of damage on this Aurora, and every time he connects, I just feel like there has been a complete disconnection from Radisak right here. Every single time Natinat presses R, he's either too early or too late, or the champion selection is not correct, and Radisak are not willing to follow that up. And you know how I feel about a Vi that has no follow-up, no aerial follow-up, no body follow-up, no nothing. That's a naked Vi right here.
Yeah.
And Natinat is 1 and 5 on that Vi for that reason.
He has not been able to find the impact, unfortunately, on that one. Where Velia, really solid game on the Trundle, even with, you know, no true tanks to get maximum value out of the subjugate, still making it work. The pillar placement into the bombs, into the slows. Like, it's so hard, but if one ability hits you, one of these slowing abilities from Los Ratones, you can't get away.
This is going to have to be Radisak's plus defense right here. Huge wave coming in from the bot lane. Baus escorting the mid lane wave, and now he's going to join most likely the bot wave as well. He's constantly been pouring these waves inside Radisak's space, and they have to respond, which means the last outer tower defense is going to fall to the hands of Los Ratones, and I think Radisak right here are going to have to make their last try for defense in this game.
Baus is in the mid. Massive chunk out of the health bars there. Huge burst from Peng, but Baus is coming on the flank. He's going to get caught by the lockdown, not going to let that happen. Nice play!
The base!
Peng looking for the damage, but the base is open. They need to defend. Solid kill, though, for the side of Radisak.
Props to Peng right there. He absolutely chunked Los Ratones. He single-handedly saved that siege from happening. He single-handedly saved the game for now.
It's a solid hold, but they need to carry on. They've lost the tower. They will respawn these Nexus towers. One of the nicer changes of this split. But it's just about catching that gold, catching that, catching those waves. And now the 3 items are finished up onto Nata. Got a Crit Bloom, so like you said, it is the full AP build. 4 items in, but on the other side, it's a max build Lucian. Rapid Fire's finished up.
Finally, the Rapid Fire came through as well. I mean, the poke and the range from the Lucian the second he dashes in, right, is insane. I feel like a lot of it relies on Peng, again, connecting with that Aurora. He does so much damage. Natinat's looking, he's been revealed with a pillar.
Yeah, I think he's going to decide to move away from this one, give up that red buff.
I don't think you want to throw for a red buff.
They may look for a bit of damage. Oh, Velia losing about a third of his HP. W coming in.
Half his HP until he got healed.
Yeah, a lot of healing from Reckless here, healing Velia up. But Nata now, with that full AP build, can throw out a lot of Ws. As Baus could potentially be the one getting hunted. Marlon not going to pull the trigger, not going to go for it. The waves, other than the top wave, are actually in a good state right now for the side of Radisak, so they can look to try and just skirmish and force out something. Maiden, not long for the world, sadly, as Crowny just going to throw down the culling onto Gaithen. Gaithen actually evading a lot of it. In jumps Natty to try and play the hero, but he is going to get blown up. Reckless takes the kill, looking down onto Nata. Nata will be taken out. Baus finishes him up. 2 members of Radisak remain. Gaithen caught by the slow, throws the cage in, gets caught by the bombs, and pop goes Gaithen. Baus will take another kill. Marlon will be locked down as well as he jumps over the wall, got the bombs on his head. Baus will just flash after him. There is the ace for Los Ratones. The base will fall. 35 minutes on the clock. Los Ratones are going to finals.
Back-to-back finals for Los Ratones ever since they joined the NLC. And let's not forget, they have just secured an EMEA Masters slot for themselves. Norda backstage, they're watching this. I'd be a little shaky. They
Nord
look like
hella
they're
good,
back.
but that looked like Los Ratones on form again.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm also heartbroken for Radisak. They've had such a huge glow up from Winter.
Yep.
And to lose like this on one overchase, this is the type of team that you cannot make mistakes versus.
I will say as well for Ruddy, they look better every game. There was an improvement. Remember,
That's
it's a
not
lineup.
a best of 10 though.
It's not a best of 10, but it is a group of lineup, a group of rookies lined up, first time playing live. Really, really solid performance from these guys. They look really solid. Super impressed with them.
Handshakes going through as well. And that's that. The crowd was cheering for them. They want to see them in the finals, and they're gonna get to see them in the finals versus Nord. Commiserations, of course, to Radisak. Again, huge glow up from Winter. Incredible performance in spring. And hopefully they're scaling like that, they're scaling through their series. Summer will be impeccable for them.
These guys are looking
Take a bow.
absolutely on form. Los Ratones are into the finals.
Right. Baus. I mean, just listen to that crowd. They absolutely love you here in Denmark. I know you're Swedish, but it must be lovely to see such support coming out from all these people.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, everybody, for coming here and supporting me.
Brilliant stuff. Now, it was a bit of a harder journey for yourselves going down into the lower bracket, but ever since then, it's been 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. What do you reckon the score's going to be tomorrow?
3-0.
Excellent stuff there, Baus. Well, Nord have beaten you guys before, but I'm sure that we are going to have a hell of a series tomorrow, whatever happens. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your second NLC Finals. Congratulations on making it to EMEA Masters as well. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and, yeah, thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff. We are going to throw it to the analyst desk to close out the day.
I swear, this guy's too good. Too good, too good, too good. Well, 3-0 again for Los Ratones. This was a really close match for Radisak to begin with, but LR at the end of the day were able to put it in the bag and take it home.
It's still sad. I wanted to see 5 games. I wanted to see more, including from Los Ratones. But hey, we're seeing more of Los Ratones tomorrow, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, what a series, right? I think Game 3 really delivered. It showed that there could have been more to this as well, but the thing against this Los Ratones, ever since they've gotten down into the lower bracket, you can't afford to make one mistake. It's all it takes for Los Ratones to come back. They had a 5,000 goal lead or something on the side of Radisak. They were set up for the Baron. They had found the pick beforehand, but they overchased. They lost it at instantly. They were 5,000 goal behind, and the game looked done.
Yeah, Valia said it so well. We needed this loss in order to rebuild and understand where we are failing. It was a 2-0 coming in from North, but at this moment, I think LR are in the greatest position right now. Obviously, they're going to be there, and the fans are going to be talking with them as soon as possible. Breaking down this match, there's a lot to talk about, obviously, with that bot lane really aggressive. I think Crowny was a monster. Obviously, Nata and Marlon did their best and came in on top, but holy moly.
Yeah, the first 2v2 went the side of Radisak, but this one of 3v3, all of a sudden the tables have turned, right? And Radisak here again, they tried to squish the most out of the situation, and I really like the fact that they dared to go back in, because I thought they had an angle to so as well. But Crowny, every time when it was demanded of him to step up and found the outplay, Reckless really helping out as well. They turned it around. I mean, it was always Crowny they wanted, but after the first death, he felt untouchable, really. And that is just proof of it.
And it was demanded from Crowny to be as aggressive as possible and to show up a lot in this game, because he's going with Lucian with not a lot of range into a lot of range on the side of the enemy team. You have to step up. You have to be aggressive. If you pick Lucian here into that composition, you need to be a very capable AD carry. And they trusted don't trust Kedril.
Wow.
Trust Crowny with a pick like that, and he is going to deliver, going into the enemies, which looked like he was supposed to die so many times, but he knows his limits, and he knows that he has a really good support.
Most of the times the narrative is always like, can we protect Crowny at the beginning of the game? Can we let him scale? Because if he scales, you can trust him, you can rely on him. It's solution. He was able to get 5 items so fast within this game, and when that happens, you can't stop him. He has such a really good micro and macro as well. When I know the shadow, I think Reckless is playing so well as a shadow. Every single time Crowny needs, the shadow's there. And I would like a big round of applause for Ruddy for what they were able to achieve. This is a wonderful team.
Yeah,
they deserve
great
so
team.
much.
Great players. I think they've really found themselves. They can be proud of what they did here today. Game 3, so close to getting it over the edge. I think they'll be a bit bummed out. They did manage to take at least one game. But what a development for these younger players throughout the split. I know many of them have had experience throughout other ERLs, but I'm proud to see how they've come, how far they've come.
The game number 3 from them was so good. That made me wish to see much more games in this series today because they were very dominant. They knew what they wanted to be doing. And if you look throughout the game, for the majority of the game, the gold lead was always on the side of Radisak. It's only when Crowny finally got a first shot down Gaethan that slowly the game started moving in the direction of Los Ratones.
And when we look at the story of this game, right, we'll see many great Ruddy side facts. I think they have done phenomenally here to keep growing the lead. They were able to fight back on the Los Ratones aggression when Los Ratones normally would be able just to force their way in. Ruddysack called their bluff a few times, said, no, we'll fight you here. We think we have a good setup as well. And that was what really impressed me. But that was also their downfall in the end, right? Around the Baron, despite having the pick, Los Ratones said, we want to fight you here. Ruddysack were like, okay, we'll take the dance. And it was just a bit too much, right? They tried, just pushed that bit too far. And it's really annoying because we could have very much been finding a game 4 soon.
Well, first of all, they did overchase a little bit there, just a little bit too overzealous, and confidence is, in fact, a slow and insidious killer. But on top of that, for this composition of Radisak and a team fight like that, it is so crucial that the key abilities hit. Especially look at Marlon here. Marlon has had fantastic games today, so I'm not trying to take anything from him. But here, so much depended on Pike finding that opening onto Crowny. The moment it doesn't happen and he goes down and Crowny stays alive, even on a slither of HP, you know that this fight is going to go in the direction of Los Ratones.
Well, LR at this moment are just a beast. I think this Aurora brought in so much as well when you look into the grand scheme of things. But we're starting to see the shift within the champion select and the drafts coming in from LR. They can adapt to anything. They can play different play styles as well. We have some Kedril's Barber off-roll. I mean...
It happens to the best of us, right? We've all been done dirty by the Barber a few times.
They need a flaw. And it's the Barber.
We found the weakness!
There has to be a weakness. It's the Barber. Well, if that's the only concern, I think they might take it to Model. And when we take this a step further, I think this is going to be the last big team fight. Guide me through it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Los Ratones in control and Crowny. He was free to really do what he wants. The Cillian as well, one of the unsung heroes, right? Because either the speed-ups on the right targets or the slowdowns on the right one as well were absolutely crucial. And despite Naza's best effort, the last Dane fell here today in the NLC Finals, and tomorrow 0 Danes to play, but luckily we have one on the stage as well, though.
Sorry, Duckling. Well, there you go, Delusion. Look at the damage. As soon as you can trust the team, Nemesis was not about dealing the damage. It was about slowing or rooting people with that Zillion and promoting that Lucian into a next level. I think this champion in this draft for LR is just disgusting to play against.
And it's so interesting how we saw so many faces of Los Ratones today. We saw Nemesis being super aggressive and having some of the highest damage in the team, and then we saw him securing the team, and it goes like that for everybody on the team.
Well, there you go. EMEA spot secured for LR, defending title as well. But in order to understand where they're going to land, we still need to see the debate for tomorrow. It's going to be North, it's going to be LR. Let's talk a little bit about this. Duckling.
Yeah, one thing we can say for sure about Los Ratones at EMEA Masters, we know they will do us proud, right? Been there once, took home the championship, and let's head over to the bracket to see how they qualified for those EMEA Masters, right? Losing to Nord in the upper bracket 2-0, Venomcrest, Verdant, Ruddysack were no match. 9 games played, 9 victories for Los Ratones.
Any words, Salani?
I am looking forward for the rematch of Nord and Los Ratones. So far, the only team that managed to bring Los Ratones down and defeat them in such a devastating manner. I want to see them facing each other again.
I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep, as we've seen
I
the
hope
3-0
not.
coming in from LR during this lower bracket. But let's see what Nord is capable of doing, especially after... Yeah, show. After... Yeah, you got it. After what they've done, I think Nord have increased as well. They have upgraded as well. But for you back at home, and for you folks at here as well, who do you think was the MVP of this one? So with that in mind, we have 3 picks for you to pick from. The vote is going to be on Twitter. Is it Baus? Is it Velia? Or is it Crowny? I think each individual brought in a lot in respective games. Baus for game 1, Velia for game 2, and game 3, like Crowny was a beast. So any pick is a valuable pick.
I
What
don't
do
know
you
what I
think?
would have chosen.
Pick one.
No, can I pick all 3 of them?
No, you can't. Doesn't work like that.
I mean, if I were to pick one, I think it would have to be Crowny, because across all 3 games, he was the most consistent. I thought he was a bit of the unsung hero on the Corgi as well earlier today. I think he's been great throughout it, and he's always Mr. Consistent on the team. They are a very consistent team, of course, but I think Crowny just is the cherry on top.
Well, final words for the day as we're wrapping up here in Denmark for day 1 of semi-finals. Tomorrow is finals. It's going to be a different day. Best of 5 as well. Who's going to lift the shield, by the way? I love the idea of having a shield instead of a trophy. And who knows what's going to happen for next split. We have a few ideas for trophies. But for this one, final words.
Tomorrow is going to be the day. Tomorrow is going to be the match, and I think everybody's looking forward to it because Nord looked insanely good in that series versus Los Ratones. They have had the time to rest and to prepare and do their homework, and I'm looking forward to them fresh after some rest, going and trying to take it into the Silver Scrapes, into the 5-game series. I don't even care who wins anymore. I just want 5 games tomorrow.
Me too. I think 5 games is the key. Duckling.
Denmark #1. I think it's very clear with the greatest country, greatest crowds, greatest atmosphere. I couldn't ask for more.
And you were the only one not dressing like a Nord, by the way.
I feel very Nordic. You know, everything I dress in as a Dane is Nordic culture, so, you know.
Understandable, okay? Chat, just flame Duckling. Everything that happened, it was because of Duckling. And until then, we're going to wrap it up for the day. I hope you had a wonderful... Okay, I'm getting information. For those of you here, there's a meet and greet with Los Ratones in 10 minutes. So this is your big opportunity to meet up with the players, with the coaches as well. Just go in there, take photos and ask questions, and how probably will Baus release his guide to Challenger yet again. We're waiting for the second one. The first one was wonderful, but he's lacking. I don't know what's happened. He's too famous now. With that in mind, we love you very much, by the way. Thank you for tuning in for today with all those issues as well. We're trying our best. If you have anything they would like to see actually upgraded or fixed, do let us know on social media. And until then, I'll see you again. Keep climbing. We love you very much. I'll see you soon.
Mm-hmm.